on the clock, 20 past 4 local time, because everybody wants to know what the time is in Paris right now. And we have thanks. I can always rely on Mario to chuckle at my little silly jokes. 40-30, championship point, first serve incoming. We are going to go to the backhand of Paolini. We are going to go long with that return, and she falls to the floor on her knees. She has won her 4th French Open, her 3rd one, I believe, in a row, if I've got my maths right. 6-2, 6-1 in a manner I think we probably kind of expected, which is why we went in with this sort of feeling of what's the word? Not emptiness, but a little bit of a fear before the match. But listen, that doesn't matter to Iga Swiatek. She is the French Open champion once again. Of course, it's 5 Grand Slams to her name. If you include, of course, the US Open from 2022, much to the delight of her team. And yeah, Damien, the match went probably as we expected. I guess that little mini hiccup for Iga at the beginning of the match when I think it was 5 unforced errors in a row that put her in a spot of bother. But after that, she just lost one more game, Damien.
Spot of bother? I mean, yeah, she did go 1-2 down, but yeah, it was just about finding her range as usual, really. Like we're used to seeing these, I'm gonna say slow starts from Swiatek, but they're not really slow starts if they only last like 1 or 2 games. But I mean, that's sort of the margin that we're operating on with Iga. I do think Paolini, came out playing fine with good attitude, but it just doesn't matter. The sad thing about this for Jasmine or for anyone else on the tour, really, who's not Rybakina, Sabalenka, Osaka, Ostapenko, Alexandrova, and the likes, like the sad thing for most of them is that on clay especially, it just doesn't matter. Like Jasmine Paolini could do absolutely nothing in today's final to make it closer. Iga was way too good for that on the day. Iga is way too solid for that in general, playing with a lot of margin along with her power and spin. Yeah, I don't know. As you said earlier, there's not that much to talk about really after this one. Definitely not something that Paolini should be looking back at and thinking, oh, if I did something better, or oh, if I don't know, was more confident or something like that. Perhaps it's even easier, coming out and hitting freely against Iga because you know that no one is counting on you. But in the long run, her chances to win the match were very, very close to 0.
Ghosty here saying, if you're trying to grow the sport, this sucks. Yeah, but there's a million things wrong with tennis and the way it's approached to the people, but that's not Iga Swiatek's business, and it's certainly not her fault. Far from it. Vanch, any post-match thoughts before we do go bigger picture?
No, honestly, on the match itself, I think we covered it. Iga won 11 of the last 12 games from a breakdown, but it kind of just felt like even though Paolini got that break, and I liked her attitude in the first 5 games, after that it just felt like a bridge way too far for her, and Iga was just way too good for Paolini to ever settle after that.
Mario, being a fellow Italian, let's just get a little word on Paolini and her run to the final. I mean, I saw Jasmine in September last year in Monastir. I was really pleased and really impressed with her there getting to the final. But that day, she played Elise Mertens in the final. And I think Elise won, something like 6 or 7 games in a row. Or I don't remember what the run was. Maybe it was more. It might have been 9 games in a row. I don't remember. And it was like, oh, okay. And her and Elise Mertens, it felt like Elise Mertens was here and Paolini was here. And that's just how it is. And unbelievable that 8 months later, I would never have believed that day that Jasmine Paolini was going to be in the French Open final.
Yeah, absolutely. In the end, she just got a bit better and a bit better and a bit better. So it almost, feels huge, of course, feels a surprise that she's in the final, but maybe we've seen more shocking finalists in Grand Slams, considering all things considered how, this season is going. In the end, she's been actually very consistent this year. A couple of early losses, but no more. And so, I would say that once she beat Rybakina, for example, I thought very confident about her semi-final against Andreeva, even if she had lost against him in Madrid, but not because Andreeva is not going to be a stronger player, but just due for for circumstances, and also what we saw in Madrid. We saw two players, who could have both beaten the other in that day. So yeah, I would say that it's a huge achievement. It's an achievement to to cheer for her, because it's something huge, especially at 28, with the career you're having, with your, this kind of steady but constant progress. And now she has done it. She's reached the top, because she has won a WTA 1000. She has made a Grand Slam final. And you know what? There are only two Italian women in history that have done both. And, it's the other is Pennetta, even if Pennetta won both finals. Both in the 1000 and in the slam. So you've reached an incredible result, which is also difficult to put into perspective just right now. And I'm sure that she will think about that, not tomorrow, because her tournament isn't over, but in the next few days, for sure.
I'll just say that, like, this year we've mentioned a lot that, like, if Rybakina and Sabalenka are able to match Swiatek in terms of their ceilings, in terms of their peak games, maybe they're not as consistent. So if they are in the other half of the draw and they lose somewhere, then it becomes like kind of, anyone can reach the final. And that's not a dig at Paolini, because that already happened to her twice this year. Dubai, Roland Garros. So I mean, in a way, she's definitely been like the next best thing this season. And in Dubai, she managed to win the final. Of course, today she didn't.
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's just go a little bit bigger picture here in terms of Iga and she's getting. I mean, she's legendary status in French Open clay territory already, which is just, for me, it's you win probably 2 French Opens, 3 French Opens, you're already in that conversation, because there's just not many people in history have ever done that. I mean, does she need to win Wimbledon? Does she need to win more slams on hard courts, Vanch, for us to sort of... Legend is a subjective term, because many people, especially if they're an Iga fan, will already have her in that territory. But are we already talking about one of the legends of the sport, Vanch?
Yeah, I think she's a legend of the sport already, and kind of in that all-time great territory. But the thing is, I mean, if she could win all the slams, that would cement her for sure. I mean, I think Wimbledon is definitely something she can achieve in her career for sure, even in the next 4 or 5 years. And Australian Open as well. I actually think that might be harder to win than Wimbledon.
Okay.
That's kind of my feeling. But I do predict that at the end of her career, I made this prediction with Iga and Carlos that I think they'll win they'll have the career slam. Yeah.
And if only there was... We should get a podcast or something, Mario, and call it the Iga and... No, let's call it the Alcaraz and Swiatek show, I think.
Swiatek has to be first, women first.
Maybe, but then if we go Alcaraz and Swiatek, and I'll tell you why, it's ass. So, there's something to play with there in terms of the play on words. And if you're tuning in and wondering why I've gone in this strange direction, it's because Damien and Vanch have a podcast called the Iga and Carlos Show. So make sure you check that out. Of course, there'll be plenty. Oh, wow, you guys. I think we spoke about this before, where did you have them both win a title 1 week recently? Or Indian Wells, right? Yeah, Indian Wells. Yeah. But that's the only time in the 50 or 60 week history of the show, I believe. Am I right? And yet, in 24 hours or so, we might have the biggest blockbuster, the 4-hour episode of Iga and Carlos show incoming. So keep an eye out to that, and make sure you download and tune into their podcast. But having spoken to Damien in Estoril about how many the numbers you're getting for your show, I don't think we need to promote it, because I think you're tripling the numbers I'm getting on the podcast download. So don't download. No, you can download the show, of course.
There are a lot of Iga Swiatek fans in the world. But yeah, I mean, basically since the beginning of the clay season, I think both me and Vanch were like, I mean, Roland Garros double. I mean, I feel it, Do you feel it? Yes. And like that was pretty much half our conversations. So 50% of the way. Obviously, this seems to be the easier 50% of the way. But then again, I mean, Iga had to save a match point along the way. And that's maybe something as well that, bigger picture is a topic here. Just the fact that obviously this now becomes like a proper legendary what-if moment. If Osaka beats Swiatek there, who knows what sort of what would just unveil on the courts in Paris. No one has a clue. No one will ever know. Osaka, of course, knows these moments herself, having beaten Muguruza in Australia, right, and then won the title.
Yeah.
So saving match points. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely a match that will be memorable, that will be remembered, if not only for its quality, but also for the match points. And when it comes to Iga winning other slams, I think this only puts more pressure on her at Roland Garros, right? I mean, yesterday with Nick on the post Zverev Ruud analysis, I think I was actually mentioning that Alcaraz, like for someone like him, you need to win a slam every year to make it a success. Like, it doesn't matter how well you do in like ATP thousands, WTA thousands, WTA finals, ATP finals. If you don't win a slam and you're considered a player like Alcaraz or Swiatek, it's a failure. It's just a bad year for you. And Iga, of course, because she's not been doing well at the other slams, I mean, she hasn't threatened to win any other slam that Roland Garros other than that one US Open, not one edition. Because of that, there's even more pressure on her Roland Garros. But I don't know, maybe now she just enters the next two playing a bit more freely, and I mean, she's gonna be in contention. We know what her consistency is, even on hard courts or on grass, like in terms of just beating the first few players without many issues. And I don't know, maybe she gets into the quarters, the semis, and actually this time manages to convert. Who knows? But certainly if she is going to be like, in terms of like 10, 15 slams or something like that, if she wants to do it just by winning Roland Garros, she needs to dominate it the same way Nadal did. For now, she's kind of on track.
She is kind of on track, yeah.
She is on track, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about this sort of legendary status that I'm kind of already putting upon her, Mario?
For me, she's a legend, first of all, because how many players are able to win 5 slams? 5, it starts becoming a huge number. And so, I mean, then I am always, you all know how I am, like, I always try to stay kind of feet on the ground with the no, it's the opposite, sorry. For me, winning some slams, it's something huge in itself. So, and I think that she's won 5. She has legendary, run also as the world number 1, so many weeks staying there and so many titles. Yeah, for sure, of course, it would be nice. I feel like it's a small niche group, those players who complete the career Grand Slam. So for sure, it would be a big addition. For example, I think that's, for example, the biggest reason why Sharapova, Venus Williams has 2 more slams, but Sharapova having the career Grand Slam, it's huge, even if you win a couple less, sorry, in my opinion. So for sure, it would be a very, very big thing. But in the end, when you have, you are number 1 in the world, and also not for a few weeks, but as one of the, players who stay there the most, and you have 5 slams, you earned to be among the legends of this game. Then, of course, having won 4 French Opens, maybe these 5 slams, maybe there can be a little bit of pressure, of course, for her to, perform well also, especially in the 2 that she hasn't yet won. But let's see, she still has a lot of time. So I would say that being 23 and having all this, I would say, legend, it fits well. That's what I think.
And you mentioned Sharapova there as well. And she also has 5 slams. And let's just be honest, like, other than the status in terms of, contracts, sponsorships and stuff, like, Sharapova has nothing on Swiatek.
Right, yeah. 5 Grand Slams, by the way. I mean, how many women have done that in history? 5 or more, I mean. What are we looking at? 15 players? I don't know. More or less, I don't know.
Counting, but I mean...
Yeah.
It's still not a big group, so
no, exactly.
They can be 2 more, 2 less, but it doesn't make that much.
What do you think? What do you think is a sort of a thing? Because on this topic, would you rather have 10 Grand Slams or 5 Grand Slams, but they are on at each of the 4, majors. So you've got, let's say, 2 Roland Garros, 1 Wimbledon, 1 US, and 1 Australia. What is kind of the more glittering CV? If you've got 10 Grand Slams, but 8 of them were in Paris and 2 were at the US Open, or it's almost an Agassi-Sampras kind of thing going on with this debate. But the problem with that one is that Sampras was the leading guy with 14 for so many years that everyone would still, and he also got 3.
Here I argue with everybody because I am the Agassi supremacist.
I like the Agassi CV. I just think that, and I would, of that little debate I just said there, 5 and 10, I'd probably go 5. Certainly for tennis enthusiasts and tennis nerds, I think I would go for the 5 over the 10. But then if you compare it with Sampras, who got him across 3 slams, and he was the leader with 14 for so many years. So Agassi was never the leader, if you like. But Ghost here saying Agassi was better than Sampras. I mean, certainly I found Agassi more fun to watch. What are you thinking on these topics, Vanch?
Yeah, I mean, Agassi, Sampras. The thing is, if the slam gap is so big, then obviously then Sampras still probably outweighs it and stuff. And then you look at their rivalry, and then the major finals that Sampras won like 4 of their 5 major finals and most of their big matches. But going back to Iga, it's absolutely it's absolutely legendary. But I do think like at some point she's gonna win all 4. I don't know when, I don't know where, but I don't know when, like and in the time frame. But I would say when her career is over, that's kind of my feeling that she's gonna get all 4. Like I definitely see her winning Wimbledon and Australian Open at least once.
I mean, Wimbledon is next. I've got Hubie Hurkacz as well, congratulating Iga. I mean, Wimbledon is next. What are we thinking in terms of that? Where does she rank right now in terms of the favourites for Wimbledon? Is she 3rd favourite, 4th favourite, 2nd favourite? What are your thoughts, Damien? Oh, go on, Mario. Mario's got something to say. Go on, Mario. First?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought this meant I want to speak about this, and then, but actually,
she's more vulnerable. At least maybe I can say that it's equal between her and and for example Sabalenka, Rybakina fit. But for me, I can't say that she's player is below anybody I just can't. Even if I don't know, she can play so well when she plays well, and she has what it takes, in my opinion. So yeah, she is a bit more vulnerable, but for me, it's difficult for me to say that she's 3rd or 4th favorite. That's my take. And
I don't know, man. I mean, we might as well run into a similar situation like last year with Wimbledon when we were entering it, and Iga was like the betting favorite. Iga was the favorite in terms of percentages because she just had the best draw. She was simply more, let's say, it was more likely that she gets to the quarters. Eventually, of course, it was actually very tough for her against Bencic in the 4th round. But like, it was more likely she goes deep than Rybakina or Sabalenka because they were just placed in different parts of the draw. But yeah, I can't honestly say that she's above Rybakina or Sabalenka in the power rankings for now. Like, no, just no. I haven't seen enough to think that she will beat them, either of them on grass, or at least be the favorite over either of them in an individual match. So without seeing the draw, I think 1 is a little much. Like, there's not that many players you can honestly put above her anyway, because you're probably not going Collins. You might try Keys if someone is very like ballsy on her. Goff, I don't know, on grass. What would happen if they play on grass, which I guess for both of them is like, well, kind of the weakest. I have no idea. So I guess you could only really go Rybakina and Sabalenka above her. But yeah, for now, I can't really say she's number 1.
I don't know. My take is that there is a 1-1-1 probably situation right now. I'm not seeing here above them.
If plays Rybakina on grass tomorrow, who's the favorite?
Iga against who? Iga against Rybakina or Sabalenka?
I posed this question with Rybakina in mind. You can also go Sabalenka.
Okay. I mean, if it's just a random one-off match and we've never seen anything over the grass court season, and they're just for some reason playing a match on Tuesday, and it's the most important match of their life, yeah, I guess I'm gonna lean Rybakina. Yeah, I guess. But
that's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think.
But it's, I think it's very small, the margin.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind if I'm not objecting to you suggesting that Swiatek would be fair. Of course, that will change every day over the next 3 weeks as we see Berlin and Bad Homburg and all this. I mean, Berlin, I think, is stacked in a almost Stuttgart-esque. Am I right with that in thinking there's going to be quite a few? Swiatek is playing, for example, and Rybakina and Sabalenka, I think, are all playing Berlin this year. So, yeah.
There are all the top 10 players.
All 10?
Because it was 9 out of 10, but Paolini has entered the top 10 with this run at the French
There you
Open.
go.
So actually, all the top 10 players are...
Good job, Jasmine. Good job.
Good. Yeah, Berlin is going to be awesome then. Hopefully they all...
Who did she throw out of the top 10, by the way?
Collins.
Yeah, Collins is now 11.
Collins got to number 11.
And Collins will get back up there soon anyway, I guess.
Is Collins playing Berlin? No, she's not playing Berlin.
I mean, the WTA schedules are...
No.
But no, she's not. She's only playing Eastbourne and then Wimbledon.
Yeah, that's still good enough, I think. But anyway, yeah, it's a tricky one. But yeah, that'll influence our opinions. Not that I think Berlin winners have tended to do that well at Wimbledon, or am I getting that wrong? Maybe that's recency bias. Just looking at the last
kind of recent event anyway. So
yeah, true. Yeah,
not much history of that.
But I'm also thinking about the Halle Wimbledon curse that Bublik kind of broke last year by winning Halle, and then I'm probably I've got a press pass for Halle this year, but I might also have Berlin. I've spoken to Mario about this already, but we'll maybe talk about this more, but a bit off. Yeah, but anyway, that's a separate issue. We'll talk about that some other time. But yeah, that's going to be stacked, and that's going to give us a few clues. Vanch, just quickly with you on this eager Wimbledon sort of conversation, and you and I are both of the belief that she will win it one day, but we don't quite believe that day to be this year, do we?
Could happen. I mean, depends on draw and form, but I still think the top four
hedging
players,
his bets. That's a classic. Could happen.
The top 4 players in the world, I think, are still the top 4 favorites. I can't really put anybody really above them on grass at this point. Kind of. So I don't know if it's like a 3-way tie, or maybe if they, the thing is, if they play each other, like Swiatek, Sabalenka, Rybakina right now on grass, you think would win if that match was tomorrow. But percentage wise, maybe we might look at the draw again and we'll go Iga is the favorite like we did last year. And
what about this, by the way? What about this? Coco Gauff is world number 2. And assuming she stays there in terms of the seedings, we'll have Rybakina and Sabalenka 3 and 4. Yeah, right. So only one of those though would still stay.
That means we finally get a Gauff versus Rybakina match.
Oh, they could happen, but not.
It could happen. Yeah, 50%.
But Coco could look at a very nice draw to the final potentially. But as I think I'm with Damien on Coco and grass.
Yeah, it will depend on Berlin actually. Because if Sabalenka wins Berlin, she will play Wimbledon as the number 2 seed.
As the number 2. Okay, yeah. She has to win Berlin. Okay, gotcha.
So it depends. Berlin will, if both plays or even if not, will decide who's going to be the second seed.
By the way, being number 3 and 4 for Rybakina and Sabalenka might be better for them rather than being 2 and 4. If we subscribe to the idea that Iga is slightly behind them both on grass, because
I agree.
If they're 2 and 4, then they could be in the same half. Whereas if they are 3 and 4, obviously they can't be. So there are lots of things to play out there, but obviously you want to win tournaments. And Boris Becker now is chatting in English on Eurosport. He's with Mats Wilander and
that's where I closed.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Oh, Becker. I like the guy, but yeah. Okay.
I think John McEnroe was especially disgusting today on the broadcast.
Oh, was he? Why? What was
First of
he?
all, of course, he had no idea what Jasmine Paolini plays, but also he started like criticizing Iga like pretty casually about not wearing more makeup for the final, even though
Oh,
she has.
Really?
Are you
Yeah.
serious? No, no.
McEnroe said that?
I
Yeah.
can't.
Wait, McEnroe or who?
McEnroe.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not really surprised. Wait, is this Eurosport commentary? Like, what?
I don't know. I just saw a lot of tweets about it on my timeline.
Ah, okay.
Okay, maybe I need to listen to the clip to because obviously tweets on timelines can be a little deceptive. But okay, I'll try and find that somewhere somehow. All right, let's find out one more question. Ego-esque. I guess we should focus on that. I mean, a lot of my thoughts in years to come will be about that match with Naomi Osaka. And I like the way Damien sort of mentioned the what if things, because we have got a few of those in tennis that we sort of look back on. I'm thinking about Rafa with the break points against Novak in a semi-final at Wimbledon in 2018, and there was I think a passing shot. And of course, if you're a Roger fan, I think we all know what ifs moment. Sorry, Vanch, sorry, Damien, to mention the what if.
Even that good though, because that's not a what if. Like that's a what if when we know exactly what would have happened, because you have match points in the final.
Yeah, it's not a what if. You're right. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You know where I'm getting at, but yeah, fair. I know what you mean.
It is a what if, I guess, but it's just a very different one where you actually know what happens if the other outcome is right. Here, it's even better because it's the second round,
Yeah,
and you have no idea what happens in the 5 after that. Maybe Coco loses early to someone because she feels more pressure now that the guy is out. Maybe Rybakina or Sabalenka don't lose their quarterfinals. Maybe Osaka wins the thing, and we're just never.
It's kind of like that Tommy Haas Federer match in 2009, right?
Yeah.
In the what was it?
He didn't get match points though. I don't think, did he? He was a break. Was he a break up or break points?
Yeah, he was a break point up at 4-3 in the third. When he said Tommy Haas Federer, I just thought of Stuttgart 2017 instantly, and I was like, what if there?
Yeah,
but he had a break points in the third, and Federer finds the line with the +1 forehand. Yeah, and that would be a good example because by then Rafa is out of the tournament, Roger is out of the tournament,
Exactly.
so.
But then that was up for grabs. Yeah.
Maybe Delpo just 2 slams earlier. Maybe Soderling. Maybe Gonzalez. Maybe Haas.
Yeah.
I have seen Tommy Haas play Roger Federer in Australia in 2006. 5 sets, Federer win. Yeah, I was there for that one. But anyway, Iga Naomi. I remember 1 or 2 people sort of saying afterwards, well, maybe this shows that Iga's going to be more vulnerable this year. I did not subscribe to that opinion at all, and I think I've been vindicated in the fact the way she's gone on to not drop a set since. I was like, it's not going to be like Australia when I think she was sort of looking vulnerable in the first couple of rounds there, and it got kind of progressively worse, if that makes sense, in terms of her obviously going out pretty early. Whereas I thought
to face Rybakina Sabalenka later, right? But I think if we got that final, we would probably be looking at that Osaka match as something that could maybe suggest that, she's beatable. She's beatable. But with the opponents that she got after that.
In answer to a question a bit left field, but I'm going to answer it anyway, Ghosty. No, Nakashima is set down in the first set to Reedy. So that will be for a place in the final in Surbiton, and we'll get hopefully some interviews posted up on our channel pretty soon from Surbiton.
I put on the commentary for a second from that match.
This is the first time, by the way, this is the first time I think I've seen this since I've seen Swiatek's coach interviewed in English.
Yeah, I guess. I don't think I've heard
on mainstream TV anyway.
But I mean, he coached Danilovic. He coached a few foreign players. So.
By the way, look at Korecha there. I mean, he's smiling and staring into his eyes. It's a little bit overawed by it there, Korecha, I think, for some reason. But look, there's a little arm around the shoulder and stuff. Yeah, he's
like if I had Viktorovsky in my team, I would have won that one of these 2 slam finals.
There was a tweet that I almost responded to with Vance recently, didn't I? And you said, "Don't do it, Damien. Don't do it." And that was related to Korecha maybe winning a slam that he never did. Do you remember that a couple of weeks ago or last week? There was a tweet. And you said, "Don't do it." I was actually sharing the screen at the time as I was writing it, I think.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it was like someone who's won one Grand Slam, and I can't remember. That was a Vance tweet anyway.
It was something with Correggia. Yeah. You were about to say that he won a slam or something like that. And I was like,
exactly.
No.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
All right, listen. I think we've done both the match and post Iga thoughts and all the rest of it. Make sure, of course, you tune in tomorrow when we will have the men's final between Alexander Zverev and Carlos Alcaraz.
I just wanted to say that I'm really interested to see what's going to happen at the Olympics, because she will be the huge favorite, and I still think she will do it, but it's still, in my opinion, there will be more pressure than even more pressure if I don't know, it's an event that plays out every 4 years, and if you really care about it, I don't know, can be interesting to see how I still think she is not going to suffer a lot under this pressure, but it just things that popped up right now in my mind, and I'm gonna be interested to see if there's going to be any difference between the French Open campaigns that she had and the Olympics, or if it's going to be just the same way.
A very different event. It only lasts a week, and yeah, I mean, there's going to be pressure which she's going to put on herself. Her last loss at the Olympics, she was crying. She clearly sort of like will also be thinking about representing the country and stuff. There will be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, different kind of pressure, maybe worse pressure in some ways. I mean, some people thrive in these.
Probably more.
Yeah, some people thrive in these situations, that they prefer a collective pressure representing their country, and other people find it more difficult. And I'm thinking about other sports as well. Matthew's got a question here. Are Iga and Hubie playing doubles, Damien?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Hubert is likely going to play all three competitions, just because Zielinski, unless he's in the top 10 by then, which, well, I don't think he probably would have to be in the top 10 after Roland Garros even. So yeah, I mean, Hubert is probably going to play all three, and Iga mixed and singles.
Okay, cool. I think that brings a close to this episode, where, of course, we've just seen Iga Swiatek win her 4th French Open and 5th Grand Slam overall. Mario, Damien, Vance, thank you very much for today, for joining me for this French Open final, and catch up with you all again very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Indeed, yeah, thanks.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
His game when the big occasions come up, so he has to be one of the top favorites. I truly believe, we had a podcast ourselves yesterday, which I do with Patrick Kuhnen, called Mad Dog and Wingman, and we spoke about that obviously as well, the outlook. And I picked Carlos Alcaraz as the winner this year, just because he won just his first title on grass. I think he is extremely, in a way, extremely able to adapt to situations and to challenges, not just because he has the game, just because he's loving it. He loves it to challenge himself. And I think he has learned a lot of players. When you look back at the French Open semifinals against Novak, his breakdown, his physical and mental breakdown, with a lot of players, you would say, like, well, they would struggle with that for the next weeks and months to come. I think with Alcaraz, he has learned a huge lesson from that match, and it will never happen again to him. I think it made him even stronger and a better player. And that's why I really feel like he believes he can Wimbledon, and he wants to prove to the world that that was a one-off and it's not going to happen again. And I think if you would look at it and he would be honest, maybe he would say, like, I want to play the final against Novak, and I want to prove to the people that's not going to happen again, and I'm able to win this. So my pick really is Carlos Alcaraz.
I know we can
Well, hello there, and welcome
Hello.
to Talking Tennis. It is our coverage of the men's French Open final, and I am very, very happy to be joined by the one and only Eddie McGee. Eddie, how are you doing? Is this your first Grand Slam final you've commentated on?
Yes, it must be actually. Yeah. Although I recently did my first Masters final, so it seems a natural progression.
Well,
Yeah.
clearly you know what you're doing. Only the best of the best, I say, are allowed to do Grand Slam finals. But having said that, I think John put all of his best people on the women's final yesterday. That being himself, Damien, Mario, and Vanch. So he brought all the big guns for Iga Swiatek's victory. And obviously, fellow young talent Carlos Alcaraz will be hoping to follow in her footsteps here. Is it, I mean, Eddie, is this a match where Carlos Alcaraz is going in as the favourite, or does that head-to-head with Zverev complicate things a bit?
I definitely think he is the favourite here today, but I don't know if he's as big a favourite as maybe some people make out. But yeah, obviously the head-to-head is one aspect of it, but it's also, I mean, Zverev has undeniably come into this in very good form, and obviously just he won that title in Rome, and he's come through here. I mean, I wouldn't say it's been without hiccups, but he's nonetheless come through pretty strongly, and I think that Alcaraz, I mean, I think it's going to come down possibly down to how well Zverev is going to serve today, because we know how well that he can serve, and it can often be above 70%, or in the Rome final he got it up to 80%, which was kind of ridiculous. But I'm not sure if he'll be able to do that today. But yeah, I mean, I do think, yeah, it's really depends. I mean, it's really hard for me to say if he'll be able to replicate that in this match today. But I'm still sort of expecting Carlos to win, but it could be a difficult one.
Does Carlos have the tools to deal with Zverev if his first serve percentage is high?
I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, I do think he does, but and it also may depend as well on, of course, Alcaraz. He tends to serve a pretty high percentage himself in these matches. So I don't know. I think it. Yeah, I was impressed with him in the last match, how he was able to turn it around, and I do think that, yeah, that impressed me a lot, and I do think he's going to have, he will be able to handle Zverev today. But yeah, I mean, if Zverev, there's only so much that you can possibly do when Zverev if he's serving ridiculously well. I don't think he's in fact, when I looked at his stats, Zverev, his first serve percentage has actually gone down slightly throughout the tournament. So I don't know if that's, obviously the standard of opponents increased, right? So yeah, but I don't know what your thoughts are.
It's indicative of how scrappy Zverev's draw has been. Let's be honest. I mean, very lost to Greek Sport. He went 2-1 down against Rune. He lost the opening set to Casper Ruud. Yeah, he's definitely kind of fought his way through a little bit more, whereas Alcaraz kind of carved his way through, and then Sinner was his real test, which he came through pretty well. And I think for me, the other thing we have to account for is big match mentality. Carlos Alcaraz has won pretty much all of the big finals that he's been in, apart from that Cincinnati final. He played against Djokovic. Obviously, he's won the last the only other two Grand Slam finals he's played at Wimbledon and the US Open. Whereas Zverev obviously famously got tight and gets tight in big moments. I mean, he nearly did serving out that third against Casper Ruud. It's not something that's completely gone away. That US Open 2020 final, he has regrets over. I'd say, Matt, I mean, I'll come to you because it's lovely to have you on here as well.
Yes, nice to be back on.
How do you how do you see the final playing out? You know, if you want to come back on any of the points Eddie and I have made, or if there's any other of this matchup dynamic that we should be looking at.
Yeah, I think, as you've mentioned, I think a lot of it is on Zverev's serve. I think that's a big factor. The head-to-head's interesting because obviously Zverev's got the advantage in 5-4, I believe it is. And he's got their only win in the only previous meeting at Roland Garros. But I kind of see that like as irrelevant in this point. I think the Grand Slam final of it all is bigger, and Alcaraz has obviously been better in Grand Slam finals than Zverev was in his only US Open final. I think Alcaraz will have too much, but I think the first set is really important, especially for Zverev.
It's definitely, yes.
Go on, Eddie.
Sorry, go on.
Get in there, Eddie. Come on.
I was going to say that, yeah, it's definitely more important for Zverev because, I mean, obviously we've seen how Alcaraz responded, not only in that last match against Sinner, after, you know, because the first set was really bad for him, really, let's be honest. But then, yeah, he responded well. And then also, of course, in that match in Wimbledon final against Djokovic, we saw, I mean, that was incredible, really. So yeah, he's someone that always seems to just back himself. It doesn't matter. He might have these moments which are, you know, he has these depths in when he's making errors, but then he'll keep backing himself, and he more often than not he finds his game, you know.
Don't worry, Thriller. I no longer think you're from Manchester, by the way. In the chat, I've just seen that comment. So before the players come out to serve, I want to just get a quick word from you, Eddie, on what you think about the Alcaraz game that he's got that's going to really bother Zverev today, specifically.
Just sheer incredible ability to do pretty much what he wants to do on the court. I mean, I think that he's one of the few guys that will be able to match Zverev in terms of the sheer rally tolerance, but also being able to hit him off the court. But also, yeah, like you say, we talked about this serve. He's one of the best returners in the game. He was able to handle that very well against Sinner. I think he's going to create problems for Zverev in that respect. So.
All right. Well, so far, Zverev's making his own problems because he's missed his. I think he got a let on his first serve here, so we're still. We've only just got underway. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to do point by points. The second serve from Zverev kicks off the top of that and long, and it's a double fault to start this Grand Slam final, which is not a good start for anyone, including the neutrals, who, if there are only watching this match, who. We're probably hoping for a little bit better quality play, but I'll keep going, and like we'll use this opportunity to maybe sync up where our streams are at to see sort of who's ahead, who's behind. Zverev's first set is still finding the net. I don't know if Alex knows that the ball needs to go over the net, but you feel like he would know how this game was played, given he's played. This is his second Grand Slam final. Now we're getting a second serve from Zverev, also into the net. It's another double fault, and he's going over to change the racket. He's blaming his tools. This is not a good start for Alexander Zverev, Matt.
Yeah,
yes.
It's a disaster start for Zverev.
And that's like we were talking about how, you know, Alcaraz is obviously, he knows that he's going to be waiting there to pounce on any slight opportunity on the serve. He's one of the best returners, so maybe that's playing on Zverev's mind. Definitely not a good start, though.
Really, really not a good start. Now Zverev is going to be hoping this new racket is going to be better than the old one as he serves up the tee. Now he's got that one in. That's the monster serve he was looking for. Unreturnable, 15-30. It's just one extreme to the other here with Alexander Zverev. Huge serve as well, well over 200 kilometers per hour. Jake, how many beers are you on right now? That's what I want to know. First serve from Zverev up the tee. Alcaraz gets that one in. There's the return Eddie was talking about. Now it goes for the backhand cross court to the Zverev backhand. Alcaraz then goes cross court on his backhand. Zverev's going to go up the line with the backhand. Alcaraz is going to slide into it lovely with the forehand cross court. Now Alcaraz again moves around, goes for the inside out forehand. He was there, but just pushed it wide, and it's 30 all. So Eddie, did you already see that? Are you about to see that?
Yeah, we're more or less at the same point, so that's good.
I think we are too. Yeah, I think we're all about level.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, we'll do. I mean, like, let us know in the chat if you are watching the match with our commentary, or whether you are listening to us because you can't see the match. I'll still do point by point anyway, but I'd love to know sort of whether you're in situ and how we're going to do this. But we'll come to analysis. It's Zverev's unreturnable serve, 40-30. This is a weird game to start this match off. 40-30. Zverev at the line, bouncing the ball, taking time with some of his service routine, goes out wide. Alcaraz gets a backhand cross court on it. Backhand Zverev again, back to Alcaraz. The trading cross court to the backhand. Zverev's going to change direction with the forehand, drags it wide, deuce. Yeah. Bit of a nervy forehand there from Zverev to try and finish the point off, Eddie.
Oh yeah, I felt that. I may be slightly ahead of you actually in the stream, but not too much.
Okay. Well, maybe Eddie could alert us to any drama that happens here. First serve from Zverev is into the net. I've seen worse starts to a Grand Slam for someone, but this is probably not how he wanted to go. Again, given the nerves we were talking about before this match started. Second serve from Zverev. The forehand of Alcaraz cross court. Forehand Zverev at the middle of the court. Really short. Alcaraz is going to come in behind. Zverev's going to go for the pass. Alcaraz is there. He's too good. There's the style. There's the confidence that Alcaraz has, and he's already forced a breakpoint opportunity. Matt, thoughts on that point?
Yeah, it was kind of just classic Alcaraz. I think Zverev's actually been quite good at the passing shots throughout this tournament from what I've seen, but I think Alcaraz just covers the net better than 99% players on the ATP tour.
Yeah, he really does. I think, that ball was just somewhat too short from Zverev. I don't know if he was trying to bring Alcaraz in. I don't think that looked deliberate. He's already facing a break point now. And first serve is wide. Trying to go out the tee. Thank you, Jake, but I don't get that hard to be better than John McEnroe as a commentator. Zverev is serving. He already was good soon after he retired. Forehand from Alcaraz inside out. Backhand Zverev up the line. Forehand Alcaraz inside in. Oh, what a shot from Alcaraz. He's got the winner. He's jogging to the chair. He's pumped. He's ready for this Grand Slam final. Yeah, again, it's that mentality we were talking about, Eddie. He's just making the best of opportunities when he sees it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's be honest, it was not a great start for Zverev. I mean, he's obviously, I'm guessing feeling some pressure here, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Zverev might settle into it at some point. Obviously, this is early days, so
very early days.
Sorry,
go on, Matt. Go on.
I'll say it's definitely not going to help the nerves that first game at all.
Now we're talking about Alcaraz doesn't have the biggest serve on tour, but it gets him 3 points from time to time. It's still good enough for that. How do we rate the Zverev return?
I mean, he's a good returner. He's a great returner, but I think also one of the reasons that although he doesn't have the biggest serve, Carlos, he is quite good at, I think, choosing which spots to go for, and that's something that's I think he's developed well, and he did well in the last match eventually. But that was a bit of a wild shot there from Carlos. So
I was unexpectedly tight on that forehand.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm seeing the obviously showing the crowd up in the stands, the roof, obviously retractable, but like there's some lucky people in the crowd who are probably in the shade from the Paris sunshine. Alcaraz maybe having a bit of nerves there as the first serve's gone into the net. His serve's not that much slower than Zverev. It's only like 10 kh less than it. It's a double fault. Oh dear. I mean, I'm going to ask this question, and like either of you can kind of come in on this, but is the sun playing a factor here? Maybe like the double fault's coming from one particular end.
Suppose that it's an earlier time of the day and maybe higher sun than earlier in the tournament. And of course, they were just playing on the roof before.
That's true. Alcaraz and Zverev played a lot of their matches like at night or under the roof. They're into a rally now. Alcaraz is going to go for the slice passing shot. Zverev's attempt to pass him goes wide. He was at the net defending, just dragged it wide. It's 15-30.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a opportunity missed there from Zverev. Not a great touch at the net.
Yeah,
because it
not. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying it wasn't like the best passing shot there, was it? So
Alcaraz, I think 15-30. He's not out of the woods yet. Goes out wide with a kick serve, then drop shots. Zverev is reading it, comes in, passes out, gets the job done. Alcaraz goes the wrong way, and Zverev opens up break back points.
It wasn't the best of Alcaraz's drop shots. He's very good at them, and it's a big weapon of his. But I think it was one of his more obvious drop shots.
There we go. So already this Grand Slam final might be getting back on terms as Alcaraz serves out wide again, kicks this Zverev forehand, but it's unreturnable. Zverev pulls the forehand wide off a tricky serve from Alcaraz. It's 30-40. First break point saved by the Spaniard. Currently the number 3 seed, but he will be world number 2 if he wins this tournament, which I think would be the first time Djokovic is outside of the top 2 in the world since 2018. All right.
It's crazy. I can't remember. Was he after the 2022 US Open? Was he outside the top 2?
Oh, he might have been actually. Yeah,
because I seem to remember him jumping after he won the 2023 Australian Open. He jumped up quite a bit.
Yeah, he did. You're right, because like that was a period where there was a lot of people scrapping over that number 1 ranking. Because we've got a rally going on here, by the way. As Alcaraz goes up line with the backhand, Zverev goes up line with his forehand. Backhand, Alcaraz is wide. Zverev breaks back 1-1.
A poor start from both players, really.
Yeah,
both a bit tight. But maybe the sun's playing a part. But like Alcaraz is, we'll have to see how it is when Zverev is serving from this side. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, there were like 4 or 5 players who could get number 1. I think Carlos, Rafa, Casper, Steph, Djokovic, all with chances of getting that number 1 ranking in like late 2022, early 23. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 2022. I'd forgotten about that period. But I think I kind of pushed that period of Djokovic.
Yeah.
Like obviously the reason why he's dropped so low is because he couldn't play a lot of tournaments. But the tournaments he was playing, he was winning.
Yeah, he wasn't the 7th best player in the world. He was just unable to play the biggest tournaments, or some of them.
Forehand long from Alcaraz, who is looking up. It does look like he's looking at the sun there. So I do think maybe something's bothering them, but we'll have to see how it goes. But Zverev's got a point on his serve, 15 love. This match may well be very competitive. Zverev serves out wide, backhand from Alcaraz, looped up and over the baseline, well over. Again, good serve from Zverev, 30 love. And there's that Zverev serve we've been talking about before the match, Eddie.
Yeah. 216 kilometers per hour there.
Are you a kilometers per hour in Korea or miles per hour?
Oh, kilometers per hour here, yeah.
Okay. Ace from Zverev.
I don't think anywhere's miles except Britain and America, right? For miles an hour.
Probably not.
Yeah, I think most places are kilometers these days, yeah.
Can't keep, still lagging behind. Great return from Alcaraz. He gets that in play. Zverev goes back behind with the forehand. So Alcaraz slices. So he's going to put the forehand into the net, 40-15. And there's these tight errors that we're seeing with both players.
Absolutely. I think that's why this first set is so important, because if they are so nervy, the first set is just getting that marker down on the scoreboard and being able to push on from that, really.
Zverev, 40-15. He's got quite the lengthy service routine, but he's actually moving into it now. Goes up the tee, misses it, goes wide.
Yeah, for Alcaraz, I was just going to say that for him, obviously, I mean, it's understandable why both of them have nerves, but I mean, for Alcaraz, this is, the first slam final, you'd say, where he's like clearly the favorite. You could say US Open, but in that one, he's less of the established player, let's say, and than he is now. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that one was kind of fairly even, wasn't it, between him and Ruud on paper. In terms of reputation, it was obviously big breakthrough for whoever won that match. By the way, it was a backhand into the net that ended that point for Alcaraz. So Zverev holds. Whereas, yeah, and then the Djokovic match, he was the underdog against Djokovic on home grass, if you like. And then now against Zverev, he should be the favourite. He's won 2 Grand Slams. He's the highest seed. Yeah, I think you're right. There is a difference in expectation on Carlos in this match. Been some chatter in the chat if you want to kind of jump in on it. There was someone asked the question about who was the better returner, Agassi or Nadal. I feel like it was universally out of those two, Agassi. I think Agassi revolutionized the return of serve, and Nadal had a great return, but the level of anticipation that Agassi had was something else.
Oh yeah, Agassi's return is so satisfying to watch. He also played with a big racket head, like strangely big racket head by most professional player standards. So
that probably also helped.
I mean, yeah, but
all right, well, Serbic out on court now. The change of end is complete. Alcaraz is still deciding which balls he wants to use. Yeah, so far goes out wide with the first serve. Great serve. Zverev gets the return in. Forehand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev having to slide into the backhand. Is he going to find the court with it? No. First point, Alcaraz, 15 love. Much better start for the service game compared to the last one. Yeah, I mean, Matt, it looks like whoever wins this set is going to be the player who settles the quickest.
Yeah, I feel like Zverev needs to win this first set, in my opinion. I feel like if Alcaraz doesn't, I'm less concerned on his behalf. But because in the Wimbledon final, he started quite slowly in the match against Sinner in Indian Wells. He started quite slowly, so he does sometimes have a habit of doing that.
Yeah, that's true. Although maybe again, yeah, it's true. Yeah, he did start slowly against Sinner. He also started slowly in the Wimbledon final against Djokovic.
Mm-hmm.
So far, not so extreme in this one, because I think obviously he did fall 4 love to Sinner and lost that first set 6-1 to Djokovic.
Yeah.
But he's already at 30 love here. Alcaraz now serving second serve short. Backhand from Zverev is so far behind the baseline. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev cross court. The trading cross court. The minute Zverev's going to try and take control of the eye with the forehand, moving Alcaraz from side to side. He's managed to get a racket on it. Forehand Zverev cross court. What an angle! Alcaraz cannot do anything about that angle. 30-15. This is and so far, like when Zverev is able to. His ability to redirect is very impressive. And when he does put pace in his shots, it's hugely challenging. (30-15). First serve at the tee from Alcaraz is so good. He's going to try and pick off the +1 volume. Zverev's going to reach it though. Alcaraz jumps out the way to avoid hitting the ball as it flies out of court. It's 40-15. I mean, Zverev got to it. I don't know if he overplayed that shot or whether that was just really tricky to pick up.
I mean, I don't want to say from my perspective because I'd have done nothing with that, but it did seem like a chance.
Huge return from Zverev. Great angle, but it's an even better drop shot cross court from Carlos Alcaraz. Oh my word! And that's how you get the game. That's it. That's the shot of the day match so far. With 4 games in.
Yeah,
It's a bit more like
beautiful. While sliding out to the right as well.
You found that very satisfying, didn't you, Eddie? That was.
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
I don't know if I could think of any other player who could do anything like that.
I mean, Djokovic has the flexibility, but yeah, even he would.
He never used to
not
drop it that
hit.
short, though.
No.
Maybe. Yeah, it's that the control he has with it.
Mm.
Well, anyway, for 2 games all, Zverev serving. It's a second serve for the German. Zverev goes out wide, forehand cross court from Alcaraz, right back at Zverev, who shanks the forehand. Love 15.
It will be interesting to see who can hold first on that side because no one has so far.
Read my mind, Matt. That's what I was thinking. He's like, is it that side of the court? Where's the shaded side with the roof relative? I'm asking people who've probably never been to that stadium, so I'm not sure. I don't know, be paying attention to the TV pictures. Anyway, backhand up the line from Alcaraz. He forces Zverev to go back to his backhand up the line. Backhand Zverev still trying to hit cross court into Alcaraz's back wing. He was going for the forehand. And then backhand into the net from Zverev. Love 30. And this is Alcaraz looking a bit more. Looking like he's got a bit of rhythm now.
Mm-hmm. Looking more assured than Zverev is just now. But
that is for sure. That is for sure. I don't know whether it's a confidence building from the last game, being on the side where he doesn't have any distractions. But certainly the last few points from Alcaraz, he has being able to counter what Zverev is throwing at him. So here we go. Alexander Zverev serves out wide, but Alcaraz gets a racket, get to back in court short. Zverev is there. Backhand Alcaraz to Zverev, forehand looped up. Backhand Alcaraz again with loop on it. Backhand Zverev into the cross court of Alcaraz. He's changed direction, got the lines. Alcaraz somehow scrambles that back in place. Zverev goes back behind to the forehand of Alcaraz, somehow gets it in court, and Zverev's backhand's found the net. It's love 40.
So good from Alcaraz.
How did Alcaraz keep himself in that point? He got a racket on everything.
Yeah,
it's Zverev through
the
it.
final forehand was. I thought he might have been going for the winner, but it was just good enough anyway to draw the error from Zverev.
Yeah, it did look like he might be swinging through to get to it. Suddenly it's love 40. Zverev already once again under pressure on his serve, and probably more so than previously. First serve is good. Alcaraz finds the return. Alcaraz steps in to take on the cross court forehand. Zverev's going to go for the pass, misses it, puts it in the net, and it's a break to love for Carlos Alcaraz as they change sides 3-2. The big test, Eddie, is how's he going to cope with that side of the court?
That's a good question.
That's the million-dollar question right now. I mean, yeah, Matt, talk to me. Is it a case of just Zverev just couldn't consistently keep up the intensity in those rallies against Alcaraz?
I do feel like since that drop shot on his on game point of his own serve, I feel like Alcaraz has sort of stepped up a bit, found his swagger a little, and he just seems like he's in control of most of the points, especially in that Zverev service game.
He's hitting him with a lot more confidence now.
Yes, definitely. But it will be interesting to see if he can get that first hold on the side that seems to be causing issues.
And like, how much frustrating it must it be for Zverev that everything he's trying, like he's redirecting, he's not taking the pace off, but Alcaraz is running everything down.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that Alcaraz is not necessarily hitting winners off every shot, but he's forcing a lot of errors out of Zverev. All
right, stepping out to serve. Let's see if it is possible to hold serve from the side of the court that Alcaraz is on now. You can see from that Alcaraz has managed to win the last 6 points, which usually means he's going to lose the next one. First serve is out wide. Zverev gets the forehand and plays short. Cross-court forehand from Alcaraz. Zverev gets a racket on it, goes forehand. Alcaraz, oh my word! Played fast and loose with that baseline, but he finds it with incredible topspin. He gets the first point. That was high risk, but it paid off. Eddie, your thoughts on that shot from Alcaraz?
Yeah, superb. I mean, it just seems like the forehand is really, he's on it right just now. So, yeah.
15 love. Alcaraz serves. First serve is out wide. Zverev gets it in court. Back forehand up the line from Alcaraz, moving Zverev from side to side. Alcaraz goes back to the Zverev forehand this time. Now Alcaraz cross-court backhand. Zverev keeps backhand in the backhand corner. And Alcaraz goes long with the backhand. 15 all. Can see by Zverev is trying to avoid that forehand.
Yeah, it's causing a lot of issues for him, so it's probably the sensible pattern of play for him.
$15 Nice bit of resilience from Zverev in that previous point. You get the sense there's going to be quite a few long rallies. What's this, Addy?
Just laughing at John's silly comment.
Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to seeing it. 15-all. Alcaraz serves middle of the box. Cross court from Zverev. Cross court Alcaraz on the forehand. Zverev goes to the court. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Got Zverev on the slide. The stretch backhand cross court is not enough. That's 30-15.
It's so satisfying watching Alcaraz when he's really swinging through the ball like that.
Yeah, you can tell like he's finding confidence on every shot right now. So far, proving the esteemed viewers of Talking Tennis correct, who have played him as the favourite, way more accurate than the win predictor that Infosys provides. First serve return is long from Zverev, bringing Alcaraz to game points 40-15, and maybe breaking the curse of whatever is happening on that end of the court early on. Maybe it was just nerves and nothing to do with the sun. Jake is asking me for my predictions. Jake, if you're watching, I mean, I'm going into this saying I went into this thinking Alcaraz in 4. So let's see how that goes. First serve is long from Alcaraz. Second set, backhand up the line from Zverev. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev is there to meet it with his cross-court. Backhand sliced by Alcaraz. Zverev is going to go up the line with his backhand. Alcaraz forehand puts it in Zverev's corner. Zverev cannot get a racket on it. And Alcaraz holds for 4-2. That was a nasty bit of spin on it to kick it out of Zverev's range there, Matt.
Yeah, the curse is officially ended by Alcaraz. Well, Zverev still needs to break that curse for himself, but Alcaraz is just finding a different level in these last few games.
No doubt about it. He's definitely swinging for it now. Starting to see some. Let's see some.
Let's see if Zverev can actually respond, because we've really not seen too much positive from him, to be honest.
There was that service game when he held for a 2-1 lead. That was pretty good, but that was not a positive forehand. It's just dumped in the net.
Yeah.
Love 15. Yeah, Zverev looks like he's feeling somewhat up against it.
Mm-hmm.
The questions popped into my mind, but probably one to wait for the end of the set. Zverev goes out wide with his serve. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev cross court. But Alcaraz keeping the cross court rally going. Now Alcaraz changes direction with the backhand. Zverev's there to meet it with a forehand. Alcaraz drop shots. Zverev scrambling forward. He's going to reach the drop shot, but cannot get it over the net. It's love 30. That was, I don't know. I mean, like, Matt, I don't know what your thoughts are. I don't think that was Alcaraz's best drop shot, but I don't know if Zverev was quick enough to reach it.
Yeah, I think it was was an all right shot, a drop shot. It was a goodish drop shot, but I feel like Zverev just didn't anticipate it as much as he probably should have.
That's the disadvantage. More in the return games. But like, it's insane how far behind the baseline these guys are standing to receive. Back up for this. Oh, serve from Zverev is a let, so we're resetting here. That was a nice return from Alcaraz though, and that's going to rattle Zverev a little bit. That Alcaraz got a racket on it. Zverev is playing a little bit with his string tension there. Love 30. Zverev is definitely under pressure, and maybe, yeah, it's nothing to do with the end of the court. Maybe it's just all on him. First serve out wide from Zverev. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Find up the line from Zverev. Alcaraz is there. It doesn't look like it's coming back over the net, though. Just reaches the net. So Zverev gets that point, 15-30, but yeah, he's going to have to try and find a way past Alcaraz where he can.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, this is a must-hold game, probably, as far as this set is concerned.
Does Zverev need a drop shot of his own? Or is Alcaraz too quick?
Too quick.
Well, if he's standing all the way back there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
That's the thing. It's like, if Alcaraz gets close to the baseline, no. But if he can keep Alcaraz pinned back, then maybe. Zverev looks like he was coming in behind that first serve, which he's missed. Alison van Uytvanck, the women's Surbiton champion. I don't know if we've got a men's champion yet, have we? First serve out wide from Zverev. Backhand up the line. To the forehand of Alcaraz cross court. Forehand up the line from Zverev. Alcaraz goes cross court with the backhand. Zverev continues the cross court backhand exchange. Now Zverev goes inside out forehand. Backhand looped up by Alcaraz. Hits the court. Zverev's got the awkward forehand, which he puts long. 15-40. More break points for Alcaraz. It looks like Zverev is struggling to deal with Alcaraz's spin a little bit. So if you have any thoughts on that, Eddie?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely happened a few times when sometimes on the return or that ball there, big spin deep, and it's drawn the error from Zverev. Zverev's really need to.
Interesting here. So he goes for the forehand cross court to the Alcaraz forehand, who's trading cross court forehand to the minute. Zverev's going to go up the line and go up behind it. So Alcaraz is going to slice. He's going to reach the volley from Zverev. Zverev's going to have to get a swing backhand volley. Alcaraz picks it up still somehow. Zverev has to go up the middle of the court. Five from Alcaraz into the net. Going for the pass. He had the pass on. That was not as hard a shot as he had to hit at some points in that rally. And he's probably a little bit disappointed with himself. He didn't get that one. 30-40. Matt, you have something to say on that?
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a weird analogy, but it's like a football match where you do all the hard work, get in front of goal, and miss the target. I feel like he did the hard work, and the easier work he couldn't quite execute.
Yeah, easier because Zverev was right there at the net, and it is somewhat intimidating when your opponent's right at the net because you know you've got to get it past. You know it's got to be good enough to do that. Zverev, another break point to save, goes up the tee. Alcaraz gets a backhand on it. Backhand Zverev cross court. Backhand Alcaraz is a drop shot. Zverev is going to anticipate, comes in, scoops it up the line. Alcaraz scoops up the drop shot. It's overhead from Zverev. Alcaraz gets a racket on it because it was too close to Alcaraz. Forehand from Zverev up the line. Short. Backhand Alcaraz into the net. That's another shot that Alcaraz could have put away. Ends up in the net, and it's back to deuce.
Yeah, potentially very important point for Zverev there. He did pretty well with that little shot right into the corner there.
Yeah, again, another backhand.
But he felt like, a little bit of a let off there, obviously, on that break point. So let's see if Zverev can close out this game.
Yeah, still at deuce, still room for things to still room for things to improve. That's an ace from Zverev. That's the first ace he's had in a while. An advantage for the German here. That's exactly what he needed. Alcaraz moving on a bit. Huge serve again, as always, from Zverev. He's stepping up to try and hold this game. So only about sort of 30-odd minutes on the clock. First serve at the D. Back forehand in play from Alcaraz. Forehand short from Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Long. Game Zverev. And yeah, the tightness seems to have come back into Alcaraz's game. Yeah, I think Eddie, I'd love to hear your thoughts on like how confident are you in Alcaraz like putting this behind him?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, well, I think he can absolutely put it behind him, but I mean, it's just he's just interesting like that because I feel like he has that in him where he can sometimes sort of. I'm not going to say like, I mean, maybe it's a little bit nervous, but sometimes maybe he's just sort of loses a little bit of focus. That's what it seems like to me sometimes. But then, yeah, of course he can bounce back, but yeah, just feels like a big opportunity missed there because we could have gone up the double break and that set would have been over. But now we're back on just at 4-3, and I think Zverev now feels like he's in the match, and that was a pretty positive period of play for him. So
yeah, that positive for Zverev. Although I would say, and I'd love to hear Matt's thoughts on this, it does feel like there's moments that Zverev's in the match is when Alcaraz is letting him in.
Yeah, I would agree because especially those 2 break point opportunities Alcaraz had, he did the hard work to get himself an opportunity to take the break, and kind of, I don't know if he got overexcited over something. It just didn't work, and kind of gifted Zverev the point, which is interesting because it was a big hold for Zverev because it really, that game kept this set alive.
It has indeed kept this set alive. They have new balls here on Philippe Chatrier, and Alcaraz is serving at 4-3 with those balls. First serve is good. The return from Zverev is long, and it's 15-love. Both players really pushing the lines now. Alcaraz clearing his spot, getting ready to serve, making sure the baseline's nice and clear. Picks up a new ball, gets ready to serve. Serves up the tee. Forehand Zverev looped up. Alcaraz is there with his forehand cross court. Zverev's forehand. There's so many moon balls in this rally. They're cross court moon ball forehands right now. More from Alcaraz. He's trying to find as much spin to hit the baseline. Now he's changing up for a drop shot, but Zverev has read it. Attacks with the pass on the base. Attack on the baseline. Alcaraz puts his forehand into the net's love, and it's 15-all. Again, Zverev. I think it was a better drop shot from Alcaraz, but Zverev is also much better at anticipating.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the best choice there. Yeah, it's just like if he's going to do it, I think he just gave him that little bit of time to see that he was doing it. It wasn't too disguised.
Okay. Yeah. All right, it's 15-all. We've got Alcaraz serving. First serve from Alcaraz is into the net. Second serve. Out wide. Forehand cross court from Zverev. Not quite there. Into the backhand corner of Alcaraz. Alcaraz is now at the net. Zverev has pushed him back with that lob, though. Inside out forward from Alcaraz. Zverev has got a racket on it still. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Zverev has got the drop shot. Alcaraz drop shots him. Here we go. Oh, committing cat mouse at the net, which Alcaraz wins. That's the kind of thing he likes to do. 30-15. Gets the job done away at the net. Thought it was a drop shot there, but not quite. Yeah, good. I mean, like, that was a bit of a tense point from both. Alcaraz just about won it, right, Eddie? They called you Damien there. Wrong person.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a well played point from Alcaraz there, and yeah.
Alcaraz serves out wide. Great return for Zverev. Oh, but Alcaraz puts it away from the midcourt. 40-15. It was a high ball. That was a really tricky shot, but he pulled it off.
Yeah, not an easy ball at all to take out the air, but just watches it carefully.
Curves it into court where he needed to be. He's got game points to maintain his break advantage. That's an interesting stat there, that Alcaraz is much more on Zverev's first serve than Zverev is on Alcaraz's, but it's a second serve that Zverev's going to get a look at here as Alcaraz is trying to close this game out, try and put himself a game away from taking a set lead in this Roland Garros final. Forehand cross court from Zverev. Alcaraz goes up line with his forehand. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Alcaraz has to slice that one. Backhand Zverev again to the backhand corner of Alcaraz, who changes direction. Forehand Zverev off the short ball from Alcaraz. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Forehand Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz. Middle court. Now Zverev tries to go up the line to the inside out. Now we've got a drop shot again from Alcaraz, but super deep. Catches Zverev out. How deep it lands. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev again gets the racket right. Slice from Alcaraz. Is somehow in court. Zverev tries to put some angle on that cross-court forehand. It clips the top of the net. And if it hadn't done that, it might have landed in. But it has clipped the net, falls out, and Alcaraz holds. And he looks very relieved about that, Eddie.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that was interesting that we thought he was going to hit the drop shot. It was like the deep slice. And then he hit another sort of deep slice after that. It was quite, yeah. But just too much for Zverev.
Here we go. Yeah, I mean, like Alcaraz seems to be very much using the slice a lot more now in this match.
Yeah, I think he's really trying to utilise that variety. But I would say both players seem to be playing better now, and it seems to be producing better rallies. So it's interesting that Alcaraz still seems to be coming out on top.
Okay, can Zverev hold from this side of the court? He hasn't done that yet. She gets a short return from Alcaraz. Backhand from Alcaraz across court. Backhand Zverev. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev tries to pick that forehand up, puts it in the net. Love 15. Maybe Alcaraz just likes one side of the court more than Zverev doesn't like one side. Or he's just got himself into a nice little rhythm here. Eddie, did you have a point there? I heard you take a breath.
No, it's just like, yeah, he's talking about the variety. Yeah, obviously Alcaraz has, incredible variety. He's got so many tools in his locker. Why not use it all?
Oh, short forehand from Alcaraz, who is then forced into an error by Zverev. 15-all. Yeah, again, Zverev, that clipping the top of the net actually works in his favour this time. Reluctant apology from the German. 15-all, this game very, very much in the balance, early stages. First serve from Zverev is out wide, backhand from Zverev up the middle of the court, backhand cross court from Alcaraz has got an incredible angle. Zverev is forced to slice it, forehand up the line from Alcaraz. He's going to try and cover the mid-court, scoops that up from no man's land. Oh, Zverev tries to attack with a backhand. He wasn't sure if that ball was out from Alcaraz. I thought it was out, but it must have clipped the line. And, well, Zverev is now fighting up at 15-30.
Done incredibly well from that situation, but yeah.
I think Alcaraz was somewhat fortunate to win that point, given he was a little out of position on the court.
Yeah. Agreed. I think it was a bit of an awkward pickup, but he did well with it, and the court was quite open, really, for Zverev to hit the passage shot.
First serve from Zverev up the middle, long. Second serve for Zverev. Currently teetering here. Don't forget, he's been broken twice this set already. Got one of the breaks back, but Zverev now goes for the second serve. Alcaraz moved in to attack it already on the backhand. Now we've got a forehand up the line from Zverev. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. The forehand of Zverev cross court. Find Alcaraz. Oh, he tried to find the angle, puts it in the net. He was really going for that one, 30-all. And now it's Zverev's turn to be somewhat fortunate. Bit of a slap forehand from Alcaraz there. Definitely an unforced error according to that graphic. So Zverev potentially 2 points away from holding and forcing Alcaraz to serve this set out and breaking the curse for him on that end of the court. But that first serve is off the top of the net and well in. So it's another let. We're going to reset here. One of the big points of the set coming up here on Talking Tennis. If you are enjoying the coverage so far, please like this video. Subscribe if you can. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz, really short on the return. Great cross-court backhand from Zverev, who changes the direction, but hooks the forehand over the baseline. We have set point for Carlos Alcaraz. That was a wasted opportunity for Zverev, wasn't it, Matt?
Yeah, he seems a bit bamboozled, and he looked frustrated with himself after that point. But it just feels like Alcaraz is really controlling the tempo of this match, and every point seems to be on his racket.
Set point, Carlos Alcaraz. What can Zverev do? He's going to need a big first serve here, which he gets, but Alcaraz gets a racket on it, gets a decent return in play. Now steps in to take on the forehand up the line. Zverev is going to struggle with that, but hooks the forehand short. Alcaraz goes cross court. Zverev cannot get that angle. Alcaraz takes the first set 6-3 and looks very, very good here in Roland Garros. Eddie, thoughts on that set?
Alcaraz eventually stepping up, and after a slow start, showing some of his best tennis. And for Zverev, it feels like, well, he never really got going, and I think perhaps that he looks nervous, so he's got a lot of work to do now, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to respond.
I'm going to leave you two to talk about the set. I need to take a quick break.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you think, Matt. I mean, Zverev actually, when I look at his first serve percentage there, you see it's got 74%, which is not bad at all, but he's won very few of those serves. So, I mean, it's what he's doing after that. It's not been good enough.
Yeah, I feel it feels like because of how deep Alcaraz is standing on the return, it feels like the impact is quite minimal, and he's hit two aces, but they kind of feel like very small part of his service games, and it just feels like Alcaraz is really looking to break every single game, which sounds obvious, but at the same time, it feels like he's got a good chance of breaking every game. I really think that Zverev needs a drop in Alcaraz's level to have a chance in this match.
Yeah, and that might come because it's not, not unheard of with Alcaraz for that to happen. But I mean, now that he's on top here, I feel like if he loosens up maybe a little bit too much, we might see some errors creep in, and that might create a bit of pressure. But for Zverev, he's really going to have to. It's like, I think normally when he gets a lot of first serves and he's able to do something with the first shot after that. But like you said, that Alcaraz is returning very well, and
I think it's also interesting that obviously because Alcaraz got that break, he is serving first in the second set, which I think is another advantage to him.
Friend of the show is currently at 2-2 in a tiebreak in the first set in Surbiton. That's Lloyd Harris, by the way.
Yes, I wasn't. I was pretty confident. I didn't want to put my neck on the line.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, while this slam final is going on, we've got smaller tournaments playing their finals at the same time. That's the
never stops.
No.
I mean, I think the most surprising thing is, I don't know if he'll play it, but Zverev is actually supposed to play in Stuttgart next week. Which,
yeah, I mean, he might want to just play in his home country, but
yeah, I think he does have a bye, so that might give him a bit more time. But
I mean, probably if it was me, but I'm not a professional tennis player. But if it was me, I would take a break. But yeah,
I think especially as there's an event in Halle the following week.
Right. Yeah. That was a lovely drop shot there. This time
That
on the
is-
backhand side.
That's what he's been looking for.
Finally,
that's-
Alcaraz's drop shot works.
And that's something that, you know, Zverev could do with his serving as well, to get, you know, take advantage of his good serving. But yeah, he just really hasn't been able to do that so far.
Alcaraz goes back behind Zverev. Oh, he played a high-risk shot, but it worked. 40 love. Very, very high risk. Yeah, I say high risk because he probably didn't need to put that much length on it. Don't know if
It's a
you
bit
think.
too good.
Yeah. Like, I'm impressed out, Carlos, but you know, don't showboat too much. Yeah. So I was going to have the match stats up here, and I realized I never actually did. Alcaraz serve is, well, Alcaraz is fixing the clay for some reason. I don't know why he's doing that, but he's lost that point, 40-15, thanks to an Alcaraz unforced error. Maybe he's not happy with how things are looking. Anyway, so the new point for Alcaraz, who serves, first serve is into the net. And after a really strong start to this game, things might be going off the rails a little bit here. Second serve, forehand Zverev cross court, forehand Alcaraz is long, 40-30. It's a big shout here. Big shout here. Like Zverev is looking like he's got an opportunity here. But still one more point for Alcaraz to take this game. First serve out wide. Ooh, just missed. Just missed, though. Doesn't want to take the foot off the gas too much here, does Carlos. Second serve is close to the line. Now Alcaraz goes up line with his forehand. Forehand cross court from Zverev. Alcaraz keeps the cross court rally going. So does Zverev. Oh, he forces the error from Alcaraz. Oh, just clips the top of the net. That was a great angled forehand from Zverev, and Alcaraz struggled to do something with that this time. What do you reckon? Is that seems to be Zverev gaining a little bit of confidence there, Matt?
Yeah, I think he needs to start forcing the agenda because Alcaraz on top is not going to be. It's never going to play into Zverev's hand. So Zverev needs to start forcing the issue himself.
Forehand drop shot from Alcaraz as Zverev scoops up the forehand backhand lobbed by Alcaraz. Way too long. It's breakpoint Zverev.
And you really felt like with Alcaraz, the way he hits his lobs, that he probably should have made that. You know, wasn't the easiest thing, but
yeah, I don't know what was wrong with that. Maybe there was just not enough spin on it, but you know, that was a makeable lob. You're right, Eddie. Alcaraz has managed to save some break points, though. He does again with an unreturnable first serve. You can see it clipping the line there. Absolutely fantastic. 78% first serve wins for Alcaraz, 48% first serve wins won by Zverev, according to the graphic that's just flashed up. I mean, that's shockingly low for the German with such a good serve. We talked about that being key at the beginning before the match started. Zverev goes up the line with his forehand. Alcaraz pushes him back with that backhand, plays with the line there. And the backhand to the Zverev forehand, who goes cross court Alcaraz with the forehand. Zverev goes up the line this time. Alcaraz is there. Zverev tries to go for the backhand of the line, misses it, and he looks like he's about to smash the racket, but decides against it. But he's clearly very frustrated. He's put that backhand long.
Support this from Zverev.
Definitely going to be disappointed with that. I feel like that's almost where, you know, Zverev is normally at his best. It's sort of awkward, like rallies that he just, you know, he's got really good rally tolerance that he's able to just keep it going and then eventually finds his range, but yeah, that wasn't good.
The Alcaraz first serve is out wide, really good. Forehand cross court from Zverev, forehand cross court Alcaraz. Now they're trading forehands cross court. Alcaraz is going to go up the more in the middle. Backhand inside out from Zverev. Alcaraz is going to have to scramble that forehand back into play. Zverev's going to step in and take on that forehand. Alcaraz slices it into the net. Deuce. This game's keep going. And that was actually Zverev did a really good job of working the point back in his favour, Eddie.
This is if yeah, this is going to be a big chance, I think, for Zverev. Breaking here would be a big boost for him.
He's currently juice number 3. Which ends with Alcaraz getting the point.
Good serve out wide.
Yeah.
It's like
Alcaraz stepping up, try and put this game away. He's had a little bit of trouble here, but maybe some of that was self-inflicted. Some of that was Zverev trying to get himself into this match. Alcaraz serves great first serve. Zverev scoops it into play. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev slides into the forehand. Alcaraz is at the net. Oh, he's put it in the net. He's put the follow-up forehand into the net, trying to scoop it low off the ground, and it's deuce. Yeah, you look a bit shocked about that one, Eddie.
I mean, not that shocked. I thought Zverev did pretty well to get it back, but yeah, it's certainly a shot that you maybe expect Alcaraz to make with his field that he's got. So,
oh, what a return from Zverev!
Wow, and that was just left from Alcaraz, wasn't it?
Yeah, Alcaraz came into the net. Zverev looped up the return, and Alcaraz did not even attempt an overhead. He decided to just see where it was going, and it landed inside the baseline. It's break point Zverev. How on earth? That is one of the returns to the match so far. Great serve out wide from Alcaraz, and then follows up with a forehand up the line. Too good. It was a winner. Forehand winner. Zverev cannot reach it. Back to deuce. Matt, how important is this game going to be to decide the outcome of the set, or is this game happening way too early in the set for them any momentum from it to carry?
I think it's important for Zverev because Alcaraz seemed at the start of this game like he was just going to race through it and continue on from the first, but I think it's important for Zverev to get that early break, especially when there's so much jeopardy on his own serve. I think it's important.
First serve into the net from Alcaraz. Tight times. He does not want to allow Zverev in. Double fault. Double fault from Alcaraz. Cannot get that serve over the net. And we're back. And Zverev has a third break point opportunity. What a time to serve your second double fault of the match. Zverev hoping not to make the most of his opportunity. Alcaraz, to be fair, has played really well the last 2 break points he's saved. Can he save another one here? Great first serve in play. Forehand from, and the return from Zverev is over the baseline. And Alcaraz playing super clutch on these break points, Eddie.
Yeah, that was a very good serve there into the body. And it's just, I feel like Alcaraz, though, he does choose his spots and makes his decisions well on the serve. And he often in big moments. I think we saw that sometimes against Sinner.
Great first serve from Alcaraz. The return from Zverev is wide, and Alcaraz now has game point again. Can he put this one away? That clutchness serving into the ad court when break point down. He needs to find it when game point up. 10 minutes now, this game. Alcaraz serves out wide, gets the first serve in. Backhand to the Zverev backhand now. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev scoops the forehand short. Backhand cross court. Alcaraz is monstrous! And he gets the game with that. What a winner from the Spaniard. And he leads by 1 game to love in this first set. But he kind of made life difficult for himself there, Matt.
Yeah, it didn't need to be that long, but at the same time, he really showed why he's so good on the big points. Some big serves, break point down, and yeah, he came through in the end.
Yeah, that's always, I mean, like you're saying, big game mentality, but just a big game player. And because he might have those errors that sneak in, but then he just still backs himself, and then he'll, a lot of players might, after 1 or 2 errors, they might start to feel nervous, but he just, he can shake it off and then just play a few great points that, like he has done there. So.
Right, how's Zverev going to respond to this? He gets that first serve in, but Alcaraz got a racket on the return. Now he gets the backhand cross court to the Zverev backhand cross court. Alcaraz slices this one, but goes wide with the slice. 15-love. Zverev needs to hold here, you would feel like, Matt. Otherwise, this could get away from him very quickly.
Yeah, I think this game is big for many reasons, especially after not being able to take that early break. I think he needs to get his concentration and really focus on the task in hand on his own serve.
I mean, how close are we to a Swiatek Paolini situation here? Or is the gap not going to be as big for this match?
I don't think it's as big. I think I'd be surprised if that happened, whereas yesterday I wasn't surprised by how Swiatek ran away with it.
I would be surprised if it was that one-sided, but I don't think a straight set victory for Alcaraz is off the question right now.
Yeah.
No, I guess I'm only asking that because at the minute, like, Zverev is having to work harder to win points than Alcaraz is.
Yeah, that's true.
You can tell that. Go on.
I just think Swiatek is just head and shoulders above the rest of the field, whereas I think Alcaraz is top 2 best players on clay on the ATP Tour, but I don't think he's that much ahead of the rest.
Forehand from Alcaraz, but the forehand from Zverev is long, and now he's upset with his box. Not like it's their fault, though. It's 30-15. So yeah, I'm just moving things across the way so I can actually see the chat, because I realise I've not been looking at that for a while. We've got Zverev here serving at 30-15. He needs to try and establish himself as much as possible in his game. We're about to hit the hour mark in this match. Great first serve from Zverev. Alcaraz does not have a hope of getting that in court, and it's 40-15. I think I saw some super chats from Ghosteen Elam, by the way. So I didn't say it on stream then, but thank you so much for doing that. I'm sorry I didn't say it at the time. But yeah, that was it's really generous, and it's always appreciated, but hopefully you never feel like it's an obligation. But really appreciate it. Thank you for all the help that you guys give the channel. Backhand up the line from Zverev to the forehand of Alcaraz, short. Forehand out, Zverev into the net, 40-30. And sometimes, Eddie, I don't know if it's right, but Zverev has a tendency to back off on that forehand sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been his, going back many years, like the I'd say the less confident stroke, but I mean, that's a little bit, he's going to have to bring it out if he's going to have a chance, I think, to get back in this match.
Alcaraz is going to pick up a short ball from Zverev on the forehand. Zverev drags it out wide, cannot deal with the high kicking spin of Alcaraz, and it's back to deuce.
I think the body. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, was that a wow from you, Eddie? But Matt, you can finish your point.
I think the body language from Zverev is quite telling, because even at 40-15, 40-30, he just didn't look very comfortable, and now it's showing even more at deuce.
Huge first serve from Zverev, gets the job done, moves to advantage. Hello, Yokatis on Twitch. Lovely to have you. I hope you'll enjoy our coverage of the match.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of 3-point there with the big serve out wide, we just didn't see enough of that for Zverev in the first set at all.
First set from Zverev out wide, backhand Alcaraz, who's got a racket on it, but Zverev puts away the overhead easily, holds serve, and he will be relieved to do that, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, that's That's exactly what he needs to keep doing if he wants to have a chance of winning this match. And he'll get chances on Alcaraz's serve.
I mean that's true. It depends on like Alcaraz, because it does have to be said, although he has been the better player overall. I don't know if you agree with this, Matt. He has been a little bit up and down this match.
Yeah, I think he's quite like that on a regular basis, but his peak level is just too much for Zverev. And he just, as long as he's at 80-90% of the time playing his best, I think the outcome of the match will be an Alcaraz win.
Cross-court angled forehand from Alcaraz. This is way too good, right in the corner, and it's 15 love. Zverev gets a racket on it, but can't do anything about it. Yeah. Love that angle from Alcaraz there, Eddie.
Yeah. I mean, superb. I mean, yeah, I feel like he's hit so many good balls just like near the line so many times today that it's been very difficult for Zverev.
Serve out wide from Alcaraz attempt, but doesn't make it over the net. 15 love. Serve out wide again. Backhand from Zverev. Right back at Alcaraz. Inside out forehand. Zverev going to go up the line. Alcaraz is going to run to pick it up at the cross court. Up the line from Zverev on the forehand. Backhand. Alcaraz trying to go back at Zverev. 15 all into the net. Feel like that probably should have been those words should have been the way they were around, but yeah, doesn't matter. Alcaraz putting that backhand into the net when he probably didn't need to. It was the right play, but just a little bit too low when it came off his racket, Matt.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like this second set is a bit more in the balance. I don't think Alcaraz is playing quite as well, even though that was another good serve from him.
Was a very good serve to get to 30-15. I mean, we're saying that. I think the first set felt in the balance for first, like, 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, that's true. So it's similar. Maybe it might be a similar pattern.
Yeah. I mean, it still feels like, if Alcaraz can keep the intensity up, he should win this. Inside out forehand from Alcaraz, really short though. Backhand Zverev right back at Alcaraz. He goes up the line with the backhand. Forehand Zverev to the Alcaraz backhand right in the strike zone. Short out backhand from Alcaraz though, because to deal with the cross-court forehand from Zverev, he's going to move Alcaraz from side to side. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Backhand from Zverev. There's trading cross-court backhands now. Zverev still keeps that going. Alcaraz tries to go to Zverev forehand. Keeps Alcaraz in backhand jog. Cross-court from Alcaraz. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz on the Zverev on the run. Forehand cross-court from Zverev. Alcaraz up the line! Whoa! I thought that first shot from Alcaraz was out, but it wasn't. That second one from Alcaraz, though. Oh, the umpire's checking the mark. It's good. The umpire's called it good.
Yeah. Zverev was trying to convince him it wasn't, but yeah.
Oh. High risk, high reward from Carlos Alcaraz as his ball kissed the line, Eddie.
Yeah, there's some beautiful, beautiful hitting there. I mean, it feels almost like as well that Alcaraz is slowly almost getting better with
It's what you want to do if you're ahead. You want to get better. Keep your opponent down. Slice from Alcaraz up the line. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz to Zverev. Cross-court forehand. Pushes Alcaraz back. Now Zverev's going to drop shot, but there's a call. There's a call. Umpire's checking it. He's running down to the baseline. It's called good. Alcaraz stopped the point. He thought the ball was long. He's conceded it, and it's 40-30. I don't know why he thought that was out, but yeah.
Did she replay the point? Was it called?
Oh, do you know what? I haven't heard it. Could someone tell us, was the ball called out and then there was a dispute? It's a replay. You're right. 40-15.
Yeah.
Unreturnable serve from Alcaraz. Game 2-1. And all that wasn't needed. Yeah, I think maybe then Alcaraz didn't stop the point. There must have been a call of out, and then it was actually good, but Alcaraz had a play on it, so they replayed. There we go. So far, I
Oh.
mean, Jake seems to be enjoying the final, which is good to see. But yeah, I mean, yeah, going into this, any thoughts on sort of? Yeah, I mean, Eddie, do you think the like Zverev just needs to rely on a dip from Alcaraz at the minute?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, I think Alcaraz is not showing any signs of dipping at the moment, really. I think Zverev's just got to concentrate, especially on his own service game, and keep solid, try and get a few free points, and then hope, for Zverev, for Alcaraz to maybe dip or maybe get a few opportunities just to go for the break. But
yeah, well, pressure's back on Zverev now as he's serving. At least he's. Hang on, which end is he at? Is this the good end or the bad end for him? I think it's the good end for him. Yeah, it is. So 1-2. Zverev serving. Goes out wide, but to let. So we're going to replay. Sean is asking, will Alcaraz be the favourite for Wimbledon? I don't know. What do you reckon, Matt?
I feel like yes with Sinner, because I mean this is just speculation, but I don't think Djokovic will play. I think he'll miss it for the Olympics. I just like his recovery in general. I think he'll prioritise the Olympics. So I think Sinner and Alcaraz as the top two seeds, I think, will be the favourites.
Eddie, you want to comment on that?
But I mean, well, it's a question of whether Sinner or Alcaraz do you favour. I mean, I feel like, well, it's interesting because before Alcaraz won the title last year, I felt like maybe Sinner would end up being more suited for the grass, but yeah, obviously won it in spectacular fashion last year for Alcaraz. So maybe I would give Sinner a little bit of an edge, only because, yeah, I mean, I think his overall level has been better, but we'll have to see, I guess, when we come into the grass season how they perform.
Zverev's played a couple of really good points, by the way, to get to 30 love, including a couple at the net. I would agree with that. I think Alcaraz and Sinner are going to be very close in terms of favourites, because I agree with you that, Eddie, I would have thought Sinner would have been the better, the more comfortable player on grass. I think in this sort of upgraded version that she's got himself to world number one, that is going to be even more the case. But Alcaraz having the experience of winning it before, being the defending champion, you know, that's something that should be worded up. So, like, if Alcaraz is the favourite, it's by a fine margin over Sinner. And like, even if Djokovic plays, he's coming in off being injured. Like, Djokovic is going to still probably be maybe third favourite behind them.
I don't really expect Djokovic to play. I mean, he just had surgery, right? I mean, it was just a minor surgery, right? But I mean, he's going to have at least a few weeks, right, to that he's not going to be able to play. If he is going to play Wimbledon, it's going to be kind of touch and go, I think. I mean, I'm not sure he'd want to risk that. Maybe
not. 2-2, by the way. Alcaraz going a little bit over the top with the last couple of shots there, and suddenly it's back on his serve. I think that's the first time Zverev's held to love, right?
I believe so.
Is it? Yeah.
Alcaraz goes for the big forehand up the line at Zverev. He's going to scramble off Zverev. Oh, Alcaraz has put the overhead into the net. He had the overhead, but he's put it in the net. Love 15.
Maybe that's that sun again. That's.
I mean, it feels like, and I would love to know what you think of this, Eddie, that the last 3 shots Alcaraz has played that have been point ending against him, he's been rushing them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is, yeah, I mean, he's over eager. Oh, sorry, that was a wide, was it? Yeah.
I thought it was in, but yeah, it was wide. That camera angle that Like he put some heck of speed in that serve. Kicks up on the second. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. The backhand from Zverev. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. That's forehand up the line from Zverev. Backhand cross court. Alcaraz long. Love 30. Alcaraz is not in a good place right now.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, Zverev just coming after a good hold for him. And Alcaraz has got to be careful.
He really does, because he's just lost the last sort of 6 points. That graphic isn't showing up. That first set from Alcaraz is not an ace. It is wide. Love 30. Second serve. Gets it in play. Backhand Zverev up the line. Backhand cross court Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev. Back to Alcaraz backhand. They're trading cross court at the minute. Still trading cross court. Alcaraz is going to go inside out on the forehand. Backhand Zverev back behind Alcaraz is going to go for the cross court. Now Zverev is going to change direction with the forehand. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Forehand cross court from Zverev. Got an insane angle. Alcaraz just about clears the net and the slide. Backhand Alcaraz. Zverev is going to have to hit the defensive backhand. Drop shot Alcaraz. Catches Zverev off guard. And Zverev puts the attempt to pick it up in the net. I mean,
yeah,
that was classic Alcaraz drop shot, but that was a bit high risk at that point, Eddie.
Yeah, ballsy, but I like it. I mean, yeah, it's just beautifully executed, and yeah, I don't think Zverev had a chance, even if you read that earlier.
Ballsy, but I like it. Doesn't that just basically sum up Alcaraz as a whole?
Yeah.
All right, first set from Alcaraz. He finds the court. Forehand, Alcaraz is dragged wide. 15-40, break points for Zverev to take control of the second set.
My goodness.
Where has this come from Carlos? He's coming a bit careless at the minute. Careless Carlos. That's got a ring to it. Okay, break points for Zverev, and I wasn't expecting this to be in this situation, but like we said earlier, like it does require Alcaraz to have a dip, but it does feel like he's trying to put a bit too much through his swings at the minute. 15-40. Second set from Alcaraz. Backhand scrambled by Zverev. Finds the line somehow. Backhand cross court again on the stretch from Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz to the back of Zverev, who's pushed back. Forehand Alcaraz, who moves Zverev to the forehand corner. Zverev goes up the line, really short the forehand. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev decides to slice it, but puts the slice in the net. 30-40. And yeah, Zverev's annoyed that he missed the shot. As you can see the wind swirling the clay up when you see it court level. That is insane. That's the strongest it's been today. I mean, can you see the wind kind of playing a factor here in some of these points?
Yeah, I mean, it has to. I think it kind of was evident in that last rally. But I don't know which way the wind is actually blowing, which side it would have more of an impact on.
Probably more of Zverev's forehand cross court from where he's standing right now, sort of with his back to us. Forehand Alcaraz, the Zverev forehand Alcaraz. Oh, he shanked it! Complete shank. Zverev has the break in the second set, 3-2.
Wow.
I mean,
Well done.
Matt, yeah, sorry, I would like Eddie come back in after Matt's had his say, but Matt, what do you think happened there in that game from Alcaraz?
I think really it was him. I don't know if gifting is a bit harsh, but I think Alcaraz was the reason that he got broke. I think he hit some poor errors. Whether the wind impacted that, I mean, you can see the flags now flying. They're definitely being swayed a bit by the wind. So whether that had impact on the game, I don't know. But it felt like Alcaraz gave Zverev that game.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I mean, this set we've had Zverev serving better. I mean, certainly than he had in the first set, and it's yeah, it's like yeah, he was going to get a chance probably at some point, and there he has it. So let's see if he can back it up now.
Well. He's going back to the end. He was struggling with a bit in the first set, but he seems to have kind of broken that problem now. He's held the last couple of times he's served from there. And it's 3-2. So far, oh, good grief. Zverev's first serve percentage set 2 is 92%, according to that. I mean, that's probably the reason why he's holding a bit more often, isn't it, Eddie?
Absolutely.
Saying that, though, his first serve points, one in the first set was actually crazy low because like Alcaraz was getting a read on it.
Yeah. But, yeah.
First serve from Zverev there. It goes up the tee. He's gone wide. Not by much, though. You can tell when Zverev is like, oh, that was close. Zverev gets the second serve, forehand cross court from Alcaraz, short. So Zverev forehand to forehand now. So goes up the line with the forehand. It comes off the top of that and short. Alcaraz is going to try and put away the forehand cross court. Zverev can't control that one, and it is love 15. Alcaraz is going to try and get the break back on in this, try and get the set back level. And yes, Ozan, we can confirm that Coco Gauff is the women's doubles champion along with Katerina Siniakova. Jasmine Paolini has lost both finals that she was participating in. Zverev, first serve is going to come in behind it for the serve volley. Puts away the volley as well. That was actually a really good serve volley point from Zverev, 15-all. Yeah, I'm just taking a look and seeing some details. So yeah, so Zverev is serving at 15-all now. Both players are having a lot of success coming into net, by the way. When they do, they're not doing it often because they both seem to prefer being at the baseline. First serve from Zverev is good up the tee. Alcaraz's return finds the baseline. Inside out forehand now to the Zverev backhand cross courts for Alcaraz. Runs around to hit another inside out forehand. Zverev going back behind to the Alcaraz backhand. Backhand up the line from Zverev. Alcaraz has reached it. Now Zverev's going to change direction again with the forehand. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Forehand from Zverev, changing direction, moving Alcaraz side to side. Again, Zverev going back behind Alcaraz this time. Alcaraz going to go up the line, moving Zverev. Forehand at the middle from inside out from Alcaraz. Short backhand from Zverev. It's picked up by Alcaraz. 15-30. Nods of approval there from Eddie.
Yeah. I mean, once he gets into the rallies, you really, with the way he's played so far, I mean, you really fancy that he's going to come out on top. But yeah, it's just
so much extra pressure on Zverev to keep this in on the first serve. He was hoping to try and consolidate a break here as he goes up out wide. Oh, that's a good serve from Zverev. 30-all, unreturnable.
Yeah. And that's going to be the problem for Alcaraz if Zverev starts to find that a bit more.
Zverev now at 30-all in this match. Serving. First serve out wide. Back forehand in play from Alcaraz. Forehand up the line from Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz is short and in the net. And it's 40-30 Zverev. To try and consolidate this break. We'll kind of sum up it. I mean, like, I know it's 3-2, isn't it? I mean, Matt, what do you think about Ghibli's comment here that Carlos tends to drift in and out of some of his matches?
Yeah, because it says about big matches, but I just think generally I think sometimes he's almost too good. And I think his age perhaps is still relevant because he's young, he likes to have fun and enjoy the matches. And it's sometimes hard to keep that top level throughout a big important match. So yeah, it's definitely true that he does sometimes, and I think that's why I didn't expect him to win it in straight sets. I still think he'll win it in 4.
Well, he's certainly looking dangerous because he's just won that last point, forcing an error from Zverev to take it to deuce. Ghibli, I think, is kind of ahead of all of us at the minute in the chat as forehand from Alcaraz cross court, forehand up the line from Zverev, backhand inside out from Alcaraz. Zverev's scrabbling that one. Alcaraz is going to try and kick that one up. Zverev gets to it, somehow gets behind Alcaraz. Whoa! That's Zverev's best shot of the match right there. How did he get that, Eddie?
I don't know. I was amazed that Alcaraz actually made that and it dropped in, but wow. Yeah, Zverev gets it and he puts it onto the line himself. So
yeah, there we go. Elam is gone to make breakfast, come back and found Carlos down a break. I mean, let's see if Zverev closes the game out first, but yeah, we might sort of just quickly update you on that. We've got a first up at the tee from Zverev, but it's long. So quickly, while Zverev is resetting, I mean, Matt, do you want to sum up for Elam how Carlos ended up down a break?
I mean, he did have his first love hold. He didn't take the breaks points in the first game, but the second game he did. I think Alcaraz hit a few wayward errors, and he paid for it really. And now he's consolidated that break at 4-2.
He has indeed. Eddie, I've got a point here from Sean. Do you think Alcaraz gets bored of repetitive rallies?
yeah, I mean, this is what I think part of the reason, like why we talk about maybe he's a little bit up and down. He doesn't, he wants to play like the spectacular tennis, right? I mean, that's just his nature. And I just don't think he really backs down from that. And he's not, the kind of player that wants to just play it safe. He wants to take as much opportunity to be aggressive or hit maybe the more flamboyant shots. But yeah, I mean, that's why we like watching him play.
Inside out backhand from Alcaraz is wide. It's love 15 Zverev. I mean, in some ways, I would almost have loved to put a exhibition match together between Alcaraz and Prime Monfils and say, yeah, you two just want to do whatever you want. Because I think they would both have a lot of fun with that.
Mm-hmm. Wow, this
I'm
is
going to be careful. Go on, Eddie.
Pressure. I mean, and there was also that stat there: 12 backhand unforced errors from Alcaraz. So
we do a long rally again now. Forehand to forehand at the minute. Short forehand from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to slice his forehand. It puts it in the net. That was a short dipping forehand from Alcaraz. I can understand why Zverev had a little trouble picking it up, but I'm not sure whether slicing it was the right call there.
yeah, he was going for a kind of Alcaraz shot there, Zverev, but not well executed.
No, it's not his standard game style, is it? 15 all. First ever wide from Alcaraz. Unreturnable, 30-15. Alcaraz needs this game right now. There was a point where just to stop Zverev from running away from the set and gaining too much confidence. First of Alcaraz out wide. Ace. He's serving really well in this game, isn't he, Matt?
Is that his first ace of the match?
I think he served another one. I think he served more than that.
No, I think that was his first ace, was it?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. See, it's on the screen.
Okay. I thought it was. I mean, he said a few unreturnables is why I'm thinking about it. But yeah, forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Cross court Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Zverev. Oh, wow! Huge slapped forehand up the line from Zverev. Just decided he was done with that point. 40-30. What a winner.
Wow, that's a message sent.
Maybe he knows that, because at the minute Zverev is actually doing a lot better in the shorter rallies, so maybe he's trying to find ways of shortening those points. Second serve for Alcaraz, the first serve has come off the net and wide. Short second serve from Alcaraz, the backhand to Zverev, backhand cross court. Zverev going to hit the inside out forehand, forehand Alcaraz at the line, forehand Zverev looped up, just finds the court, pushing Alcaraz back. Forehand Zverev again on the cross court. Alcaraz is going to drop his forehand short. Forehand Alcaraz again up the line. So the forehand of Zverev cross court just lands inside the baseline. Alcaraz picks it up awkwardly. Zverev's angle is really sharp. It forces the error from Alcaraz, and it's deuce. And it's Zverev dictating now, isn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, I mean, as well, also finding the confidence with that forehand, winning that winner in the previous point, and now this drawing the forced error from Alcaraz. But I mean, yeah, this now looks like a different Zverev, and it's Alcaraz that's feeling the pressure now.
It's weird. We had that opening game of the match where Alcaraz was struggling to hold, and we thought maybe that would be a blip. Doesn't seem to be now. Huge first serve from Alcaraz. Wide. Alcaraz checking it. The umpire's checking it, and it is wide. First serve from Alcaraz. Forehand of cross-court Zverev. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Loops that up. Alcaraz went for the drop shot. He's put it in the net. Advantage Zverev. And the wheels are coming off the Alcaraz wagon right now, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, that was, like you say, he likes to do things spectacularly, but yeah, that's just maybe not the right shot to play at that time. So he's under pressure now, and if Zverev gets this, you surely expect him to close it out.
First serve from Alcaraz is wide. Second serve, it was an overdone first serve a little bit there. Second serve because the serve is backhand cross court, backhand Alcaraz short, backhand Zverev pushing Alcaraz back a bit on the cross court. Great angle from Alcaraz though, scooped up by Zverev. Alcaraz is going to try to finish with the inside out forehand. Alcaraz comes in for the overhead, which he puts away, saves the break point, and it's deuce. A little bit tentative though, maybe Alcaraz with that. Got the job done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's fine.
There we go. Deuce again, still. First serve, Alcaraz cross court. But time from Alcaraz, someone frames, but he managed to find the court. Huge hitting from Zverev inside out. Now Zverev goes inside out the forehand. Alcaraz can't get a read on it. It's forced into an error, and it's another advantage for Zverev. Break point again. Yeah, Zverev is bringing out the big guns here, Matt.
Yeah, it's a completely different set to the first. It's kind of the opposite, but it's the same sort of set, but in the opposite way around. Alcaraz just doesn't seem to be able to inflict his game as much as he was in the first at all. And it's Zverev, he's really controlling the rallies.
First serve into the net from Carlos Alcaraz. Second serve. Double fault in the net. Zverev is going to serve for the second set. It's 5-2. I don't think we thought this was going to be the case when Alcaraz... after that first set, the momentum seemed very heavily with Alcaraz, Eddie. Zverev has kind of come in and put a stop to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of... yeah, it's very different from the first set. I mean, yeah, Alex Zverev obviously found his serve, and he was getting much more out of that. And that kind of the first break kind of came around from, I couple of poor errors. I mean, you wouldn't say that it was because of particularly what Zverev was doing, but then now that that's happened, then it seems like he's loosened up and he's been able to play much more confidently, and now he finds himself up a double break, and he's probably going to close it out here. So very much game on.
It's not too dissimilar to the other matches that Zverev's had, where he went a set down. Did he go a set down to Griekspoor? Definitely went a set down to Rune and to Ruud. I have to look it up. By the way, it looks like it's super tight in the Challenger final in Surbiton between Harris and Riedel already.
Yeah, he went a set down to Griekspoor.
Really, yeah. I mean, these are typical sort of grass match, I would imagine. Big serving.
Looking forward to seeing Jerome's videos from that tournament. Zverev bouncing the ball. First serve up the tee. Backhand from Alcaraz finds the court. Forehand from Zverev cross court. Alcaraz shanks the forehand. 15 love.
Wow.
Yeah,
He's looking at the ground there.
It does feel like Alcaraz has just lost a little bit of something. I mean, we saw that unforced error graphic pop on the screen before. He's definitely rushing a bit. He's just not got that quite same. He's not as locked in as he was, and I think that has something to do with the way the set's been going. Unreturnable serve from Zverev, by the way. But yeah, I don't know if that's. I think if this is going to be, if Alcaraz is going to, Alcaraz needs to find his level again in the third set if we're going to a third set right now. Right, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of think he won't let this go, but I kind of think he's accepted. Not that he can't do anything about this serving performance in this game, but I think he's kind of ready to move on to the third, and he might take a bathroom break and just sort of recompose himself and try and get back to the first set form.
Zverev has been dominant in the last few points, and he's serving this game has been absolutely impeccable. First serve from Zverev into the net, though, not quite there. Second serve. Goes out wide. Backhand from Alcaraz. He tries to go to the drop shot return, but Zverev just picks it off with the +1. Game. We're a set all, people. Ghibli, by the way, I hope you don't mind, you're about a minute ahead of the rest of us. Hopefully it's not frustrating that we're not quite there with you yet. But yeah, good question from Ghibli. Yeah, Matt, where do we think this is going?
It's really hard to say, because I did kind of think that Alcaraz would definitely take the second set. But yeah, I'm thrown a bit by that second set. I really am, because Alcaraz dipped massively, and Zverev was, I think he hit on 4 unforced errors. Yeah, 4 unforced errors compared to Alcaraz's 14, and it really felt like that. It really felt like that difference.
Yeah,
because the winner count is pretty much the same. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there's no doubt there was a dip there. He's going to have to respond. It's not, as we say, it's not completely out of his character to have these dips, but he's going to have to serve better for sure, because that was, he hit 3 double faults in that set, and yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Alcaraz picks the level back up, he still wins this match. If Alcaraz remains tentative, remains remains flustered, he's not going to win this match. I think that's literally how I see this going. It's all no offense to Zverev, he's serving really well. He could make this really close. But I think the outcome of this match is very much dependent on Alcaraz's level. And probably, Eddie, the outcome of this third set, right?
I mean, whoever wins this set, I mean, it's. I mean, I can't say that it's probably more important for Zverev for sure. But I mean, if Zverev wins this set, then he's in a great position. But I think Alcaraz, if he was to lose it, he could still come back for sure. But I mean, at the moment, there's no doubt that Zverev has been the best player in the last, half an hour, whatever it is. But yeah, maybe if Alcaraz has a little bit of time to calm down now that he can start well. He serves first as well, so that might help.
Yeah, he definitely needs this time to reset where possible. Like, he needs this reset. He needs to figure this out. Obviously Zverev wants to keep the points short. He is doing better when the points are shorter. Alcaraz maybe just needs to try and figure out how to keep the ball out of Zverev's strike zone. Do you have anything to add to that, Matt, before we kind of get underway?
Yeah, I kind of think. Yeah, I agree that the third set is definitely more important for Zverev. I don't think there's obviously a big question mark about how Zverev will be if he is in a position to close out this match. It's his first Grand Slam, potentially his first Grand Slam title, so he's shown that nerves can affect him. So it'll be interesting to see as this match sort of progresses.
Huge inside out forward from Alcaraz. Start the set, start the game. That's going to make him feel good. Take it out the air a bit off a high bounce, 15 love. You can already see he's celebrating to his box like, yes, I'm in this. Come on, good start. Well, this match feels very, very much in the balance. So Alcaraz serves because the first serve out wide. Second serve, Alcaraz goes up out wide again. Backhand from Zverev. Inside out for Alcaraz. Oh my word, that's a great inside out backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz cannot get to it. 15 all. That was a, yeah. I mean, I don't know where that came from, Matt. Just clip the line.
Oh.
The thing is, we haven't spoken about Alcaraz's different level, but Zverev definitely has raised his level as well. So it's kind of both factors played into this.
First serve out wide from Alcaraz is an ace. It's his second ace in the match, 30-15.
Great serve.
Just when he needs it as well. Absolutely. Yeah, it still very much feels like either these guys could pull off some moment of magic at this point. Is this final really going to come alive in this set? First serve is long from Alcaraz. Just trying to go out wide to the Zverev backhand. Now it goes up the tee with the second serve. Inside out forehand from Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz forces Zverev to run cross court to the forehand. Cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev loops his forehand up and out. And it's 40-15. And Zverev didn't miss that forehand by much, but it feels like he probably should have made that one, Eddie.
Yeah, I thought that was probably going to dip in, but and it's the kind of shot that he would usually make. So yeah, he's probably quite annoyed about that. But
fine margins in tennis. First serve into the net from Carlos Alcaraz. A couple of good serves in this game. He's going to have to try and make do with what he's got here. Second serve. Oh, double fault again. Off the top of the net and well out. Still not quite shaking the demons of that second set, Matt.
Yeah, it's funny because obviously the first points of this match were to double faults from Zverev, but since it's been Alcaraz, he's been hitting more of those double faults. So Zverev's calmed it down a bit.
First serve from Alcaraz is in the box. Now he follows up with a cross-court forehand. Now backhand drop shot. Zverev is completely out of position. That drop shot worked,
Wow.
and Alcaraz holds. Great play, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, he really needed that. I mean, I was just gonna say, like, I'm looking at the first serve percentage for Alcaraz in this match is down at 59%. I think that's the lowest of any match in this tournament. I mean, he tends to have, you know, like first serve percentage in the high 60s at least. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, he could do with finding that as well in this match, but or in this set, I should say.
Was that lower than against Sinner then? I mean, it must have fluctuated a fair bit against Sinner.
Okay, so possibly it was 66% against Sinner, which is about normal for him, I guess. But yeah, down below 60% is not normal for him.
So that's something he needs to fix. This set.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner rather than later, anyway. Backhand Zverev cross court. Alcaraz managed to get a racket on it, then forces Zverev cross court with a short forehand. Now again, Alcaraz finds off the top of that and long. And they're definitely very low, short forehands from Alcaraz there, and that's helped Zverev get the point. 15 love. Still, yeah, this is match is in a very interesting moment right now. As Zverev's first serve clips the line, then goes backhand up the line. Alcaraz tries to scramble it. He does get over the line. Forehand from Zverev, inside out, forces the arrow from Alcaraz. In cross court forehand from Zverev, forces forehand up the line, long from Alcaraz. 30 love. Yeah, and this is now we're getting a sense of how well Zverev is playing right now, Matt.
Yeah, he's been really dominant, as our producer said in the comments about how Alcaraz did have one break point in the second set, and yeah, he didn't. It's hard to see him getting into Zverev's service games, whereas in the first set he was all over them, and now it's hard to see a way into them.
He's not helped himself there by dragging that forehand up the line wide. 40 love. Zverev. Serves up the tee. Block back return from Alcaraz just in the court. Now we've got a backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev cross court at the minute. Zverev's now got a forehand to put up the middle. For Alcaraz goes up the line with the forehand and he keeps going with it. Inside out forehand with Alcaraz. Backhand from Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Zverev's having to run for that one. Alcaraz goes cross court back behind. Zverev is going to be there to hit his cross court forehand. Alcaraz is going to have to move up the line. Backhand slice from Alcaraz into the net. If he hadn't gone back behind, if he played into space, maybe that would have been the better shot. He looked like he was going to be up in that rally. But he let Zverev back in, and Zverev did the damage, Eddie.
Yeah. I mean, it was just Zverev is just, I feel like is just, he's hitting really well, but it's enough for Alcaraz to just be a step slow and make those errors. So Alcaraz is going to have to raise his game somehow. And yeah, probably help with getting some more first serves in.
First serve from Alcaraz. He then follows up with a drop shot at the net. It's going to come in behind. Zverev tries to scoop it up and over net, puts it in the tram line. 15 love. Got a tweet from Damien on here in response to Jake's question of like how it's going to go. I mean, are we seeing Eddie like Damien's analysis about the forehand coming into play here? He's not looking at that, is he? He's looking at Challenger finals.
No, sorry. I'm just reading that. Sorry.
That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Zverev. He was talking about if Zverev could get into being passive mode, but he's not in it at the moment right now. So Alcaraz needs to concentrate on his, I think he needs to get into the rallies more. I mean, he's got to be more assertive.
Oh, huge serve from Alcaraz, gets on return, 30-15. We will focus on this match, but I do want to bring you the Surbiton result. Lloyd Harris is the champion. He beat Riddy 7-6, 7-5. So I'm expecting to see plenty of content from Jerome coming out from that soon. But yeah, there we go. Huge serve up the line from Alcaraz, up the tee from Alcaraz is too good, and it's 40-15. We've got a change of ends coming up in a minute, and then we can get thoughts on the situation so far from Eddie and Matt. Obviously, you've got all the Surbiton content that you so far on the screen, as well as other French Open content we've produced. Forehand up the line from Alcaraz is a winner. There's the big vamos. Matt, that's got to be the best game Alcaraz has played in a while.
Yeah, I think he needed that. I think he knows he needed that because of his reaction. It's important just to keep himself ahead of the scoreboard and just kind of hoping that those opportunities on Zverev's serve will come, because I think sometimes you have just got to accept that someone like Zverev is going to serve too good at points and just wait for your opportunities.
Eddie, thoughts on the Lloyd Harris Surbiton result quickly?
Great for him. I mean, he did very well out in the Asian Challengers, and that's sort of the springboard for him because he won 2 Challengers out here, and then he has won this title in Surbiton. Great start to the grass season for him. His game is good, should be good on grass. So yeah, I mean, he's going to be getting near the top 100 now.
I think I've just looked and he will be back inside the top 100 just.
Really? Okay, that's great for him. He might be able to get in the US Open then, right?
Yep. I think about 98, I think I saw.
And obviously, if he perhaps a good chances to do well in the further grass tournaments coming up. So,
all right. Well, Zverev is stepping up to serve here. Just wanted to see Eddie if you wanted to come back on the question of whether Coleman Wong would be winning this match.
No, he wouldn't be. He just
big forehand from Zverev, winner, 15 love. As great, and at the minute, wow, both players on 100% first serves won in the set so far. Very early days still, though. 15 love. Zverev serves out wide. Backhand from Alcaraz, inside out. Forehand Zverev on the line. Then Alcaraz. Forehand again up the line from Zverev. Backhand from Alcaraz cross court. Zverev. Oh, that backhand up the line is glorious. 30 love. And Alcaraz is frustrated. I mean, Matt, I want to get your thoughts. Do you think this set's going to be the set where we see both players playing well?
I would like to think so. I think it's been a bit patchy so far, but I think Alcaraz is starting to raise his level again, and Zverev's still continuing for the second set. So hopefully we can see them both peaking at the same time.
We're seeing great cross-court forehands from them both. Zverev goes up to the Alcaraz forehand, who puts it long. 40 love. Not usually that much ahead of the scoreboard here, but yeah, that was that looked like they were trying to get into a forehand-to-forehand rally and make it a battle of firepower, and Carlos just overdid it, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the kind of not the kind of error that he wants to be making. I mean, he shouldn't be making.
Yeah, especially not as Zverev easily closes that out with an ace, bang on the tee line, and 2 games all. Alcaraz already serving. Big match this. Big moments here. Pressure still on Alcaraz to try and find that level again that he had in the first set where he looked pretty comfortable. Still clearing the lines. It looks like he wants to keep those lines as quick as possible. Get the clay off the tape. First set from Alcaraz is out wide. Backhand from Zverev in play. Alcaraz is going to come into the net to finish. Zverev passes him. Alcaraz opened up a space. Zverev hit through it. Love 15.
Just saying, Ghibli mentioned in the comments there about Zverev winning 14 points in a row on his serve. And it feels like it.
And we talked about the serve before the match started. That serve is going to be is currently proving as predicted to be critical to this. Critical to Zverev's chances. The first serve from Alcaraz is long. Serves. Backhand in play from Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Forehand Zverev. To the Alcaraz forehand goes back behind. Zverev's going to scramble that one. Oh! Great point from Alcaraz. 15 all. Zverev's not happy about something, though. He's walking over.
That was... Okay, well...
Is he the Alcaraz?
This is gone now. Well, that was a really nice shot, though, to finish back in behind from Alcaraz. He's going to need to come up with that kind of shot, I think, because Zverev is playing so well at the moment.
Thank you to our new subscribers, by the way. I've been seeing that tick up whilst we've been streaming. So if you are one of our new subscribers, welcome to the channel. And hopefully you enjoy more of the content that is going to be coming from us over the grass court season. We've got to get through this clay season first. It's a great drop shot from Alcaraz. Zverev hits it, and then Alcaraz passes him. Brutal passing shot up the line. 30-15. And he wants the recognition. He wants the applause for that one.
Yeah, and Ghibli making a point in the chat that there hasn't been many passing shots from Carlos today. Not that I can remember. I mean, yeah.
He's not needed to, though, has he?
No, yeah, I was going to say there maybe hasn't been too many opportunities to do that, but...
Yeah, because like usually when he brings Zverev in, Zverev nets it or puts it long. Oh, it's another drop shot. It's a beautiful winner from Carlos Alcaraz, and it's 40-15.
It does feel like... Sorry, I was going to say Alcaraz, yeah, just feel like he is loosening up again and he's finding his shots again, so...
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, he's loosened back up. He's going for his shots. This could be in a tough, tight set. Backhand to the Zverev. Forehand goes cross court. So Alcaraz going to scoop that up and over the baseline. 40-30. That was a good forehand from Zverev. Yeah. Zverev, managing to make the difference there for Alcaraz. In that point, 40-30, Alcaraz still has an opportunity to put this game away. And Zverev's complaining to the umpire about something. Matt, any idea what this is, Eddie?
No, I've got no clue.
Okay. Does our producer know why Zverev's complaining?
So what do the Ghibli in the comments say? It's about the advertising boards.
Oh, they're being blown about in the wind?
Yeah, if anyone else could sort of add to that, that would be...
It makes sense.
Appreciated.
Alcaraz comes into the net behind a great forehand. Zverev's going to try and pass him. Alcaraz gets a racket on it. Now he's going to go for another pass. Zverev. Alcaraz gets another racket on it, but puts it in the net. Deuce. Alcaraz could not finish at the net there.
Apparently they're too shiny.
Well, clearly he's not having any trouble seeing the ball there. Was Alcaraz a little bit too tentative at the net there, Eddie?
Yeah. I mean, I think the shot before wasn't good enough. So yeah, but he's gonna have to
do something. Alcaraz going to take that ball out the air. He does this drop overhead +1 to get the point. It's advantage Alcaraz.
Yeah, that was tough.
That was a shot. Wonderful finesse on there. Wonderful feel. He's pumped up. Alcaraz is celebrating after every single point, Matt.
I think he needs it. I think he's really trying to dig himself out of every service game.
Here goes. He's got a
Great
+1 overhead
serve.
here. Going to get a racket on it. Forehand up the line from Alcaraz as a winner. Another big celebration. 3-2. He knows he's having to fight for every point right now, Alcaraz, but he's still in it. This is why he's a champion. We're at change of ends. This set feels very, very much like it's going to be a tight one.
I felt like Zverev actually returned well there, and he did well on that point. But yeah, Alcaraz staying cool and just finishing it off. So yeah, potentially a big hold there for Alcaraz, and I think he knows that Zverev is playing well, so that's why he's getting so excited.
He has to be pumped up. He has to be ready for this. He knows that Zverev's been a nightmare for him over best of 5 before. He doesn't want to go through that again. That cut is that right? Zverev's only made 0 unforced errors this set, according to that graphic. Is that being generous, Matt, or is that you think that's about right?
Well, I thought he'd hit one in the first game. Because I remember he'd only hit 4 in the second set, and I kind of remember thinking, oh, he's hit one there. That's a bit unlike him. Maybe they saw it as a forced error.
Yeah, you mean that? Yeah, because he definitely hit a forehand long, right? I mean,
yeah, we commented on that.
I think that's quite generous.
So we can think of one unforced error. Thank you, sir. So Zverev's having a 2-3 in this third. Obviously we could be only about halfway through the third set at this rate. It does feel like the kind of set that could be decided by a 6-4 or a 7-5 or even a tiebreak. Unless Alcaraz can get the break here and start motoring. That's going to depend on Zverev dipping on his first serve performance. He finds that first serve. Alcaraz gets a very short drop return on it, and Zverev can't get it over the net. Love 15. That was a bizarre point, Eddie.
It's a very strange way for your streak of points on your serve to come to an end.
Yeah. Was that a fluke from Alcaraz, Matt?
Yeah, I think so, because he apologized.
Okay.
So he apologized after. So I don't think he should, but that's just me.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things that, it depends on who you're playing, right? If you like the guy on the other side of the net, then you apologize. If you're not that bothered, then you don't. First, Alcaraz steps in on the serve. Oh, he just about gets it back, but it's really short. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Zverev is having to deal with it because the space was open. Inside out forehand from Alcaraz. He's at the net now. Zverev got a racket on it. It's got to land in court. Overhead from Alcaraz. Puts away with emphasis. And it's love 30. And a couple of interesting drop returns from Alcaraz have got him well in the service game now.
It was, well done.
Carlos Alcaraz has an opportunity here, but it depends on what Zverev can produce this game. We've hit the 2-hour mark. Tough battle out here on Philippe Chatrier to decide the winner of the Coupe de Mousquetaire. As Alcaraz again gets a racket on the return. Find out the line from Alcaraz. Zverev is running for that backhand. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev, is he going to reach it? Alcaraz is going to take that volley out the air. He does that. That is amazing net play from Alcaraz. And it's love 40. Eddie is in awe of that point.
Yeah, just did everything perfectly there. And
yeah, you can see it really good. He's moving Zverev from side to side and then comes over to take that out the air.
And yeah, that final shot wasn't that easy, but he's just got that touch too.
All right. So Alcaraz trying to break Zverev for the 4th time this match, but he hasn't broken Zverev since he broke Zverev to win the first set 6-3. Huge serve from Zverev, but it was long. Second serve. for serve from Zverev. Backhand Zverev is shanked and out, and Alcaraz breaks to love. That came out of nowhere, Matt, because Zverev was looking very strong on serve there, but Alcaraz employing some interesting tactics.
Yeah, he's gone from winning 14 points in a row on his serve to getting broken to love. And that's why it was so important for Alcaraz to just keep ticking on the scoreboard and just wait for that opportunity, because it will come if you're patient. Now he's in the driving seat for this third set.
Yeah, I think he's just Alcaraz showing exactly what we've kind of talked about, and what makes him so impressive is just like being able to, when his opponent's playing well and he's maybe had a bit of a dip, is just to stick at it and he finds his level again, and it's very impressive, I think.
We're very happy to bring you guys coverage of the French Open. Thank you once again for those super chats, Elam and Ghosty. And hopefully you are enjoying our coverage of the finale of the French Open and all the wrap-up that we're going to be bringing with ATP and WTA weeklies in the next couple of days. First serve from Alcaraz is long. He's serving at 15 love, trying to consolidate this break and put himself, as Eddie has said, in the driving seat. Second serve out wide, backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz is going to go for the inside forehand. Oh, Zverev scrambles the backhand. Cross-court forehand from Alcaraz. Zverev puts his forehand into the net, and it's 30 love Alcaraz. And Alcaraz seems to be getting a lot of success, Eddie, moving Zverev side to side right now.
Yeah, he's just hitting much more confidently as well. And yeah, it's you're thinking like, how is Zverev going to be able to get back into this game, or into this set, I should say?
It is on. First serve from Alcaraz into the net, though. 30 love. Second serve. Zverev's going to get a backhand. Goes up with the line. Great return from Zverev. Alcaraz drop shot is good. Zverev's going to reach it. Drop shots himself. Alcaraz is going to tap it past. Now Alcaraz is going to hit the back behind. Oh, the tweener was probably on there, but he decided to swing round, but hit the ball downwards into the net. That was I'm not sure what was going on there from Alcaraz.
It was just a bit too casual, almost. I mean, he almost went into like exhibition, but I think he was just like, I don't know. That was.
Ghibli, thank you so much. I now have money for a cup of tea. Yeah, you know, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. 30-15, second serve, Alcaraz. He doesn't want to drop his level right now. This would almost be the worst time for that. Backhand from Zverev cross court, forehand inside out from Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev up the line. Alcaraz is going to reach it, scoop it up and in. Forehand Zverev looped. Backhand Alcaraz cross court, just missed it, dragged it wide. 30 all. The level's dipped off again, hasn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a cheap point to give away there. That backhand was there for the taking, and
I mean, I could have said the same thing about Zverev, to be fair, because I thought that one of Zverev's shots was a little bit more cautious than needed it to be, or a little bit over. Like, he was fortunate that landed in. A point that could have gone either way. Alcaraz serves out wide. Forehand from Zverev cross court. Really awkward return from Alcaraz. Still gets it in. Forehand Zverev up the line into space. Alcaraz is going to reach it. Zverev's going to get the volley. Puts the volley away with the backhand. 30-40. Zverev now has break back point. Very well played by Zverev there, Matt.
Yeah, he's responded really well. Getting broken. Responded really well.
So I take you've just seen that volley from Zverev, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, just how quickly things can change. Like,
well, let's see, because he still needs to break.
Yeah.
First serve up the tee from Alcaraz. Zverev. Oh, first serve up the tee is long from Alcaraz, so he's got to reset. Second serve, Alcaraz. Middle of the box. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Forehand up the line from Alcaraz. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Forehand from Alcaraz. There's Zverev forehand up the line. Backhand Alcaraz. Cross court. Backhand Zverev cross court. Backhand cross court. Slightly short from Alcaraz. Backhand from Zverev on the line. Alcaraz has to slice that one. Forced And Zverev shanks the forehand as the Alcaraz slice just clips the baseline. And Zverev is looking at it to say, how on earth did Alcaraz make that shot, Eddie? Because I thought that was going out, and Zverev thought it was too.
It did look like that was out, but it must have been the back edge of the line. And Zverev, he knows it, right?
Couple of points, maybe both play in this game. Maybe both players were lucky to get away with. Deuce.
Did it?
First serve long. What was the question, Eddie?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. Alcaraz double faults.
Oh my God. Another double fault.
Yeah, he's backed off. Or maybe like some of Zverev's shots were in his head a bit. But yeah, again, Alcaraz hasn't been able to sustain the level he was playing at to break. It's another break point opportunity for Alexander Zverev.
Yeah. His just serving hasn't been quite there today for Alcaraz.
Huge serve up the tee from Alcaraz. He's going to put away the overhead. Does so. Break point saved. He had all the options he could have wanted. Deuce. Another long game here. The question is whether Alcaraz can play this like he did in the opening game of the second set and eventually hold this one. Zverev versus Alcaraz. Alcaraz serves. Long. Deuce. First serve short. Backhand inside out from Zverev. Forehand inside out. Alcaraz is wide. Overplayed that forehand one. He overplayed that forehand, Matt.
Yeah, it's bizarre how much he's shifted from that break. He was kind of looking like his best self, and now he's kind of gone back to how he was playing in the second set.
What is going on here from Carlos Alcaraz? Advantage Zverev, a third breakpoint chance in this game for Zverev. And the first set from Alcaraz into the net.
Wow.
He's already double faulted once this game. Doesn't need to do that again. Second serve in the court. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Backhand cross court Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev to the Alcaraz backhander goes up the line. Forehand Zverev goes back to the Alcaraz backhander goes cross court. Backhand Zverev, who then Alcaraz goes to a drop shot that just about clears the net. Zverev is going to pick it up, drops it himself. Oh, Alcaraz passes him. Just puts it past him. It was a bit of a nervy pass, but he got the job done. It's back to deuce. But it feels like Alcaraz was lucky to get away with that one, Eddie.
Yeah, but I think the drop shot was just good enough that it just gave him, Zverev just got there. And yeah, a little bit tricky in the end, but yeah, he took the risk and it paid off, so that's it.
Carlos Alcaraz is serving. He needs to not. It's the third deuce. He's had to save 3 break points. First serve is out wide. He gets it in play. Forehand up the line from Alcaraz. Oh, it just clips the baseline. Zverev gets a racket on it. It's going to give Alcaraz an overhead, which he puts away. Zverev's height can't help him reach that bounce, and it's advantage Alcaraz. Zverev is just having words with his dad right now. His dad's just telling him. His dad's giving him nothing at the minute.
Alcaraz's first serve percentage overall is in the match is 60%. In this set, it is currently 55%, which is well below average for him.
It's not looking good. Alcaraz's first, and he's missed another one there as well. Second serve Alcaraz out wide. Backhand Zverev cross court. Forehand drop shot from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to come in and try and put it away, but he puts it in the net. Alcaraz gets through that game. I think that's the best description of that, Matt, because I think in some ways he's lucky to still be a break up there.
Yeah, I think Zverev will be massively disappointed with that last point. He was there. He was kind of on the ball and he just sort of smashed it into the net. So it's definitely an escape for Alcaraz, but it looks like he might be taking this third set and moving back ahead.
An escape for Alcaraz. But yeah, I mean, that's a huge hold. I mean, that could be really key, I think.
I think so too. I mean, you go on that? You sound like you would have come in on that. You sound like you would have come in on that.
I mean, I can add something if you want me to, but I don't. Yeah.
I always want to hear from you, Matt. That's why you're here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to know, to see how much Alcaraz invests in this return game as well, because obviously there is always that advantage of serving first in a set, and if he breaks here, he'll be serving first for the fourth set, and what might be the final set of the match. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes all guns blazing, especially when his serve hasn't been firing and might be a bit nervy serving it out.
And also, it's going to knock Zverev's confidence a fair bit, given how high Zverev was flying.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Zverev's coming out to serve at 2-5. We were saying that the set could end up being pretty close. It might not end up being close at all at this rate. We'll have, depending on how the Zverev service game goes, how things can change. Alcaraz really able to change up and make a difference. First serve from Zverev out wide. Oh, ace. Alcaraz. I don't know if Alcaraz catched it with the frame. It doesn't matter. It was practically an ace. 15 love.
Yeah, I mean, a quick hold is what Zverev wants here to create a bit more pressure on Alcaraz.
He certainly does. Serve from Zverev is up the tee and long. Second serve for the German. The wind's definitely picking up. You can see his shirt flapping in the wind. Serves out wide. Backhand Alcaraz scooped into play. Forehand Zverev cross court. Alcaraz goes for cross court on his forehand. Great angle there. Backhand again Alcaraz. Zverev really having to run for it. Gets a racket on it now. Again Alcaraz goes back behind with the inside out forehand. It's 15 all. Great play from Alcaraz there. Eddie looks very happy with that one.
Yeah, just liked how he finished it off there. Yeah, just back in behind and just quite gently. But yeah, let's. Of course, if you can break here, Alcaraz will take the set and then start serving first in the next set. But
long way to go there, but he does have a second serve at 15 all to look at. Does Alcaraz? Zverev's run of great form seems to maybe come to an end. Huge return. It's a cross-court return from Alcaraz. Forces the error from Zverev, who was picking up a forehand from almost near his feet. And it's 15-30. Maybe not that close to his feet, but it was right under his racket, pretty much where that ball landed, Matt.
Yeah, it was a great return. I think he really took advantage of the second serve. It's definitely changed the momentum in terms of Zverev's serving games.
Zverev serves out wide. It's not quite there. It's a let. It's a let. Yeah, it just clipped off of that. It was definitely in the court, but it was a let. Zverev's picked up a new ball. Going out wide. He was going out wide to the Alcaraz backhand on that serve. Resetting. Now he's looking up behind him. Disturbed by every single small thing is Zverev. Goes for the serve up the tee. Alcaraz returning to the net. 30 all. That was I know it was Zverev first serve, and it was probably a tricky pickup, but yeah, maybe Alcaraz could have just about made it into court, but maybe Zverev would have picked it off. I have to say with that one. First serve Zverev out wide. Forehand Alcaraz in play. Backhand Zverev. No, the forehand for Alcaraz on the return is long. 40-30 Zverev. He's going to try and force Alcaraz to serve it out here. Couple of slightly miscued returns from Alcaraz there. So from Zverev is on the line. It's an ace, and Zverev holds for 3-5. He gets himself out of trouble and forces Alcaraz to serve for it. Is that the game Zverev needed, Eddie?
Yeah, it's going to give him a chance because, I mean, as we've been talking about, Alcaraz has not been serving well, right, in this set, especially. So he's going to have to serve out now. Looks
like they're switching balls because the players are picking up new rackets. I think with that game, I think I don't know what your take is on a couple of those Alcaraz returns, Eddie, but do you think they were makeable, or was maybe this is us amateurs trying to tell the pros what they're doing and they were actually really difficult serves to pick up?
I don't know, maybe he could have done better on a little bit better, but it wasn't easy to make them, but yeah.
First serve from Alcaraz, he finds the first serve, goes for the cross-court forehand, back to the Zverev forehand, goes up the line. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz is moving Zverev from side to side again. Still doing that. Cross-court forehand is an amazing angle from Alcaraz. Zverev still gets to it, but Alcaraz struggles with the pickup because that was a great get from Zverev, and it's love 15. I don't think Alcaraz did much wrong on that point, Eddie.
No, that was actually really well done from Zverev, that last forehand. I'm surprised that he made it that well. And yeah, so was Alcaraz, hence that forced error that came about. So
short return from Zverev. Alcaraz again struggled to pick it up, puts it in the net. Love 30.
My goodness.
Zverev is doing a very good job of making Alcaraz's life incredibly awkward as he's trying to serve this out. Love 30. Alcaraz was 2 points away from the set in the last game, don't forget. He did have 15, 30, and 30 all on the Zverev serve. Love 30 on the Alcaraz serve. He goes up the tee. Great return from Zverev. Inside out forehand from Alcaraz. Backhand cross-court from Zverev. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Backhand up the line. Zverev is going to be in the tram line. 15-30. And that's the first Zverev up the line backhand I've seen dragged wide into the tram line I've seen for a while, Matt.
Yeah, it feels like it. It's his third, according to this, his third and fourth error of the set. So it's been very infrequent. And if anything, actually, it's more infrequent enforced errors than the second set, which he won, because he hit 4 in that set.
Yeah, Alcaraz failing to find another first serve.
Second serve, Alcaraz, who goes up the tee. Forehand from Zverev, kicks up in the corner. Alcaraz is going to trade cross-court forehand. Zverev's cross-court forehand is wide and long, and he's out. And Zverev is frustrated that he missed that. It was a loopy one from Alcaraz that would have been struggled to pick up, but Zverev feels he should have made that. Don't know if you agree, Eddie.
Well, I mean, it was a couple of, that was a poor error, that, and especially after the previous point where he was probably feeling like he should go for it, and he made that backhand error. I think these are opportunities missed.
Oh, cross-court forward from Alcaraz. Cross-court Zverev. Alcaraz goes up the middle this time. Backhand cross-court from Zverev. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Just long. 30-40. Break back point for Zverev. Zverev had 3 break points in the last Alcaraz service game. This is exactly the kind of thing we were talking about, that Alcaraz wanting to go and break back because this was going to be a tough ask. 30-40. This set may well continue to be extended. First serve from Alcaraz is good. Then goes for the inside out forehand. So Zverev backhand is going to... Oh, Alcaraz is down on the ground trying to pick it up. But it's too good from Zverev, who breaks back for 4-5. And he's staring at his box, and he knows he's the man of the moment right now. Great game from Zverev there, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Alcaraz looks bemused as Zverev's asking him if he's okay, but he's sort of looking down at the ground. It's not what he wanted in this moment at all.
Did Alcaraz lose his footing, or was it just that good from Zverev? I think it was just that good.
I think Zverev, read that. I mean, it was obvious kind of for him what Alcaraz was going to do, going, you know, inside out on the forehand, and yeah. But so I think that was well done by Zverev's, but maybe, yeah. They're difficult now because if this goes into a tie break, which it might do now, I mean, we're very tight now. It's not a great time for Alcaraz, obviously, with his serving.
I mean, what I was going to say, like what I had in my head was if Alcaraz won the set, like in that game, he still might win the set in this game, but if he'd served it out, I was very tempted to say the main, if not the only reason he won that set was that insane purple patch where he broke Zverev to love. And was kind of lucky and was actually just sort of had to grit out the rest of it.
Yeah. I mean, he might get another chance here. Let's see.
Probably not with the way Zverev served that one. That's an unreturnable. Yeah, Ozan. Yeah, Zverev. Alcaraz's level dipped in the second set. Zverev's went up, and that's why Zverev got through. And this set's been very mixed, I would say. You know, Zverev has been playing well for the most part, but Alcaraz's level's been fluctuating between absolutely brilliant, able to hit through Zverev and move him around, to making silly mistakes. And so that's what's made this set a little bit closer. I don't know if that's how you would read that, Matt.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, really. It's been a strange match, I think, very up and down from both players. I kind of thought Alcaraz would just go on to take the set comfortably after break-in, but it seems that we might be in for the long haul for a tie-break, possibly.
I mean, Zverev does tend to win strange matches. The stranger, more scrappy it is, the more chance that Zverev wins, right, Matt?
Yeah, I think he has played some good tennis during this tournament, but I think he's played matches better than he's played the actual tennis. I think he's been a very good match player. Obviously, he came from 2 breaks down in the 5th against Griekspoor. He won the 5th against Rune. He managed the situation against Ruud well, and I think he's got to use all that against Alcaraz today to get him through. Probably, well, it's his toughest match so far in terms of the quality of opponent.
Zverev, immaculate serving performance, held to love. Pressure is back on Carlos Alcaraz, Eddie.
Yeah, this is massive, and I think Zverev is in a good position now. I feel like he's playing better at the moment, and Alcaraz really could do with finding some free points here.
He's trying his best here. They're going to another long rally. Zverev goes for the backhand of the Alcaraz forehand, which he shanks long, love 15.
Oh.
And you know, we were talking about Zverev. You know, Alcaraz was winning the longer rallies from sort of the first set into the beginning of the second, but it does feel like, Eddie, that at the minute Zverev is able to grind and wait for the Alcaraz error at the minute on these longer points.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some strange maybe decisions from Alcaraz as well, but yeah, Zverev just playing much more solidly.
First serve out wide from Alcaraz. He then drop shots. Zverev isn't going to try and run for that. It was too good, 15-all. The drop shot's the thing that's kind of sort of been working a bit 60% of the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, in this set, he's hit quite a few, hasn't he?
Of course, you could use the anchor man line at this point. 60% of the time works every time.
Okay, three drop shots. Yeah.
First serve from second serve from Alcaraz short, then goes for the forehand back behind to Zverev's forehand. Cross court again from Alcaraz to the forehand of Zverev, still trading cross court on the forehand at the minute. Zverev really accelerates through that one. Alcaraz gets to it, Forehand drop shot from Zverev. Alcaraz is going to get there, scoops it up. Oh, puts it over the baseline. Does not. He read the drop shot. He was there. They put a little bit too much lift on it, and it's 15-30. I don't think Alcaraz is playing a good game at this point, Matt.
No, I don't. I think ever since, well, even in the game where he got broken back, it's been poor from Alcaraz, and he looks a bit lost. Is how I
He
describe
barely
it.
held on to the service game before that.
No, he looks really lost in this match. In this last stage of the third set.
First serve is wide from Alcaraz. He does seem a bit lost.
And I think Zverev is played a big part in that, but I also think his own game isn't really clicking.
Backhand cross court from Zverev on the return. Inside out forehand now. Backhand cross court to Alcaraz. Zverev's going to continue with the cross court backhand rallies, which we've been having a lot of. Inside out forehand from Zverev. Alcaraz is going to go up the line with his backhand. Zverev is going to move to cross court forehand. Alcaraz shanks on the forehand. 15-40 break points for Zverev.
Yeah, there's been so many shanks and mishits or just strange decisions and errors in this set.
It really does seem to me that Alcaraz's forehand is somewhat off. There's from timing everything to perfection in the first set, it's not clicking right now in sets 2 and 3.
And
maybe the first part of this third set, he had a couple of good games before he broke. First serve Alcaraz into the net.
right.
Second serve. Short. Forehand Zverev looped up. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev is going to get there, put the backhand up the line. Alcaraz has to slice the forehand. Zverev is going to come and attack from the mid-court. Backhand Alcaraz tably into the net.
Wow.
Zverev is going to serve for a 2-1 lead at 6-5.
Yeah, another very tame backhand. That's just, I mean, there's been a lot of backhand errors from Carlos in this match, and now it's been coming on the forehand as well. So he's not in a good position or a good state, I should say, at all.
He's talking to the umpire about something he's not happy with. If anyone can hear it, please let us know, because we'd want to know what he's complaining to the umpire about.
He's saying, he said something about like this is like a hard court, not a clay court at the back or something. I'm not sure what he's saying.
Okay, so he's basically saying the conditions aren't what he's expecting. Guess with that though, isn't Carlos maybe better on hard court than he is a clay court? Controversial opinion, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's definitely arguable. I think it's probably just a result of frustration. He's just trying to find something to sort of point his frustration out and express it. It might not be a bad thing to sort of let it out a bit. But yeah, he's like 4 games in a row for Zverev. It's not looking good, but he still has one more chance to force a tiebreak.
He does indeed. Eddie, do you want to come back on that comment? Yeah, hard court than a clay court.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I just didn't really expect to see this sort of capitulation. I mean, from 5-2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So volley from Zverev finishes the point. 15-love. Very efficient from the German, which would be obvious, right? Good question, Ozan. By the way, I've only just seen the question about the elbow. He's not mentioned it. He's not getting treatment for it. It's not been a problem up to this point. I don't know what you think about that, Eddie. Whether you think there's an evidence the elbow's bothering him.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible. It would certainly explain why he's playing with so many errors, but we can't really know unless we ask him. But
maybe one day we will get. Oh, backhand way wide from Alcaraz. Overhit 30-love. That's Zverev. it's yeah, and the unforced errors are just flying off the racket of Carlos Alcaraz right now. Zverev has locked down a bit in the last 2 sets. 30-love, 2 points away from a 2-1 lead in a Grand Slam final. Remember, he has been in this position before. He was 2-love up against Dominic Thiem, and then 2-1 up before Thiem got it back to 5. Forehand from Alcaraz, the forehand of Zverev. Forehand cross court to the Zverev forehand short. Backhand up cross court from Alcaraz. Backhand cross court Zverev. Backhand up the line Alcaraz. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Forehand from Alcaraz cross court to the Zverev forehand. Forehand to forehand now. Oh, that's a great angle from Carlos. That's the best forehand he's hit in ages. 30-15. That's going to give himself a little bit of a boost, a little bit of confidence. Even if he doesn't break back, he knows his game is in there somewhere, Eddie.
Yeah, finding that at a good time. I mean, I feel like that's in this set. That's one of the best. The shot that's kind of worked for him a few times. That sort of whippy forehand back in behind Zverev, but
Zverev bouncing the ball. Serve at the tee. Forehand from from Carlos. The backhand up the line to forehand up the line from Zverev. Backhand cross court Carlos. Zverev scoops up the backhand. Carlos go inside out, putting Zverev under pressure, and it goes wide, 30 all, and suddenly Carlos's levels go up again, Matt.
It's just inexplicable what is happening in this match. And I think this is Carlos definitely playing to the moment. He knows that with this set, it's now or never. I think there is still definitely the jeopardy that Zverev just hits a big serve that's unreturnable. So, but at the same time, Zverev would certainly be feeling the pressure.
And Alcaraz will be applying the pressure now. He's a couple of good points.
Yeah.
The rallies are going to be, that's going to put serve under more pressure on his serve. He gets the first serve in though, and that is an ace. 40-30, clutch moment from Alex Zverev.
Nothing you could do with that.
Set point Zverev. That's his 5th ace of the set. $40-30. Tension's high. Set point. Zverev goes out wide. Not an ace. He's missed it. Hops back to the baseline to get ready for the second serve. I think some people in the crowd thought that was an ace. It wasn't. Second serve to put away the set. He's abandoned the ball toss.
wow.
Zverev is tight. We're waiting to see how this next point plays out. Now Zverev is moving into his second serve motion. Goes up the middle. Forehand Alcaraz to the Zverev. Forehand pushed back. Forehand again from Alcaraz to the Zverev. Forehand side. He goes cross court. Forehand again from Alcaraz to the Zverev. Forehand up the line this time. Just drops in. Backhand Alcaraz. Loops up. Just lands in. There's a lot of high balls here. Another moon ball from Alcaraz on the backhand. Inside out forehand from Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz again, moonballed. Backhand Zverev is going to go cross court, more flattening it out. Backhand Alcaraz cross court at the minute, still going there. Backhand to the backhand Zverev. Zverev's gone wide on the backhand. He's gone long and he's missed his set point, and it's deuce. Alcaraz outlasting Zverev in a classic clay court rally. Eddie cannot believe what he's just seen.
Yeah, but it's just interesting for him throwing in the moon balls there. I think maybe putting a bit of pressure onto Zverev, saying, come on then. But yeah, and one of them was quite risky as well because it went quite deep, right? One of the early ones there.
Definitely, yeah. There was a point there where I thought Alcaraz had missed the ball, but it just dropped in the court. And this is just going to do nothing good for Zverev's nerves right now. He puts the first serve out wide. Alcaraz gets a racket on it. Zverev goes backhand. Alcaraz is going to have to run that one down, slice it, just close the net. Drop shot from Zverev. Alcaraz is going to come in and pass up the line. Break point for Alcaraz to force a tie break. There's the speed we see from Alcaraz.
I mean, we had that one, the game earlier where Alcaraz got his first break, and he just suddenly pulled out some great tennis, and we're sort of seeing it here. But let's see if we can close it out.
Carlos Alcaraz. He's got a break point chance against Alexander Zverev, who's having to abort this because I think he's being disturbed by the crowd. There's some noise going on here. The crowd are feeling the drama. The final feels somewhat like it's coming alive somewhat here. And this could be a very fascinating tiebreak if we get there, but we're a point away from that, and the point could be very long way away indeed. First set from Zverev is a bit of pace off, and the Alcaraz return is overhit, and it's deuce. First set at the tee was not hit with that as much venom by Zverev, but it was hit in a way that made the Alcaraz struggle to get much purchase on the forehand, and he puts it over the baseline. We're back to deuce. This game really feels like it could go either way right now. Zverev moves into his first serve, goes out wide again, puts some margin on it, clips the top of the net with coming in on the approach shot. Now Alcaraz is going to try and lob him. Zverev's going to put away the overhead. He does so.
He did, yeah.
Clip the line. Advantage Zverev, another set point. That was tentative, though, from him. I don't think we were I think not either of us were sure that was in, right?
No, I couldn't have told you either way.
Had to wait for the scoreboard to tick over, but it was indeed in just, but it was higher risk from Zverev. Bit tight on that point. How tight's he going to be on this point? No, he's abandoning it. He's not happy with the ball he's picked up. He wants a new one.
Wow.
He's definitely tight right now.
Which is interesting because imagine how he's going to be if he's serving for the match or
championship point. Don't forget, he was 2 points away in that US Open. He got 6-all in that tiebreak with Team. This was before they switched to 10-point tiebreaks. Zverev serves wide up the tee.
Quite far wide.
Distance. Yeah. Second serve. He's going to want to be smart with the second serve. Goes out to the middle of the box. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Backhand cross court Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz. Both going for it on the angle. Now Zverev's going to have a forehand. He puts up the line. Forehand Alcaraz drops in. Forehand Zverev on the cross court. Alcaraz loops up, pushes Zverev back with it. Somehow finds the court. Backhand Alcaraz. Again, these are really high balls from Alcaraz. Loads of spin. Zverev's going to come in and try and finish it from the midcourt. Alcaraz is going to pick it up. Zverev's got the overhead to finish. He puts it up the line. Alcaraz is going to get a racket on it though. Zverev goes back behind Alcaraz, who gets a racket on it. Zverev raises his fist because his forehand clipped the line, and Alcaraz could not do anything about it. And he leads 2-1 in the Roland Garros final. Matt, what was that set?
Yeah, I mean, it made no sense whatsoever. I'm a bit frustrated on Alcaraz's behalf because I don't really understand why his level dropped so much and then kind of got it back at such an important, like 6-5 down. If he'd have just sort of, I know it's very easy for me to say just sat here, but I just feel like he could have maybe had that level when he was in the lead, but I don't know. Bizarre is how I describe that set.
I mean, Eddie?
Yeah, I just don't think. I mean, Carlos, as good as that effort was there, and at certain points in that set, for the most part, he was just. It was an error-strewn, too many errors. I think. Then the good play came towards the end, but it was too little, too late. Just Zverev has been more solid, hasn't he? Really, and look at the winners to unforced errors in that set: 14 winners to 5 unforced errors.
Yeah, Zverev locks down a fair bit in that set, and he does what he does best, which is, grinds it out. I mean, Eddie, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this, and then Matt, you could come in after Eddie's point there. But what do you think this match is highlighting? What it is about Zverev that Alcaraz struggles with in their matchup? Does Alcaraz have to be playing a top level to have a chance to beat Zverev, and his anything below A game is not enough with the way Zverev plays?
I don't know. I just don't feel like in that set that we saw Alcaraz playing that well. And I don't think Zverev played. I mean, Zverev played solid, but he wasn't making any errors. I wouldn't say that's the best I've ever seen Zverev play, but is that just, I don't know. I don't know why Alcaraz is struggling so much here, but it's hard to say. And yeah, he's got that record against Alcaraz that's been very successful. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
Sorry, was that directed to me?
Yeah, I mean, either of you.
I think Matt might be getting some messages that suggests that someone wants to say what they think.
Yeah, I literally don't know what is happening with Alcaraz. I don't think it's his arm, because like I just feel like he would have had the trainer out. I feel like it's too big a match to just carry on and play it. I still feel like he's got the level, he's got the mind to bring this one back. But at the same time, if Zverev continues to serve the way he has, it might be tricky to get that break. But like we've seen in that last game, he will get tight, I think, towards the end of the match if he does get to that stage.
We saw him getting tight in that third set. As you said, Matt, what's he going to be like if he is serving it out?
I think the ball toss will be averted on several occasions.
I think Zverev's gone off court. Alcaraz is standing there with no opponent. Oh no, I can see the corner of Zverev's sleeve. There we go. So we got a first serve from Alcaraz into a rally now. Backhand to backhand. Backhand cross court from Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz. Forehand up the line from Zverev. Alcaraz having to run for it and scramble it back into play. It doesn't go over the net. Love 15. And at the minute, Zverev is the one who's in these longer rallies. Alcaraz is more likely to miss than Zverev right now. He has to find something different, some way of forcing Zverev to make errors. Carlos Alcaraz, who misses the first serve up the tee at love 15. The serve from Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Forehand Zverev cross court. Forehand Alcaraz cross court. The forehand of Zverev. Long. 15 all. Zverev not happy he's missed that point, because I think he's kind of locked in there. I don't know why he's upset. He's still 2-1 up in his early days in this game, but he clearly feels like he should have had a bit more purchase on that forehand, Matt.
Yeah, I found Zverev's play language throughout this match bizarre. He doesn't seem particularly happy.
Do you think it's because
he's been turning this match around?
Do you think it's because he knows that Alcaraz can play better, as he does with a great +1 drop shot at the net, drop volley, 30-15?
Yeah.
Do you think it's because he knows that Alcaraz can get better and he needs to keep his foot on the gas?
Yeah, it's almost like a matter of like taking the opportunities where he can get them, because Alcaraz, if he gets back on his game, can take these opportunities out of his hands.
First serve from Alcaraz out wide. Zverev gets the ball back into court. Now they're trading cross court again. Backhand to the backhand side. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to run, hit the forehand. Doesn't get any purchase on the forehand. 40-15.
I'm also kind of intrigued to know what you think about, either of you, about fatigue if it goes to a fifth, because obviously Zverev has played 2 5-setters, but Alcaraz has played the most recent 5-setter. So it's kind of like, which one do you think has more of an impact?
Eddie, I'll let you take this one first.
Sorry, what was the question?
I was just saying that
I was reading some.
obviously Zverev has played 2 5-setters in this
Yeah.
tournament, but Alcaraz played the more recent one against Sinner on Friday. And I'm just kind of interested to know which one would have more of an impact in terms of fatigue.
I think
Alcaraz has helped, by the way.
I'm not too sure that fatigue is going to be the big issue if they go to a fifth. I think that the nerves are going to be possibly a deciding factor. I mean, obviously, I think they're both going to have nerves, but obviously, Zverev is going for his first major, and I do think overall, although he hasn't played well in this match, Alcaraz is the better big match player, and he's obviously proven it before winning 2 majors, so that might be a factor, but I mean, Alcaraz is going to have to win this set first, so let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can see what you mean about fatigue, but I think Zverev got through a couple of easy matches to get to this point, and I think Alcaraz still has enough in the tank for this in the match. So I agree with Eddie. I think it's going to come down to mentality more than the body giving up.
Apparently, they're talking about how much the wind is playing a factor in this match.
That would make sense. I mean, does Alcaraz play in a way that the wind would affect his game a lot? It's not something I've thought about before.
I think it affects the power of his shots, definitely, and I think it probably slows his game down, but I think he can adapt. I think he's probably the more natural clay courter.
You think? I would have thought Zverev. I don't know. No, I don't know about that, because I think the field just closed up on clays, and assuming it's their favourite surfaces. Backhand up the line from Zverev, by the way, trying to sort it out. Now, Zverev puts away the overhead for 15-all. That was a point Alcaraz could have won there, but Zverev closed it down, Eddie.
Yeah, and not a particularly easy put away there, but he put it away well, and
yeah, 15-all. Now in this Zverev's first game of this set. Here we go. First serve goes out wide. Alcaraz gets a push on the ball. Zverev comes in behind. Alcaraz somehow picks it up and lobs Zverev. Zverev tried to.
Oh my God!
The ball out the way. Realized he wouldn't get much purchase on it, and just the ball went over his racket and just dropped in. It's 15-30. That was a moment of magic from Carlos Alcaraz, picking up a ball that should have been a put away by Zverev, Eddie.
He just left it though, didn't he? Zverev just left it, or was it just too high or higher than he expected? I don't know, but that was
it was too high.
Yeah,
because it looked like he was trying. Wow, 15-30. That's going to shake things up a bit. First serve at the tee from is a let, so we're resetting here. 15-30. Alcaraz. Go on, Eddie.
Yeah, just Ghibli saying she thinks that was in range for Zverev, that overhead.
Forehand from Zverev up the line. Forehand Alcaraz up the line. Forehand cross court from Zverev. Oh, Alcaraz gets a racket on it. It's not going to land on the court though. But
that was out, wasn't it?
The umpire's checking the mark. Zverev's forehand was out. Zverev dragged his forehand just out. Zverev is arguing with the umpire about it. He's saying he's got the wrong mark.
My initial instinct was out, actually. That was what I felt, but
that's what I thought. I did look pretty tight on there. Zverev is not happy with the situation. He's dragged a forehand wide and given Alcaraz 2 break points early in this fourth set, 15-40.
There you go, Hawkeye. Zverev was trying to convince him it was the wrong mark, but
Matt, thoughts on that?
I mean, I kind of think I don't think Alcaraz is the sort of person to point out the wrong mark. So I'll leave it at that.
There we go. First serve from Zverev is long. Second serve.
I forget how expressive my face can be sometimes.
You look like you had something to say on that point. Second serve, Zverev. Alcaraz goes for the backhand. Out. The return is overhit. 30-40.
Poor
The
error.
big- Poor error, did you say, Matt?
Yeah, I think especially on a point like that, you can't be missing backhands. Pretty comfortable backhands like that.
Maybe the moment got to Alcaraz, knowing that, like,
Possibly.
realizing that things are starting to click for him again. 30-40. Another chance to put away this game. First serve from Zverev into the net.
Wow.
Second serve. Good grief, this match is strange. If the Alcaraz breaks here, this is like the most jarring momentum shifts I've seen. But long way to go. Still one more point to play. And a lot of things can happen. Second serve from Zverev gets a short return from Alcaraz. Backhand from Alcaraz. Right, the Zverev backhand. Who's going to come in behind? Alcaraz is going to attack Zverev. Alcaraz going for the pass. He's got it! Alcaraz got it! The line. The crowd go wild. He is a breakup 2-love in this fourth set. Can he hold on this time and force a fifth?
I feel like that was very Nadal-like.
That was Nadal-like, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen Alcaraz play these kind of points, hit these kind of shots in so many of his matches. I don't feel like we've seen too much in this match, but he finally finds a spectacular point, a spectacular winner there. That maybe that's going to get him going. Let's see.
That forehand game, Alcaraz turned the magic back on. He played one magic game in the last set. It wasn't enough. Can he sustain this one? First serve out wide from Alcaraz yields an error on the return from Zverev. 15-love. Zverev not happy with this situation. Alcaraz getting ready to serve here. First serve up the tee from Alcaraz. Zverev scoops the forehand out of court. 30-love. Alcaraz making his serves really tricky, really kicky. If that's a verb. 30-love. Alcaraz. Serves out wide. Finds this court. Backhand from Alcaraz. Drops in. Backhand from Zverev. Cross court. Backhand. Looped up again from Alcaraz. Zverev is going to deliver the backhand right at him. That cross court backhand from Alcaraz is too good.
Wow.
40-love.
That was... I actually didn't expect him to go so big cross court like that, but that was because it was the sort of loopy one followed by the, the flat one back cross court. Yeah, that was nice.
Still inside the line, but the angle was too much for Zverev to get to. The first serve is long up the tee from Alcaraz, trying to hold to love here and get himself 3 games away from and get him halfway to the fourth set. Oh my word, Zverev did not have a play on that serve out wide. Puts it not even in the tram line. And it's
I'm going to take a quick break.
Eddie's going to take a break. Yeah. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, it's been a long match. If anyone else needs a break at any point, then just let us know. Same for you, Matt.
I might take one if it goes to a fifth. I might take one of the 4 set break.
I think we might have to all take a break then. Thoughts on that? I mean, we've probably talked about it a bit, but thoughts on that kind of passage of play from Carlos? He's turned it back on.
Yeah, he's already peaking. I don't know if it's because it's like he had this in his locker the whole time, and it's from 5-2 up in the third set. He just seemed to lose it, but he's regained it. And if he just takes to a fifth set, his fifth set record is really, really strong. I think it's 10-1. So he's probably the favourite if it goes to a fifth.
Yes. Yeah, because is it Berrettini who's the only person who's beaten him in a fifth set?
Yeah, it was the 2022 Australian Open.
Was it 22 or 23?
Might be
No,
23.
22. It
Actually.
was 22 because 23 he didn't play.
Yes, yes.
You were right the first time.
The years get blended into one.
They do, especially when they're so close together. And Alcaraz hasn't been around for that long.
No. Well, it's easier to forget that, but he's still only 21 and only recently 21.
That is very true.
The same as Swiatek has only just turned 23 and already won 5 Grand Slams and 4 Roland Garros titles. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean that she's already one of the best clay court players in history.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I think Chris Evert has 7 Roland Garros titles and Swiatek's nearly already past halfway. So
Swiatek, like the only 2 people who have won more Roland Garros titles than Swiatek in the Open era are Evert and Graf.
It's not bad people to put yourself alongside, is it?
But we're here to talk about the men's final, and currently Zverev is having a little bit of a meltdown. He's on second serve at love 15. Short second serve, backhand from Alcaraz scooped into play, backhand Zverev, backhand Alcaraz cross court, backhand Zverev to continue to go cross court. Alcaraz just clears the net with that backhand. Now goes for the forehand, really bludgeoning Zverev there. Short, he gets the short ball, tries to put it away, but overcooks it with 15 all. Alcaraz, yeah, went for too much on that backhand, Matt.
Yeah, and I think he'll really want the double break just after what happened in the third set. I think he'll be wanting to consolidate and have that extra leg room just to sort of really give himself a bit of leeway.
I mean, that being said, the first 2 games of this set have been nothing like Alcaraz's service games at the back end of that third set.
No, true.
More like the first 2 games of the first 2 games of the third set, which were way better than the end of the third set.
Yeah, he's won 83% of his first serve points so far in this fourth set, and in the third set he was down at 60%.
Backhand up the line on the return from Alcaraz. Backhand again, right as Zverev's forehand, it goes inside out. Backhand Alcaraz moonballed. Zverev's going to try and flatten out the forehand. Alcaraz goes for the pass as Zverev came into the net. He gets past Zverev, 15-30. This game, he's got a glimpse of a double break here, Des Carlos. I thought Zverev would put that away, but Alcaraz gets a racket on it and Zverev completely out of position at the net.
Too good.
Here we go. 3 hours on the clock here. Yes, we have been going for 3 hours here on Talking Tennis. The players have been working much harder though. Zverev goes cross court on the forehand. Alcaraz scrambles that forehand into play, and he's going to try and run that one down, but he can't quite do it. Forehand up the line from Zverev is practically a winner, and it's 30 all. Zverev playing a strong point there to move Alcaraz from side to side. What's he going to do? Serves into the net. Second serve at 30 all. There is nothing more tense than maybe other than maybe second serve match point down. But anyway, or match point up. Second serve at match point might be the most tense situation for the server. Double fault from Zverev. The double faults are back. It's 30-40. Alcaraz with points with a point for a double break.
Yeah, we hadn't seen any double faults until this set. After he'd hit 2 in the first 2 points of the match, but they seem to have creeped back into his game.
Is Zverev rattled by this rise in level from Alcaraz?
I think he has to be. I don't see how he couldn't be rattled by it. He's just
first 7 to the net from Zverev. Might need to finish your point after this point, Matt.
Yep.
Second serve. I do want to hear the rest of it though. Second serve. Zverev gets it front of the box. Alcaraz goes the inside out forehand to Zverev, backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev's having to really stretch for that one. Drop shot from Alcaraz. Zverev's not going to get there. The drop shot is way too good. Alcaraz has full love in this fourth set.
It's too good. It's been way too good. And this is what we said, that Alcaraz's peak level is just much higher than Zverev's, but he doesn't always. He can't do it throughout a match, and it's now coming when he needs it, because this set is now whatever for Alcaraz, and he's really living up to that.
This is why Alcaraz is the big match player that he is. This is why he has a 10-1 5-set record, to answer Gibby's question. I mean, Gimbly's asking, like, Zverev does like a comeback, though, but it's Alcaraz is coming back, really. 15 love. This is looking more like the first set now. The unreturnable serve from Alcaraz. Yeah, this is reminiscent of the first set, isn't it, Matt?
Yes, there is. I believe Eddie is waiting backstage to come back in.
Oh, okay, we need to let Eddie back in. That's fine. We could let Eddie in. He's back.
Okay.
Sorry, I was blocking my view. I couldn't see you, mate. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Wow.
Yeah, it's a typical time to take a break, right? 15 all on the Alcaraz serve. We have Alcaraz serving. Zverev gets the forehand in play. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev really having to run that one down, skip it into play. Alcaraz moving him from side to side with the forehand. Steps up. Oh, it looked like he shot the forehand, but it finds the court. Another looped forehand from Alcaraz is wide. Oh, the minute you get back, Eddie, he starts shanking his forehands.
Yeah.
There's going to be a campaign from Alcaraz fans to get you off the streams.
But this, I mean, has it been that surprising though? Like Alcaraz has been quite up and down in this match, hasn't he? But we'll see. He's still in a great position here.
Yeah, it's on the end of the world. 15-30. Backhand from Zverev. The backhand of Alcaraz looped up. Backhand from Zverev. Up the line as a winner.
Wow.
And it's 15-40.
Well, let's see what Alcaraz can come up with here.
First serve from Alcaraz. Puts away the
first serve.
One volley. It had too much time on it. Zverev puts it away. 4-1.
Yeah, that's why that double break was so important, just to give himself a bit of breathing space in case that did happen.
I mean, I feel like, and you can tell if you think differently on this one, Matt, but I feel like Zverev started swinging a bit more freely in that last game, but Alcaraz seemed to take his foot off the gas. Oh, looks like someone's coming to see him now. Looks like the physio's here.
Oh.
It's his legs, I think.
Interesting. Not the part of the body I was expecting to see him needing work on.
Yeah, I would agree that Alcaraz did seem to take his foot off the gas a little bit, and I suppose for Zverev, he's probably
what do you think's up
about
here?
the fifth set. So
That's quite some flexing on that leg. I don't think my leg can get that far wide.
It's not. Okay, he does have a problem with the look. Wow.
Oh yeah, he does have some strapping on there. That's new information. I don't know if that's necessarily going to affect things too much, but maybe he was starting to feel something in that game.
Yeah, well, he lost that game.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling something, and he's He's having it looked at. We might be having a medical timeout here, people. Yeah, we are having a medical timeout. So here's a question that I've been thinking about, because obviously, you know, in some ways, Zverev beating Alcaraz in the major final would be a surprise to those who maybe don't know about the head-to-head but only their reputations. What would you say out of Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic were their most surprising Grand Slam final losses that weren't to one of the others?
Good question.
Got to remember who they lost to now.
I mean, so it's either going to be to Murray, to Wawrinka, to...
Do you think the only... you have to double check me on this. I'm sure the only non-big three person who's beaten Federer in a Grand Slam final was Del Potro.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So automatically for him,
It's Del Potro. Yeah.
What about for Nadal? Is it Wawrinka? I mean, that was Wawrinka's first. I mean, I think like Nadal was injured, though, right? But
he was, yeah. But that was the first thing I would have thought of as well.
I think Medvedev beating Djokovic, I don't know if it was a massive shock, but I just think with what was on the line, I think people were just expecting Djokovic to do it.
Yeah. I would have actually gone with Wawrinka, Archie, and US, like Ghibli said.
Yeah.
Both
the
times.
2015 RG.
Yeah, 2015
That was
RG.
pretty shocking.
Yeah, because Djokovic just beat Nadal and Murray to get to the final.
Because I guess by the time it gets to the US Open, you know, he's already beaten before, so it's less surprising, right? So, but yeah.
Yeah, but then Stan played out of his mind in that final, I think. Yeah, and then that I don't know if the US Open 2016 one, Djokovic losing to Wawrinka. I guess if you didn't watch Djokovic's run, you would have been surprised by it. But in many ways, that was kind of one that got away from Murray a little bit there, because if Murray hadn't lost to Nishikori, probably that one wasn't there for it.
That was a 5-setter. Yeah, that was. Of course it was. Nishikori always comes through in 5-setters, doesn't he? I know that's also But that was a Murray's crazy year, so you forgive him for maybe losing a match.
He went through like middle part of the year of losing close matches to Cilic and Nishikori and Del Potro. Zverev drags a forehand wide, love 15. Great to have you in the chat on Twitch, Dan. Dan Davin. Cool, you got to meet Sue Barker as well. So, love 15. Let's see if Zverev has got the level to get back here. First serve out wide, backhand from Carlos cross court, who then goes, he shanked that forehand badly. Really badly. Doesn't not even anywhere near the tram lines. 15-all.
Another strange one. That's kind of like what we're seeing a lot in the previous set.
Thank you to, we've had another 1 or 2 subscribers since I said thank you. So thank you so much for subscribing to our newbies, and hopefully you're enjoying the stream, and hopefully you enjoy all the content we're going to come bringing you soon on the channel. Drop shot from Zverev. Carlos just about gets to it, but he leaves the court wide open for Zverev to put the ball wherever he wants. It's 30-15. Absolutely brilliant. We've got... Go on, Eddie.
Who's asking the Twitch, Dan? He said, any of you guys going to Wimbledon are going to see the Olympic tennis?
I don't think I'm not going to the Olympics. I'm going to Wimbledon.
I'm definitely not going to the Olympics, but Wimbledon is unlikely, I'm thinking, this year. But never say never.
You might have a bit of a challenge from where you are, Eddie.
Well, I got to go to Wimbledon. Yeah, because I used to go back to the UK before COVID went. So I managed to go to Wimbledon like 3 times, but yeah. It's not always easy to get tickets for Wimbledon, so.
Oh no, it's not. But then it's we're probably it's harder things to get hold of. Oh, Alcaraz still runs on that backhand from Zverev. He's got to get a lob on that backhand. It just lands in. Zverev's going to try and swing around for the backhand. He can't do it. Another moment of magic from the from the Alcaraz lob to force another break point opportunity, 30-40, and reinstate the double break. Zverev's going to be frustrated. Didn't put that one away, Eddie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is basically a match point coming up now, or sorry, I should say set point.
Hey, what? Hang on, you're jumping a bit ahead there, Eddie.
Oh yeah,
what?
that's my bold prediction.
Yeah, well, up there with Vanch's bold predictions is Alcaraz gets a return in play, then goes for the forehand out. Again, overhit it. Deuce. There was a chance there for Carlos. Currently, Dan is saying it's been a very exciting final. Ghibli is wondering how good a final it's being, and they are actually two very different things because a tennis match can be exciting without being good.
Yeah, it's definitely been exciting. The quality's been in and out, I would say.
It's another Alcaraz lob. Zverev puts Zverev puts the overhead away to move to advantage.
Yeah, in terms of twists and turns, this has certainly had them. You know, this match, although yeah, as you say, the quality could definitely have been better, and we haven't had too many moments where you felt like they've both been playing their best tennis.
I mean, it has to be said that at this point in the match, it's not clear who's going to win it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, after the first set, we thought Alcaraz might motor it. That didn't happen. And now we're at a point where we're like, well, who is going to win this? Backhand cross court from Zverev is...
That's out.
Wide. Yeah, deuce. He had that there. Gibby's going to ask us a big question on YouTube. Hold on to your seats. Is this much closer than the Swiatek Paolini final? No, I thought that the Swiatek Paolini final was pretty close. I don't know what you're talking about. The sarcasm, by the way. Deuce. Second set for Zverev. Alcaraz hits a looping backhand, which Zverev tried to hit inside out to go back behind.
Ooh.
Yeah, oh. Advantage. Alcaraz, yeah, that's 2 shots that Zverev should have put away, but was just the wrong side of the line. Going for a little bit too much. He's going to the break point for Alcaraz. Double break. Zverev, first serve. Alcaraz gets the forehand in play. Zverev gets a forehand into the net. Game, Alcaraz 5-1. He's going to be serving for this 4th set. That was capitulation from Zverev, wasn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, for sure. That solidity that he had in that previous set has definitely just disappeared in this set, and well, I mean, yeah, I don't know which way it's going to go if Alcaraz does close out this set, because I mean, I feel like they've both had their ups and downs. So
Thriller for Manila is saying that 5 sets is what the people want. I feel like never a true word has been spoken. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz, but the shot from Zverev was long. It's 15-love.
I would say notably as well that it doesn't seem like Alcaraz's leg is bothering him during the points, at least.
Maybe he's pushing through it. Go on, Eddie.
Yeah, I do hit a two-handed backhand. Yeah, Ghibli.
I'm gonna dispute that. I'm definitely not a pickleballer.
Forehand up the line from Alcaraz. Love 15. He's missed it. How clutch is that? Like, how messy is this fourth set going to get?
Wait, you're saying two-handed backhand and forehand? Actually, I know, not on the forehand.
I have played someone who does that though.
Apparently,
Direct.
when he was a kid, so did Andy Murray.
I think Nadal did as well. 15 love. I love 15 even. Backhand from Zverev in play. Forehand scooped up by Alcaraz. Finds the line. Backhand from Alcaraz cross court to the Zverev. Backhand up the line is a good one. It's love 30. That was a great winner.
Yeah. Finding his range, finally went down another break. So let's see.
Wow. Alex thinks this is going to go the distance. It may well do, but the question is whether it will go the distance the long way round. Forehand serve for Alcaraz. Great forehand from Alcaraz on the angle. Zverev couldn't get a handle on it. 15-30. The cramper or the choker, you're asking Alex. I mean, like, this isn't the US Open 2020 final. That was what happened there. Although I think they were both cramping in that final, actually. It's just Zverev wasn't so obvious. 15-30. Alcaraz, body serve, backhand Zverev. Forehand, Alcaraz into the nets. 15-40. Silly error from Alcaraz there, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so straight, Alcaraz. I mean, just so up and down. But, you know, he might pull off some epic points here, and it wouldn't surprise you.
It really wouldn't. But this currently both men are struggling to hold serve right now. First serve, the backhand of Zverev, who struggles with the forehand from Alcaraz inside out, puts the backhand into the tram line. 30-40. First break point saved by Alcaraz. Getting my shots wrong all over when I'm trying to describe. Apologies. Another break point for Alcaraz to save, though. He wants to serve this out. He wants this set done and dusted. (30-40). Alcaraz serves. Great first serve. He's got a follow-up forehand, which Zverev runs for cross court. Pulls it wide. Deuce. Absolute legends in the chat right now being mentioned. As Eddie, apparently you are either Jan-Michael Gamble or Xavier Malisse. I'm not sure if you're familiar with either of those players.
Yeah, more Xavier Malisse because I remember him playing. But
Gamble. Huge serve from Alcaraz out wide. Drop shot from Alcaraz into the net on the stretch. Advantage Zverev. I don't know if he was going for the drop shot or whether that was just a desperate slice forehand. But you could see it was heading very close to the net. Another break point for Zverev to look at. First serve into the net from Alcaraz. Very unclutch. Second serve. Backhand from Zverev up the line. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev's going to loop his forehand cross-court. Alcaraz goes back behind to the Zverev forehand. Looped up. Ready for Alcaraz to take on with the forehand. He's going to come behind. It doesn't need to because it is a clean winner. Back to deuce. Little bit tight that point from both players, though. Matt, is your
Sam-
serve as big as Sam Groth's?
No, in a word. Yeah, I think, respectfully, I think it's more Sara Errani, but
We've all been there.
Sam Groth he has the record. Did he have a record for the fastest serve or something? Or was it
Yeah, he did,
once?
yeah.
Yeah.
Huge serve as well at Wimbledon, I think. Don't know why you're thinking I'm David Ferrer, Ghibli. I've been told I look like Cam Norrie, though, by Vanch. Yeah, first serve from Alcaraz is an ace, and that's the set. No, it can't be the set.
That's
No, it's not the set. The advantage. The
advantage, yeah.
scoreboard disappearing confused me because, like, hang on a minute, no. So here we go. 3 aces from Alcaraz. Set point. First serve out wide. Zverev's backhand just picked up by Alcaraz. Zverev goes for the drop shot, puts it in the net. And Alcaraz holds for 6-1. We are going 5 in the French Open final, people. I genuinely don't know where the race is going to go because both men are struggling to hold serve. Alcaraz is receiving treatment now. Matt and I need a break. So I think we're going to just leave you with, for those of you who are newer to the channel, to find out a little bit more about Talking Tennis, who we are, and what we do for the next minute and a half.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ghibli frantically trying to find the Zverev's 5-set record for us. Thank you so much for finding the ATP statistics. Although, you're saying, although they're saying that, they're giving out some weird results there. Eddie and Matt are still on their breaks, so I'm just going to sort of kind of keep us company. There is we're still kind of waiting for everything to get restarted a bit. Alcaraz has had someone look at his legs. Zverev was talking to an umpire earlier. Not sure what about. I don't know if he's gone off court. Zverev's record definitely not strong over 5 sets as Alcaraz's. But having said that, was a messy end of the 4th. If the 5th continues in the same vein, we could see another US Open 2020 final where both players are limping to the finish line. Who knows? I thought Eddie was back, but he's not yet. I'll wait for him to get going as the players are now back on court. We have Eddie back with us. Matt just needs a bit longer of a break. And yeah, we are almost good to go. 5th set. Do you know Zverev's 5-set record off the top of your head, Eddie?
I don't actually know. No. What is it?
Apparently, well, according to the ATP, it's 21-11.
which is okay, right? That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? I don't know, but like,
Yeah.
it's not as good
okay.
as.
Yeah, it's like 2/3, basically. 2/3 successful. Oh, here we go, producer. Yeah.
Context always
yeah.
matters, I guess.
And then, yeah, okay, 10-1. But of course, Alcaraz is 10-1 now.
I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah. Oh, background winner from Zverev to start the 5th set off, 15-love. Do we have Matt back? We do, but I can't add him in. There we go. He's back. Yeah, 15-love at the minute. So here we go. Zverev. Serving. It goes out wide. A great return from Carlos. Gets a racket on it. Forehand inside out from Zverev to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz to the forehand of Zverev. Short. Backhand Carlos right at Zverev's forehand who goes up the line. Forehand Carlos again, keeping it short in the middle. Try and draw an error. Looped backhand from Carlos Alcaraz. Now Zverev's going to try and accelerate through. Coming to the net. Carlos tries to pass him. Zverev does the drop volley. Carlos can't pick it up. Puts it in the net.
Mm.
And there we go. 30-love. Yeah. By the way, Dan on the Twitch chat, that would be up for our producers to organise a meet. Sue Barker coming on. I don't control that side of thing. That's John Silk who runs the channel. Usually books our guests, he. But what I will say is that. What I will say is that we have had Marcus Buckland on before. We've had Pam Shriver on, Renee Stubbs. Robbie Koenig has appeared on one episode a few years back, but yeah, we've had a few people on for interviews and whatnot. Second serve for Zverev at 30-love. Double faults for 30-15. After a couple of good points to start this match, not so much there for Zverev, who's just done his 5th double fault and is coming up to sort of Alcaraz level according to the graphic that's just come up. Alex Zverev serves out wide, comes in behind. Alcaraz puts the return into the net, maybe noticing the serve volley tactic. 40-15. Zverev stepping up, getting ready for this. Going for it's the start of the deciding set. Huge serve from Zverev. Carlos gets a racket on it. So he's going to get the overhead to put it away into the open court. Gets the opening game of the 5th. That's the best Zverev service game he's had for since the 3rd set. Eddie.
Yeah, because he didn't even hold serve in the 4th set.
I don't think he did.
I think he broke to get his game, didn't he?
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. Alcaraz and got broken for 4-1 and then won the last 2 games.
Oh, it's got a stat about their 5-set records. Zverev is 20-9. And Alcaraz is 11-1.
What a stat. No obvious signs of fatigue from Alcaraz or Zverev right now, I'd say, Eddie. That's according to Ghibli's question.
Yeah, nothing that we looking like we should be concerned about, but yeah, I think now it's just going to come down to guts and a bit of a mental battle here.
By the way, Dan, thank you so much for subscribing to us on YouTube and following us on Twitch. And actually, we've got a few people following us, watching this channel, this on Twitch right now. So hello to all of you. You're very welcome. So yeah, live on YouTube and Twitch for the conclusion of this year's French Open final. Alcaraz goes up the line with that forehand, then goes again cross court with the forehand. Zverev picks that up. Alcaraz is going to go inside out on the forehand. I think he's put it long.
Oh my goodness.
He has. 15 all. Breaking news from Snehal. Sumit Nagal has won a challenger title.
Yeah. The Heilbronn Challenger title.
I don't know why. I don't think he's confirmed for the Olympics, though. I think he's still slightly too far
He's
off.
top 80, though, he might, because certainly will be withdrawals or certain players that can't represent because they've got too many representatives.
He'd need people to withdraw, though, because I've been following the qualification process. And yeah, he wasn't close enough. Huge forehand from Alcaraz that Zverev can't pick off, puts it wide 30-15.
So that's interesting. So top 80. I know that Kwon was wanting to play the Olympics as well, and
you need to be top 70.
Yeah, his PR right now is 80, so he's probably not.
Yeah,
well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, like you need a lot of withdrawals, but I think top 70 is where you need to be. Loving the comments from Ghosty there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Scottish team, but yeah.
Huge forehand inside out from Alcaraz. They clips the line, still going for it. Zverev goes up the line with a backhand, puts it long, 40-15. By the way, I only just saw the comment from Ghibli. Apparently, there's no German male champion at Roland Garros for 87 years, and I hadn't clocked that, but you're absolutely right. Last person being Gottfried von Kram back in 1937.
Oh, that was under okay. Yeah, that what at Roland Garros, is it right?
Roland Garros.
Okay.
A German man to win Roland Garros in singles. Backhand cross court from Alcaraz. The backhand from Zverev, sliced by Alcaraz. Backhand up the line from Zverev. Carlos runs for the forehand cross court. Zverev's going to put the forehand up the line. Backhand Carlos. They're moving each other from side to side right now. Slice from Zverev at Carlos's feet. Carlos is going to put inside out on the forehand. Backhand from Zverev. Carlos is there with the forehand. Puts it in the net. 40-30. So is there a Chung Yun update?
No, not much to say other than that he's apparently still, even though there's like no hope, apparently he seems to be trying to come back, but he's still like on the not officially retired. He still gets doping tested and stuff, even though he doesn't play.
Great unreturnable set for Carlos Alcaraz, 1 game all. Going to answer a couple of questions in the chat. Ghibli, yes, Steffi won Roland Garros 6 times. Only 1 short of the record by Chris Evert. Jake's question, just coming back, and Jake's back. Lovely to always have you, as always, to have you on, Jake. Yeah, thoughts on the level of this match so far, Matt?
Up and down is how I word it. It's been there's been some good rallies, good points, great drop shots from Alcaraz, but at the same time, there hasn't been that often when they're both peaks at the same time, and I think I wouldn't say it's been an all-timer, but it's been exciting. I think it's kind of, in terms of intrigue, it's been interesting, but the level maybe not so much.
Go for Eddie.
I'm just waiting for this point. Oh,
yeah, it's very.
Did that go long? Wow.
Love 15.
How do you get it long from there? That was. I was going to say yeah, but it's been exciting because it's sort of been unpredictable.
Yeah.
It's gone one way when we thought it was go the other, and yeah.
Yeah, I would say for level wise, Alcaraz has been sustaining his level for like half a set in 3 of the first 4 sets. Zverev had a strong level for 2 full sets. Second and third. As Zverev dubs a forehand volley into the net that was super easy. Love 30.
Gilby saying he needs Eddie's volleying lessons. No, it looks like he's been getting volleying lessons from me. They were pretty bad.
Yeah, this is not what Zverev needs right now.
Do you think that's because of the moment why he missed those volleys? The pressure.
Yeah, I think possibly. Yeah.
Especially the second one after he missed the first one.
Yeah.
First serve from Zverev, long. Second serve, we know Zverev may be getting tight. I didn't think he was getting tight this early in a fifth, though. Alcaraz did have a pretty good opening service game with this fifth, but let's see. Second serve from Zverev is out. It's long. It's over the service line. It's love 40. It's looking very similar to that service game he had where he got broken by Alcaraz midway through the third set. Love 40. Do you recommend the underarm serve for Zverev right now? I wouldn't, not with Alcaraz's speed. First serve from Zverev. Alcaraz's return is overhit, 15-40. It's not overhit. It was a good serve from Zverev. The shadow is kind of throwing things off a bit. They need to turn those lights on. Bjorn Borg in the crowd. 6-time Roland Garros champion. 5 Wimbledons as well. 11. Great question from Sean. Backhand in play from Alcaraz. Zverev backhand cross court. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Backhand Zverev. Long! And Carlos Alcaraz is a breakup in the fifth set. 2-1. Poor game from Zverev there, Eddie.
Yep. And like you said, or like we discussed maybe earlier, it was going to come down to who was going to handle this mentally. Could that be crucial? That definitely seemed like he wobbled there just mentally. So, but Alcaraz maybe struggling a little bit physically, so that could play a factor. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, don't forget Carlos was a breakup in the third. Carlos was a breakup in the third. So, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, especially if the physical issues do continue. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're at, Matt, whether, I guess, does the rest of this fifth set depend on Zverev's level rather than at Carlos's? Because I feel like at a bad level from Zverev, Carlos can do anything to win.
Yeah, I think it's dependent as well if Alcaraz is feeling fine. I think if he's feeling fine, I just don't see him losing this because I think in the big moments he doesn't really lose. I think the only time I've really seen him lose a really close match, I mean maybe I've missed something, but is the Cincinnati final, but that's Djokovic, that could happen. And I think Zverev gets really tight in the big moments, and I just think if Alcaraz is feeling physically okay, then I can't see him losing this. That might come back to bite me. But I put my neck on the line.
Put the caveat in.
Yeah.
So he might not be okay. Second serve Alcaraz, forehand Zverev up the line. Backhand Alcaraz up the middle of the court. Backhand Zverev up the line. Forehand Alcaraz long. Love 15.
Yeah, there's this is far from over.
This is definitely far from over. It's too early to say it's over, really.
Yeah, just let's see if Alcaraz can iron out some of these errors that have sort of.
It does seem to be some of the tightness comes when he's ahead. I have noticed that. Drop shot from Alcaraz into the net. Tried to do a pass and drop shot from mid-court, and those were going in before, and now it's love 30.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, it's definitely because the errors came when he was a setup, the errors came when he was a breakup in the third, and the errors are coming again now when he's a breakup in the fifth.
Yeah. I think I just trust Alcaraz in these big matches, but maybe I shouldn't be so trusting.
First serve from Alcaraz out wide. Zverev is protesting, saying it was out. Umpire's checking. It's out. second serve. Matt, I think the other close match that Alcaraz has lost is that Berrettini one because it did go to a final set tiebreak.
Right. I suppose the only thing I would say is I wouldn't say he's the same Alcaraz. I think he was still kind of finding his feet at the top level then. But I hear your point.
Long before he won Miami, I suppose. But yeah, you're probably
That's
right
true.
there. Looped forehand from Zverev. Alcaraz goes cross-court with his forehand. Short forehand from Zverev. Alcaraz goes on the attack. Zverev is going to get there. Plays into space. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Backhand cross-court Zverev. Backhand up the line Alcaraz. Forehand up the line Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz is looped up. Moonballed a bit. Zverev gets that one back. Cross-court forehand Alcaraz. Huge angle. Zverev somehow gets to it. And Alcaraz overplays the forehand on the inside.
Oh
out
my.
for 40.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I mean, fair play to Zverev. He kept himself in that point. Immense defense. But Alcaraz should have finished that.
Yeah, I think maybe just slightly surprised Alcaraz was by how Zverev kept in that. But yeah, he should have certainly finished that ball off. But
And after breaking to 15, Alcaraz now has love 40 on his serve. Serves out wide. Backhand from Zverev is in play. Oh no, the first serve is long. It is out. The wind blowing pretty strongly now, looking at the flags in the stadium. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz. Clips up the net, it's out. Okay, that was the first serve. Second serve now. Kicks up into Zverev. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to scramble that one into play. Forehand Alcaraz back behind Zverev. Winner, 15-40. Gets saves one of those break points with the back behind forehand. Excellent.
yeah, I feel like even he finished that off nicely, but it was like he didn't have to be that good, but yeah, he got it done.
There's a certain of what Alcaraz is overplaying. $15-40. Some disruption here going on, I think. Waiting for the crowd to settle. Now Alcaraz gets into a ball bouncing routine. Serves wide. Too wide. Tension high on Philippe Chatrier court on finals day of Roland Garros. Alcaraz serves up the tee. It's a double fault. Is it? The umpire's checking. The umpire's off the chair. This is good. The second serve is good. Zverev is protesting immediately. He thought he had the game. He's pointing at the mark. He's arguing with the umpire right now. He's protesting, but the umpire is insisting that Carlos's second serve was on the line.
Let's see the Hawkeye.
Hands on hips. Zverev feeling like he's been unjustly treated here.
There's no way that I could have been second served aced.
Is this what's happened? I mean, would that be an ace or would that be a replay?
I don't know.
We're about to find out. It's back to 15-40. It's a replay the point.
Okay.
Which means, of course, Carlos gets a first serve. She goes out wide with it. It works. Forehand cross court from Carlos. Forehand Zverev. Forehand up the middle from Carlos. Backhand Zverev up the line. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev goes up the line with his forehand looped. Backhand Alcaraz again moonballs it. Backhand Zverev. Great angle. Slice from Alcaraz. Going to just about clear it. Zverev goes up the line with the backhand. Misses it. It's over the baseline. And it's 30-40. 30-40. That's another break point saved by Carlos Alcaraz. We haven't seen the Hawkeye for that second serve, though. The one that the umpire's saying clip the line. Maybe it did. It probably did. I feel like they would have tried to find if it was out. Forehand serve from Alcaraz is good. Forehand inside out is huge. Saves the third.
Wow. That is such a Alcaraz point. Like, I mean, just at that key moment, just right in the corner.
Saves a break point. 3 break points saved. We've got back to juice from love 40. This is something else. First serve, well out from Alcaraz. Way out. Second serve. Kicks it up into the Zverev forehand, who puts it short. Forehand, Alcaraz back behind to the Zverev forehand. Drop shot, Alcaraz. Zverev is going to make it, though. Going to put that away up the line. Backhand, Alcaraz, lob. Zverev's got the overhead. Alcaraz is going to get a racket on it. Zverev's going to get another overhead. Can Alcaraz reach it? He does. Zverev's going to get another overhead. Alcaraz is still going to reach it because there's not a lot of pace in these overheads. Short from Zverev. Lob from Alcaraz. Another overhead from Zverev. Alcaraz doesn't get a racket on it because it kicks up too high.
Jesus.
Advantage Zverev. That was some tight overheads from Zverev. But Alcaraz couldn't get them back past him and couldn't punish him. What was that rally, Eddie?
Yeah, I mean, that was all Alcaraz. Just how is he getting those balls back? But ultimately, Alex Zverev wins it. So it's going to be Alcaraz. It's got to save a break point here.
4th break point to save for Carlos Alcaraz in this game. Zverev wasn't. Okay. Zverev was walking in for it. They're resetting a little bit. Tensions continue to be high. First serve from Carlos Alcaraz. Out wide. Backhand from Zverev. Oh, into the net post. The returns into the net post. It was a great serve from Alcaraz. Pushed Zverev way out of court. Deuce. Another break point saved. That was a clutch serve from the Spaniard. Alcaraz has saved 73% of break points in this match, having saved 56% this tournament. He's really having to fight Zverev off today. Fight him off, maybe because he keeps letting him in. First serve into the net from Alcaraz. Maybe he needs to learn not to leave his front door unlocked. Second serve. Deuce. Forehand Zverev as the serve is middle of the box. Back in forehand cross court from Alcaraz, then goes up the line. Backhand Zverev cross court. Backhand Alcaraz looped up. Forehand Zverev up the line. Forehand Alcaraz cross court. They're moving each other side to side. Backhand Alcaraz up the line. Zverev is caught up back behind. He gets a racket over, he can't get anywhere near the net. And it's advantage Alcaraz. Whoa. I mean, like, that was a great read from Alcaraz to realise that Zverev was not going to be able to get back.
Superb. And again, this could be crucial, this game.
Alcaraz comes through this. What does this do to Zverev? What does this do to Zverev? First serve from Alcaraz out wide. Backhand from Zverev in play. Drop shot from Alcaraz.
Wow.
Wow.
Easy as you like. I mean.
And he's conducting the crowd. He wants the love. He wants the support. It's 3-1. Go on, Eddie.
I mean, yeah, ballsy. Just like, what can you say? But like, it wasn't easy. But like, yeah, it's not that surprising. Alex is going to be feeling the pressure now, so let's see what happens here. I mean,
Matt, you've been observing this game like the rest of us. The crowd have been loving it. What did you make of that last game?
I mean, it's just clutch Alcaraz. I think you said about his 70% in this match of break points saved, and it was just so clutch in the big moments. And I think the pressure is really on Zverev, and I think it will show. I think it showed in the last game, his last service game, and I think it's going to show even more in this game when he's just faced that setback.
Yeah, first serve clips the net, so it's let. First serve is into the net, properly into the net this time. So it's now a proper second serve for Alex Zverev. And the first point here. He must be being bothered now by how it's all gone horribly wrong very quickly for him. Backhand for Alcaraz up the line on the return. Backhand up the line from Zverev. Wrong footing Alcaraz, 15-love. Even Alcaraz is going on that.
I was going to say, it's not really that relevant to the actual gameplay in this match, but I was just thinking how 3 of the last 4 men's Grand Slam finals have gone to 5 sets, I believe. I think it's only the US Open that has them.
Yeah, you're right. Is that a sign of the top of the men's field closing up?
I would say so.
Oh, quite a bit of a kick on that serve. And yeah, Zverev gets 30 love.
This is the exact kind of response that Zverev's wanting to give to this, to keep the pressure on Alcaraz. Can you serve it out? Can you maintain this break advantage? The problem Zverev's got is Alcaraz has experience of maintaining a break advantage in a 5th set, and he did it against Novak Djokovic, the ultimate pressure man, the ultimate challenge. Long rally here now. Backhand from Alcaraz looped up. Backhand Zverev cross court. There's trading in a minute. Another moon ball from Alcaraz. Forehand Zverev up the line. Alcaraz oh my word! I didn't think he was making it, but he did. 30-15.
Wow, that was ridiculous.
That is. I thought that just cleared the net. According to Elam, Hawkeye is saying that Carlos Alcaraz's second serve at 15-40 in that service game was out by millimeters.
Wow.
Alcaraz gets the forehand return in. Backhand Zverev to the backhand of Alcaraz again. Moonballed. Pushing Zverev back well behind the baseline. Alcaraz going to come in with the backhand. Long. Pushes it long. 40-15. That final back.
Sorry, God.
I was going to say that final backhand letting him down, but make your point, Matt, because that's more important.
I was just saying that he's really using those loopy balls. He's really trying to, I think, use the conditions, Alcaraz.
Yeah, it worked for him before. So I don't see, it's definitely a good play now and then.
First serve from Zverev is long. What is it about the loop that's helping Alcaraz here?
I think just giving him more time. I think pushing Zverev really far back. I suppose as well, pushing Zverev back then gives him the opportunity to utilize his drop shots more and catch Zverev off guard.
Alcaraz tees off a forehand up the line. Now he's controlling from the middle of the court. He goes cross court from Zverev. Short back. The forehand from Alcaraz back towards Zverev on the cross court. Zverev is long in the forehand. 40-30. That was a great point from Alcaraz, starting off with an excellent return, Eddie.
Yeah. I think the high looping boys as well, of course, is just, I think Zverev likes to have a bit of rhythm and get into the rallies and work his way into it. And obviously he can't really do that too much when he's getting deep balls back like that. So, and Alcaraz just waits to pounce.
Zverev still hoping to close this game out. First serve out wide. Comes into the net for the +1 volley. He dragged it wide. Deuce.
It's not been a good set in terms of net game for Zverev. Well, just in terms of everything, to be honest.
That was a makeable volley.
Definitely.
Another unforced error for this set. It's not what Zverev needs. Bouncing the ball in ready. He doesn't have the level right now. First serve out wide. Cross court from Alcaraz. Forehand up the line from Zverev. Alcaraz is there. Backhand looped up. Backhand Zverev on the angle. Great angle. Slice from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to come in to deal with the drop shot. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Is passed. He's passed Zverev. and it's advantage Alcaraz. He was right there. The hole was there, and all Alcaraz had to do was lift it over the net and past his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, if the previous game was key, this is even more important, obviously, for Zverev, but it's going to take a monumental effort for Zverev if he's going to go down a double break.
Zverev now having to deal with a first serve, another trying to avoid a double break. First serve out wide. Carlos Alcaraz scrambles that back into play. Short backhand for Zverev is wide in.
I was in.
It was in. Such a crazy backhand angle there, Matt.
Yeah, it seemed a bit brave on a point like that, but it did work. So it did the job that he was hoping for.
6 minutes. Go on, sorry.
Our producers agreeing with, I can't remember who said it earlier, but Eurosport in Germany is saying that it was a double fault for Carlos at 15-40.
Unreturnable serve from Zverev.
What I would say though is that you said it was really close though, according to Hawkeye, right? I know that Hawkeye is supposed to have a margin of error, right?
Yes.
What is the margin of error? So it could be within that, and that's why the umpire is saying like it looks like it's touched, right? But you know,
yeah.
Very good point, Eddie. Hawkeye is not perfect. First serve from Zverev up the tee. Alcaraz hooks it in play. Forehand cross court from Zverev on the service line. Cross court from Alcaraz, great in the back, great angle. Drop shot Alcaraz. Zverev is there. Goes backhand cross court into the behind Alcaraz. Gets the job done. He holds. Tough hold there for Zverev as we change ends at 2-3.
Could be a very important hold for Zverev. Yeah, really important.
Yeah.
Is Hawkeye going to be used in the future now on clay?
I think so. Yeah, they are moving to definitely on the ATP tour. They're moving to automatic line calling on clay events.
Cool. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that Hawkeye shouldn't be used. I think overall it will be better than just having to read balls that from the clay, and then also sometimes they get the wrong mark, right? So,
indeed. Yeah, sometimes they do. Very rarely, but they do. And it's just removing the element of human error. Which is where the machine error, I guess the attitude should be that the machines are not 100% perfect either. Their margin for error is just less.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Thriller from Manila says say no to VAR. I would like that for the double bounces.
It would be useful.
Yeah.
Right. Alcaraz is serving 4 hours on the clock. And he's going to be serving for to maintain his advantage and try and get the Coupe de Mousquetaire. And I don't think I butchered that French accent, but and claim a third Grand Slam trophy at a third different Grand Slam as Alcaraz is at the net now. Zverev's a lot of attempt is long, and it's 15-love. So yeah, great. Look, good bit of that play for Alex. Zverev didn't miss by much on that overhead, though. So it was just a little bit unfortunate. But Alcaraz was at the baseline if he needed to be. First serve from Alcaraz up the tee. Forehand in play from Zverev. Forehand cross court from Carlos. Forehand Zverev to the Alcaraz forehand. Still trading cross court on the forehand. Lot of loop on these, and Alcaraz can't control that loop from Zverev. 15-all. Interesting moment there, Eddie.
Yeah, another wild error that we're seeing a lot earlier on, but it's almost though we've come to expect. that there's going to be a little bit of a dip. Let's see how it happens.
Alcaraz serves plumb on the line, I thought, but no, umpires called it long. Maybe that was clay flying up and not. No, it's tape, not. That's why. So yeah, if something flies up, it's clay. It's out. So short second serve from Alcaraz. He follows up with a forehand cross court on the angle. Goes coming behind it. Zverev's passing attempt is too good. Alcaraz can't control it. 15-30. Alarm bells for Alcaraz, Matt.
Yeah, you just cannot predict the way this match is going to go, because it was looking like it was going to be 4-1 Alcaraz a minute ago, and now we're potentially approaching the match being back on serve again.
15-30. Alcaraz in danger. Forehand, first serve out wide. Then it follows up with a great shot. He's going to do the bounce smash, which he puts away. 30-all. Great, but like pushing Zverev out wide in one direction, then pushing him out wide in the other, and then finishing with the overhead. Switched on for that point. Carlos Alcaraz stepping forward, clearing again the clay from the baseline. Stepping into a first serve. Goes out wide. Plays the forehand up the line. Too good. Winner. +1 winner. 40-30.
Yeah, really nice. And it almost feels weird that that we just got that point so simply, but
that's, yeah, it's kind of two points where he's kind of controlled his +1 really well.
yeah.
Go, Alcaraz serves, body serve, backhand cross court from Zverev, backhand cross court Alcaraz. Zverev dealing with the backhand on the stretch. There's chill train cross court on the backhand. Now Alcaraz is going to keep going in that direction, pushing it inside out forehand, keep going to Zverev's backhand, slice from Alcaraz. Zverev is going to try and loop that forehand cross court, and Alcaraz puts it in the net. Can't deal with it. Deuce. I don't know why Alcaraz just kept that rally going, Eddie.
And I think that little loopy ball bounced up a little bit strangely, and yeah, got the error from Alcaraz. But what's his first serve percentage at the moment?
Well, Eddie looks that up. Serve from Alcaraz out wide. He's going to come in behind, scoops the forehand up. Zverev's going to reach it. Alcaraz is going to lob him. Zverev's going to put the backhand overhead away. Oh, Alcaraz still gets to it. I don't know how he gets to it, but can't control it. It's way out. There's someone holding up a German flag in the audience in celebration because Zverev's got break back point. 3-2. Advantage to Zverev. What's the first serve percentage for Alcaraz, Eddie?
So far, yeah, in this set, it's been 58%, which is, yeah, below par for him. So
better than other sets he's played this match, but still not great. First serve coming again for the serve volley. Puts away that volley this time. Deuce. He kind of put himself in trouble after that sort of previous deuce point, though, because I do feel like pickup he did was just sat there for Zverev. That one, no problems, though. But Alcaraz is serving volleying the last 2 points. Is this physicality playing into it? We'll have to see. He was looking like he was going to come in again behind that one, but he's missed the first serve. Second serve. Kicks up to Zverev's backhand. Forehand back behind Carlos is too good. Great forehand from Carlos for a winner. Advantage to Alcaraz. What do you think? Do you think he's going to go for the serve volley again on this first serve, Matt?
I mean, I don't see why. If he gets a good first serve, he definitely, it worked last time. What I was going to say is that the forehand, I think, has been a big difference between the two players. I don't know the exact numbers, but they showed a second ago.
You went down.
Just at this point, please.
Forehand cross court from Carlos. The forehand of Zverev cross court. Forehand up the line from Alcaraz. Long. Deuce. overhit that forehand.
I was going to say it's kind of proved my point wrong, but how many forehand winners Alcaraz has hit compared to Zverev? It's, I think, at least about 20 different.
But I think you're onto something there, Matt, because I think Carlos's forehand has been the difference as to sort of the momentum of this match. Because when it's not working, it's spectacularly not been working and letting him down and letting Zverev in. When it has been working, he's dictating with it and he's winning. So I think it does. You're onto something there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Second serve. Up the tee. Backhand from Zverev, looped up. Wide on the return. No, it's still going. Backhand Zverev into the net, though. Oh, wait, he's saying he stopped playing. Zverev saying Alcaraz stopped playing.
Well, that's because he thought it might have been out, but there was no call, right? So he just played on. So it's not.
You've got to play to
There's
the
nothing against. Yeah, you've got to play to the.
I think a similar thing happened with Djokovic and Nardi. But it's just if you don't hear a call, you've got to keep playing.
Advantage Alcaraz. Serves into the net. He's going to get this done with the second serve. Serves that wide. Backhand from Zverev. Cross court. Backhand Alcaraz. Push. Zverev's going to come in on a forehand. Backhand from Zverev. Now, back slice from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to come in, slices it into the net. A game Alcaraz 4-2. He gets himself out of trouble again. Somehow. And he's still ahead in this fifth set.
I mean, that slice was very low over the net, so he executed that well. And yeah, I mean, ultimately, Alcaraz has been up and down, but he does have so many weapons, so many tools in his locker that he can bring up, and every now and then he's been finding them. So I just feel like, yeah, every Zverev service game he must win.
First serve out wide from Zverev. Backhand up the line now. Carlos is there. Backhand from Zverev. The Alcaraz backhand. Still in the court. Still trading backhands. Alcaraz slicing that one. Backhand up the line. Forehand up the line. Carlos. Zverev having to defend that one. Carlos is going to go up the line. Too good with that forehand. Love 15.
It feels like there's going to be no more comfortable service holds now for either of them.
Probably not. No. Gibby noticing that Zverev is running around his forehand to hit a backhand, which I hadn't picked up on. Did you, Eddie?
What was that? Sorry?
I imagine maybe he's about to do that because Gibby's a minute ahead of us, actually. First serve from Zverev.
Oh.
Okay, no. There's a call. Umpire's checking the first serve. Well, while they're checking it, yeah, okay, first serve is good. No, but Ghibli was saying that Zverev was moving around his forehand to hit a backhand.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's maybe not the usual move, though, for most players.
No, there are a few people out there I could see doing that. Like Medvedev, I could see doing that as well. First serve from Zverev is long. Love 15. Second serve. Carlos Alcaraz return is looped. Then another backhand from Alcaraz. There's Zverev backhand who goes up the line. Forehand Carlos Alcaraz to cross court. Now again, back behind Zverev. He's struggling to deal with the back behind forehand from Carlos. There's too much power on it. It's love 30. Yeah, that back behind from Alcaraz with the forehand is doing wonders in this fifth set so far.
Yeah, he's just when his forehand's on, he's just dictating, and Zverev doesn't really know what to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, not just in this set. There's been quite a few moments in this match where he's gone behind with a forehand and it's worked really well.
Zverev out wide with the first serve. It's good. Now Alcaraz got the. We're into a rally again. Backhand looped up by Alcaraz. Backhand in net. Zverev's going to come in, put the volley away. Alcaraz is going to reach it.
No way!
Pass for Alcaraz.
How did he get that?
It came off the top of the net.
I mean, that was a very Alcaraz point again.
Love 40. What on earth was that get from Alcaraz? Alcaraz has been. I mean, they've both had moments where they've got to balls they shouldn't have, but Alcaraz, for a lot of this match, has been doing that far more often.
Was it against Djokovic at Roland Garros that the match I think that Alcaraz ultimately lost, though, that he made like a very incredible sliding ball like that? That was kind of behind him. Oh.
First serve is long from Zverev, trying to go up the tee. Second serve at love 40. Carlos Alcaraz, interesting return position to pick up the second serve way into the corner. Moves forward to deal with the Zverev second serve. Alcaraz loops it up, somehow in. Back forehand up the line from Carlos. Clips it! The inside in, clips it. It was a high-risk shot, but he gets it done. Breaks to love, and he will be serving for the match at 5-2 in the fifth set. High risk, high reward, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, so brave. I mean, but that, I mean, yeah, what can you say? I mean, we were wondering whether it's going to be, you know, we weren't sure who was going to win this match after that fourth set, but it does feel like Alcaraz has pulled away here. So he's just going to have to close it out now, which we know has not been so simple for him in this match, but I kind of expect him to get it done, but let's see.
Yeah, how much of a fight do you think this service game is going to be, Matt?
I mean, every service game has felt like a massive fight, but
yeah,
Zverev does look a bit more dejected now. I mean, I suppose it's understandable given everything that's happened, but I can't see it being a 40 a hold to love.
No, I don't think any of Carlos's Grand Slam closings have been holds to love.
Because even Alcaraz is going to be feeling a bit of pressure. It's his first time serving for the Roland Garros title, so.
So, Alcaraz stepping up.
What's going on here?
Zverev is running to go and change a racket. He's decided now is the time to change his racket because he didn't when he was changing ends. Maybe it's new balls and didn't realize.
I feel like there's no rule about that. I feel like you can't, like, I don't like it when they change rackets. Like sometimes they do it in the middle while a game's going on. And I feel like it sometimes sort of ruins the rhythm of the, like, unless your string's broken, right? Of course, that's when you should be able to change it. But
I mean, you need to, I guess your argument is you need to have sufficient equipment to play. Goran Ivanisevic once got disqualified because he didn't have sufficient equipment. That was because he'd literally just smashed all of his rackets. In one match. I'm not joking. He literally went in the middle of a match and smashed all of them in one go.
I don't know if impressive is the right word, but...
Anyway, first point of this potentially final game. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz, pushing Zverev out wide. Now he's going up the line. Now backhand, again, cross-court, moving Zverev from side to side. And that's too much. Zverev eventually buckles to the pressure, and it's 15 love. Alcaraz stepping up here, 3 points away from a first Roland Garros title. First serve into the net.
yeah, Ghosty, I think Bagdatis did do that, but
Maybe he did. Definitely no. I definitely know Ivanisevic did. But Bagdatis might have done as well. Yeah. Backhand up the line from Alcaraz. Zverev, short forehand. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Again, Zverev under defense. Great cross-court. Oh, the cross-court from Alcaraz is long. 15 all. Ghibli asking, can Zverev come from 2 breaks down in the 5th again? I don't know. I think, Matt, that Carl Alcaraz has different prospects to Talon Kriegspor. No offense to Talon.
Yeah, I'd be very, very surprised. But
it'd be in keeping with the way this match has went, but it would
yes.
be extremely, yeah, for it to happen twice is, yeah, very, oh.
Serve volley from Alcaraz, but the serve has been called. Umpire's checking.
So it's just a, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I think it must have been called and then put Carlos off, so it's going to be a replay. Carlos Alcaraz. So we replay this 15-all point again. Serves out wide. Zverev gets the ball back in court. Drop shot from Alcaraz. Zverev's going to come in, try and scoop it up. Drags it wide. Too much side spin on the get. 30-15. 2 points for Carlos Alcaraz. You just feel he's just got the edge right now. If he can maintain it. Cross serves out wide. Backhand from Zverev cross court. Alcaraz scoops it up into play. Forehand Zverev. Scooped over the baseline. 40-15. 2 championship points for Carlos Alcaraz for the 2024 Roland Garros title. He'll want to seal it on his first one. A man who, for years, has been told he's destined for this title, may be just about to realize it. First serve out wide, long. Missed it, out the box. We have a second serve coming up. Gets straight into it. Backhand from Zverev, clears the net. Forehand cross court from Alcaraz. Zverev can't do anything about it, and Carlos Alcaraz falls to the ground. He is the 2024 Roland Garros Rennes champion. He roars, he celebrates. He is the latest Spaniard to conquer the French clay. Carlos Alcaraz joins the greats of the game. He has won 3 Grand Slam titles at 3 different major championships, and he's only 22. Eddie, what did we just see?
Yeah, I mean, that was, in terms of, yeah, we know that it wasn't the highest quality match, and it didn't feel like we had many periods where they were both playing great tennis, although they both had good moments. Yeah, it was just a crazy match in terms of being up and down. But I think ultimately in the end, Carlos's quality shone through, and his ability to sort of play these big moments. I know that there was that decision in the final set that some people might be focusing on, but I mean, it's just 1 point, and obviously these things happen, and we can't, yeah, Hawkeye is Hawkeye. We can't, that's not the rule, so it's up to the umpire. And yeah, but just, yeah, amazing for Carlos to be able to win this 3rd title on the 3rd different slam. Yeah, amazing, really.
Do you think, let's say that ball was out, because we did say, although, you know, Hawkeye's saying it was out, margin for error still there. Would you say that Carlos would probably still have broken back and won the 5th anyway, or would Zverev have been a different player in that 5th set?
Because that would have made it. Where were we at then? It was 2-1, was it?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we simply don't know. That's the. I have no idea. I mean, I could still imagine. Yeah.
Oh, it would have been a breakback for 2-2. It would have been a breakback for 2-2.
Oh yeah, 2-2. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So yeah. So I mean, it could have gone anyway really from there on. It's early in the set, so we will never know. We can't say it's completely crucial, but yeah, it's unfortunate. We'd rather not have those decisions. But
Matt, how would you analyze the match?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of said how up and down it was, unpredictable. Some really good tennis at points. I think mostly from the racket of Alcaraz. I think he produced the big moments, especially in that fifth set. He produced some amazing shots. But I think just from when it really mattered, Alcaraz proved that he was the better player and kind of what we were expecting going into it. But he went the long way around. Let's just say that.
Definitely did. Go on,
That
Eddie.
third set was sort of almost inexplicable because we was up 5-2, and it did feel like, I mean, it was sort of almost that Alcaraz let him back into it because those strange errors, and he got the break back, Zverev, and then he started playing better, and just sort of felt like Alcaraz capitulated. But once he got back into it, if you felt like Alcaraz did have the better balance of play,
I mean,
sure.
you would have to say that if Zverev won this one, it would have been the one that got away from Alcaraz.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I do want to do one word on Zverev before we do the rest of the show on Alcaraz. Obviously, he's going to feel hard done by with this result in some ways, but he was not as close as he was at the US Open 2020. He did perform well for 2 sets. How do you? I mean, Eddie, I'll start with you, and then Matt, if you want to come in afterwards. Do you think this is going to go down as Zverev's best chance of winning a slam?
I mean, I don't know if you could say that, because I mean, obviously he had the US Open where he was up 2 sets, and then I mean, I think you could argue with that was his best chance, and
he was playing better here, though, is what I'm thinking.
Pardon? He's playing better this
tournament in comparison to the US Open 2021. He somehow ended up in the final in that tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm also sort of considering the opponent that he's playing here. But I mean, because like, even though he was up, you just felt like Alcaraz was going to be able to come back at some point, and I don't know, but I mean, he might have other chances, but the problem is now that he's probably going to have to come up against guys like Sinner or Alcaraz, and
you're right.
Feel that he's going to be
a bad question on my part. Not best chance. Do you think it was his last chance?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say his last chance, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be many opportunities, if at all, left.
Yeah, Matt, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I don't think it's his last chance. I think this tournament is probably his best hope. I don't really think he's been particularly strong at Wimbledon over the years, but I think with the generation of Alcaraz and Sinner just getting stronger and stronger and stronger, plus Rune will probably have his chances as well. I think Zverev will definitely be disappointed that he hasn't taken it this year. I think this was probably his bigger chance at this tournament. Maybe the US Open was bigger. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it was probably the best chance for a player born in the 90s to win a slam.
Medvedev?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Another player. Of course Medvedev's one. What am I talking about? Yeah.
And Team as well, born in 1993.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, that decade probably wiped out by the big three for the most part. Okay, let's go back to Carlos. Obviously, you know, I the thing I was trying to communicate that slipped my mind, our producer corrected me on. He's already won 3 Grand Slam titles on 3 different surfaces. Like, he's already up there with Jimmy Connors and Andre Agassi, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and Novak Djokovic. I don't think I missed anyone else from that list.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, where does this put now in Alcaraz within the rankings, because he must be getting a bit closer now to
He's going to be number 2.
Yeah, how far is it behind, I wonder? But
oh, that's a good point.
He will be about 1,000, just under 1,000 behind Sinner.
yeah, I mean, it's still a fairly large gap, because obviously he's going to have to defend his title at Wimbledon.
Yeah,
but
Queens as well.
Yeah, although I'd maybe expect him to win Queens again. I wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't think the lineup there is that strong this year, is it? But, yeah.
Andy Murray. I'm joking.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it's amazing, really. I mean, yeah, only 22 that he's won these 3 slams on 3 different surfaces, and the way he does it, by like, it's like he had those ups and downs, and he had those really bad downs with terrible errors. But like, I mean, even before the match we were talking about, he does this sometimes, but then he comes through in the end. He's just like, he's a box office player. He makes things so exciting sometimes, and just the way he plays so bravely.
Yeah, the only other at Queens, the other players there, Dimitrov is the next highest player, then Diminor, Fritz, Rune, Shelton's playing. Yeah, he's not likely to be challenged strongly at that tournament. Maybe Rune is the best hope there. But yeah, so looks like they're getting ready to present trophies and whatnot. So yeah, I guess Carlos now has 3 slams. Jannik Sinner has 1. Obviously, Sinner's been the better player over 12 months. But Matt, you mentioned the gap. You found out the gap for us. I think that gap's gonna narrow surely as soon as Carlos starts making up for lost points from sort of the latter half of last year, and Sinner comes up to defending.
Yeah, I think after this sort of like US Open swing, I think that's when Sinner's got a lot of pressure on him to defend points, and it's a busy couple of months coming up with the Wimbledon, the Olympics, then the US Open, and the build up to the finals, the China swing. It's going to be interesting to see if Sinner, and also it'll be interesting to see if Sinner enjoys the pressure of being number 1, because not everyone likes that thing. I think he'll be absolutely fine, because I think he deals very well with pressure in new situations. But it'll be interesting to see how he copes with that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe sets up nicely for. I mean, assuming that Djokovic doesn't play, it's a good chance he won't play Wimbledon, right?
So.
Maybe sets up nicely for because they'll go in as number 1 and 2 seeds to go in as a possible Jannik versus Alcaraz final. So
yeah, that's what we would expect to happen. I think that would be a blockbuster if that happened. And Wimbledon feels like the right place for that to happen in some ways.
Yeah, definitely.
It would also be, like, I think, really nice for Wimbledon to see that, because I feel like at Wimbledon they've just had. I'm trying to remember the last time there was like a big 3 or big 4 player in the final.
Oh, that would be 2002, Hewitt Nabandian.
Right.
Right.
Yes, it's been big 3 or Murray.
Big 4.
Big 4.
Yeah, I sort of include. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm including Murray in that. Yeah, so
I was going to say
you have to include Murray for Wimbledon anyway. You have to include Murray.
Yes, definitely. I was just checking because of obviously 2016.
Yeah, Murray Raonic. Yeah,
but it almost feels like yeah. So it's going to be the first time without them. So that's. Nadal is going to play, but I'm not too high on him getting to the final. Or he
don't
might
think
not play. Yeah, he's probably not
he's
going to
not
play,
at
right? So,
Wimbledon.
He
So,
he,
yeah.
he said that it's probably not going to be sensible, so that suggests that he might not.
yeah.
don't
Sorry,
think-
what I meant is he could play, but he's probably not
Yes,
going to.
yeah,
Fair.
he's on the entry list.
For how long?
His
Um,
competitive instincts might take over and say, yeah.
Yeah, his competitive instincts do get the better of him sometimes, if his reason. Zverev is now receiving his runners-up trophy, gives Bjorn Borg a hug. So we'll see what happens when Carlos receives his trophy. But yeah, Carlos Alcaraz winning Roland Garros at some point in his career felt inevitable, right? Eddie?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Carlos
Sorry?
Alcaraz winning Roland Garros at some point in his career felt inevitable, right?
Absolutely. I still think it's probably his best surface, right? But
I'd still go with hard courts. I certainly don't think like he's comfortable on clay, but I don't think his margin of advantage over the rest of the field is as big on clay. Might be a controversial statement.
I mean, there's a lot of guys that are quite good on clay, but yeah, I don't know.
Matt, do you want to have a go at that?
I mean, I just think he's just ridiculous. I think he's just an all-court player. I think everyone expected him to be like the French Open or Roland Garros to be his first Grand Slam, and for actually to be his third, and the third surface that he went to Grand Slam on. I think it's come as a surprise to many, but like you said, it's kind of, it has felt inevitable.
But there's also a sense of it's about time. Like, why didn't he win it sooner?
I mean, at the age of 21.
Is it? I mean, actually, how many players have won their first 3 slams on 3 different surfaces?
He's the first.
He's actually the first. Okay.
The only other one I can think of is not a man, but it's Ash Barty. She won.
Yes.
All of her 3 on different surfaces.
Okay,
right.
First male player.
Right.
Thanks, Andy. Great match. Yeah, so I guess at this rate, Carlos is winning 1 slam per year. Are we expecting him to keep this rate up?
You think? Well, I'm going to assume that he's going to actually increase that rate in some years, but it's so hard to say because I mean, there's other players that might come through that we don't even know about, right? But
Fonseca, Menchik.
Yeah, Menchik, they're seriously talented. So
yeah,
we'll
we got a poll up. I mean,
but
we had this massive debate last year after he won Wimbledon. How many slams is he going to win? If he wins at a rate of 1 per year, then 10 or more is possible. But you don't know about injuries or future rivals, as you've said, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, 10 though is not that far-fetched to me, just for his level. Yeah, and I would imagine, that this is not his peak. He's probably got more, right? So he's and I think the same with Sinner though as well. So
yeah, I'd agree with that. I think there is more to come from Carlos and from Yannick, and it's going to be between those two, and we'll have to see how it goes. But Carlos is walking up onto the podium now. He's shaking hands with the tournament chairman, and he rushes to take the trophy from Bjorn Borg, who gives him a very pleasant Swedish hug. And Carlos Alcaraz steps up onto the podium holding the Coupe de Musketeer, and he holds it aloft. He finally has it in his hands. Carlos Alcaraz is the first man outside of the big 3 to win this tournament, and Stan Wawrinka to win this tournament in 20 years. Spain continues to dominate at Roland Garros, and he looks highly emotional as he's finally holding that coveted Grand Slam trophy. Matt, do you want to wade in on how many times he's going to be doing that?
Oh God, I don't think it's going to be the last time. is how I'll put it. I think, but at the same time, there are a lot of people who I think will be going for this trophy. I think Sinner's proved that he's good enough on clay. Whether he'd be better than Alcaraz is a different question, but Zverev, I think, will be back again in the next couple of years. Djokovic, you never know. You can't count him out. Nadal, I'm afraid, I think might not come back to this tournament, but he hasn't ruled it out. And I think Rune will be up there at some point. So I would say he's got at least 3 or 4 in him.
Another 3 or 4. Yeah. I think that's reasonable. And also, again, we don't know whether he's going to get injured at some point in his career. We hope not, but
exactly.
Balance of probability is all players have to deal with that at some point. Look at this tournament. We were worried about his arm.
Well, yeah, he's had various injury struggles. It's just more dependent on where in the calendar that comes and if it is in this tournament.
Yeah, he has missed the Australian Open, actually. And that's the last one now that's missing from the Grand Slam set. That also seems to be the one he's struggled with the most.
Mm-hmm.
But surely he's going to get over that, right?
I mean, I don't see any reason why he couldn't win it. I mean, I'm assuming that, for so long, it's been the biggest roadblock to winning an Australian Open title has been Djokovic. But now, I think it's both of them are quite capable of winning that one, I think. So we'll see.
Yeah. It's something it's just dawned on me is that both Alcaraz and Sinner are technically undefeated in Grand Slam finals. If they play in a Grand Slam if they play in the next one at Wimbledon, someone's going to get heartbroken.
Yeah. I would love to see that. That would be, we haven't had it yet, right? We've seen them play big matches in slams, but not in a slam final. So,
yeah, I think it was last 16 at Wimbledon in 2022. Sinner 1 in 4. That quarterfinal at the US Open in 2022. Alcaraz in 5. Semi-finals here this year. Alcaraz in 5. Yeah, that's gonna. I think that one's gonna be a tough match, especially if Alcaraz is this up and down. But those who are watching, keep an eye on the chat because producers telling us what Alcaraz is saying in his speech. Can Rafa come back and win another slam, Ozan? No, sorry, he's done. Brutal, but
fair.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but
yeah, it's a shame, Matt.
I think this is a very if situation, but with a decent draw at the Olympics, it's not out the question that he could medal because he competed really well against Zverev, but it's going to be tough.
That's a good point, actually, on the Olympics. Does this make Carlos the favourite for the title? Be it gold medal?
Yes.
I'm going to say probably, yeah.
Technically, yes. Shall we just go with that? Technically on paper, but he's going to have a lot of competition.
Well, I just think I think it's best of 3 as well. I think that is relevant. I think I would put him and Djokovic and Sinner alongside each other, and I think Djokovic would be the most disappointed that it's best of 3 out of those 3.
But also Djokovic is, I don't know, he hasn't done that well in the Olympics. Obviously, it's not been that often, right? That's happened, but I just wonder whether he's going to put so much pressure on himself to win it because he's really seems focused on it,
I think he could be right.
That's fair. And that's what happened to him in 2021, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And he didn't even win the bronze. He lost that match to
Carreño
Busta. Yeah.
Who was a player known to give him headaches. But also Zverev as well, who beat him, I think. Yeah, Djokovic just seemed to switch off, though, because he was cruising. So, yeah, maybe. It does make Alcaraz the favourite, I think. Let's see Wimbledon, though. Let's see how Wimbledon goes, because Wimbledon will give a lot of momentum to someone as well. But
I
I
mean-
guess my question is that, I mean, it's a long way out. We don't know how he's going to do at Queens, or he's probably going to win it. Do we see Yannick as if Djokovic doesn't play, let's just assume Djokovic doesn't play because he's the obvious answer to this question. Is Yannick the only realistic challenger to Carlos at Wimbledon?
Yes, I think so.
Matt's going for it. He's decided to put himself on the line there.
Yeah, I think so. Like, there's players who could cause him problems, but I don't think they'd beat him.
Yeah, Lloyd Harris might fancy his chances, but I probably think you're right. Yeah, it's probably going to be Yannick, or I can't really see anyone past those two. Let me think, though.
Well, Sebastian Korda probably thinks he's one of the favourites.
Berrettini has proved he could get a set of Alcaraz, but will ultimately lose. Like, Berrettini's been a grass court guy.
Yeah, I forget about Berrettini, but fitness has been an issue, and just form actually as well. But let's see.
Yeah, it's hard to think of who else there is on grass, because grass is kind of the opposite of clay, where like the field closes up a bit, grass, it opens back out.
Yeah,
I don't know, because this guy's like Medi, you thought maybe before he started playing all the Wimbledons that he might have chances to do well on grass, but then it's not really worked like that. And and Zverev as well, right? But yeah, he just hasn't.
Zverev doesn't like low bounces, really.
Yeah, but with his serve, you think he'd be able to, do better. But yeah, that's just.
Right.
Hurkacz as well. I mean, he's a player that does well on grass. Yeah, but
Dimitrov.
Oh yeah, he's a dark horse.
Yeah, but whenever I put Dimitrov, it goes wrong. So I'm not going to.
You can mention him.
Yeah, give him a little mention.
Okay. Well, it looks like they're taking photos now. Guys, thank you for joining us for this marathon match. It's been 5 hours of streaming on and off. Is this the longest match you've ever covered, Eddie? Or did you do a fast setter before?
Good question. Yeah, I think this is probably the longest match I've covered. Yeah, so
is it 3 a.m. for you right now?
Yeah, right,
dude.
Almost 3 a.m. Yeah, it's okay.
Wow,
dude, that's dedication.
Yeah.
This is what would happen if I tried to cover a US Open final.
Right.
Actually, it's still not quite as impressive as John doing the Carlos Novak Wimbledon final on his own, the entire match.
Wow.
Like, that for me will be forever the talking tennis standard.
The time difference is a difficult one, but yeah, I still watched that whole match and I didn't regret it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us for that marathon. I guess let's just wrap up on some final thoughts on what your opinions of your views on Carlos's performance today and Carlos as a player. We'll start with Eddie.
Yeah, I just think that he showed that he can actually, dig it out when he needs to, and that he is a special champion. If there was any doubt, certainly in some of the points of this final, he did look quite poor, but then it was just the way that he's able to find his form again, and then also just find his mental motivation, and it's just really great to see. And I don't think there's any doubt that he's going to win many more slams.
Matt. Final thoughts?
Yeah, I think you've kind of summed up really well. I think he proved that. I don't think he needed to prove it, but I think he sort of reiterated that he's not just a good tennis player. Like he's a great competitor, a great fighter, and a great champion. I think he really could have got down on himself after losing that third set from 5-2 up, and he didn't. He sort of just regrouped himself, had his bit of what do you call it, from the trainer, and just soared to the victory. Even in those tight games, he's a deserving champion, and I think it's just the start for him at this tournament.
Well, there we go. I think no better words could be said. Carlos Alcaraz is a 3-time Grand Slam champion. He's finally a Roland Garros champion. And that trophy looks very good in his hands, and he's going to want to come back and win it all over again next year. Clay is not done this year because we'll be back for the Olympics on the surface. Interesting Olympic cycle this year. But that's a problem to think about in a month, because it's time for the green grass. We're getting hints of it already in Surbiton, and he's not on the stream, but thank you so much, Jerome, for bringing us such great content from that tournament. So go check those videos. The interviews with the champions, Van Uytvanck and Lloyd Harris, are going to be up, and you'll be seeing similar videos from John, as he will be at the Libema Open in Rosmalen from tomorrow, and covering the men's and women's 250 events happening there. So similar content coming your way as we build and build and build into the rapid Wimbledon warm-up season. There's still going to be plenty of opportunities to reflect on Roland Garros, though, because we'll be having WTA Weekly and ATP Weekly coming to you in the next 24 hours or so. Some TBCs on that, but keep an eye on the channel for when those come up. If you are newer subscribers, and I've seen we've had a few new people subscribe to us, there are our weekly magazine shows where we cover the 2 tours, and we'll wrap up all the stories from Roland Garros on those 2 shows. So keep an eye out for those to come out. But yeah, this has been a fantastic French Open for all sorts of different reasons. What a way to close it out. So I'm looking forward to covering the grass season and watching Wimbledon with you all. But until then, take care and keep talking tennis.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.